Hello, 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 and welcome to
Yes.
our very latest episode of the Night Shift. Let's talk gaming. I am CMoney. Over on this side of the screen is the very lovely, also the very under the weather, Doodle.
What is up, you guys? Happy Friday. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Happy to be here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as you can see below, we have our special guest.
Yes.
Now, right beneath me, right there, you see it lined up. Not beneath me. You know what I'm saying.
You have to
Right
figure it
there.
out,
Okay.
see.
Not trying to put slanderous words out there. Right. You can see right on the screen. We have the homie that we've been waiting a long time, trying to work it out, finagle it, make it happen. And it just so happens that not only is he going to be here this week, but it turns out we're going to have double dose
Let's go,
of the man
baby.
beneath us here because he'll be back next week with him and the guest, the absolute homie, Special Nick, fellow friends
think
lover.
he's even down
Special
under.
Nick. He's down under. Oh, snap.
G'day, everyone.
Look at
Thanks for
this
having me.
shirt. Let's go.
Isn't that dope?
Yeah,
I saw it. I was
Yes.
like, "Is that a friend shirt?"
Oh
I
my
was like,
gosh,
"No,
are you
that's
gonna
actually
want one?
us."
See,
I'm just gonna get that shirt just to rock it like that.
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's fine,
it's
man.
cool.
But yes,
Thanks
you
for having
being
me,
here, brother.
everyone.
Thank you
Appreciate you.
so much for rocking with us.
It's been a while. We've been organizing it for a while.
Absolutely,
We're
absolutely.
so excited. Thank you for being here.
And then
No
you
worries.
have the absolute homie, becoming a staple
Let's go.
on our channel.
Yes.
Right?
The homie, the wise one, we would call him here. RG
do.
Shani.
Let's go,
Welcome,
baby.
my man. Thank you
Welcome.
for being here, brother.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. It's several in a row. I don't know how many of these I've been on now. It's been quite a few of
I
them.
don't know.
But yeah.
Having you
we
here,
absolutely
it's
do.
wild. We really do. So we're so happy that you're back. Let's
Well,
go.
thanks. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, first of all, thank you all the homies that are here with us. We appreciate each and every one of you rocking out with us. This has been a good week. I'm pretty satisfied with the way the week played out. I know there's some turmoil out in these streets, some would say.
Apparently.
I don't I don't quite understand where the resurgence is coming from. I think we all handled this a week ago when when the words were said. We knew everything was happening, and then now people are losing their minds again. So
Relapse.
they are having a relapse.
Mhm.
Apparently, it's not a great situation. But I think it was a great week, man, and I'm definitely excited for the show. We got some interesting things that kind of popped up. We have that new Xbox console that leaked. We kind of had the leak back in when the big leak happened, and then we kind of assumed it was gone, but now there's talk that it's coming back, and so we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about is there a possible secret Xbox studio
Ooh.
that we don't
What?
know about? What's going on over there? And apparently, all the fuss that everybody's freaking out about. Apparently, we got a small taste of the fact that PlayStation is not buying the games that Xbox is bringing over. What's the high five? Is that a high five?
Ooh, let's
no,
go.
I need to interrupt. I need to
Okay,
interrupt.
interrupt.
CMoney.
Interrupt.
Now,
Please do. Tell us.
I've never appeared on a podcast with Hargeet before. This is the first time. I frequently appear in chats that Hargeet is on, but I've never actually shared a podcast stage with Hargeet. So I feel this is a perfect opportunity to say, Hargeet, you still owe me a free game. Where's my free game, Hargeet?
Oh,
What's
shit.
happening? I went out. I bought Resident Evil 4. You didn't get it for me, so I went and bought it myself. I just bought Sonic Superstars the other day, so you didn't get me Sonic
Awesome.
Superstars. I'm still waiting, mate. I'm still waiting for my free game, and I'm not. And me stealing Miles Morales doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Well, listen, while you're at it, Hargeet, where is my free game?
And also,
I don't know.
And also,
Okay.
money.
I'm just
I don't know if you
saying,
guys know where this whole thing
Let's hop on
started
that
from,
wagon.
I
right?
have no idea. Why don't you explain to us where the free game comes from?
I was giving out codes a lot, right? So I used to just
Mm.
buy games and then just give them away in the chats, right? And
Yep.
Nick started to make a thing out of it. It's like, hey, where's my free game? And then I don't know if you watch Xbox Era, but they actually do like a segment, and it's I can't
Name
remember
a
his name
game?
now. Yeah, name a game. But what's the guy that does the actual like giving you
Jesse.
the names? Jesse. Sorry, totally blanked on his name. Jesse will take like an actual game and change the name with different words, and then Nick and John have to figure out which one it is, and whoever wins, they pick before this Patreon member or this subscriber, well, not subscriber, but
The Patreon,
the Patreon tier will get a free game, right? So, and Nick won and picked me, so he gave me a free game.
Yeah, that's
he gave
right.
So
you
he's
the
been
free
making
game,
this
but
like
he
thing
has
about this
never
getting a free game from me
gotten a
thing.
free game.
So, but anyway, so that's what it's from. Like, I just give away
Yes.
a whole bunch of games. I haven't done it in a little bit, but I'll here and there I'll just drop games in chats, whatever.
Well, Nick, I'm here to tell you that when you give someone a free game, you can't expect a free game back.
Oh no, I know. I just,
It's just for
you know,
fun.
especially on Game On Daily, Hargeet used to give away a lot of games on Game On Daily, and I could
You
never
feel
get those
entitled
codes.
to, like you're owed
Yeah.
something. I get it.
I could never
I've
get
done
those
several
codes.
on yours too. I think I've done a couple on Xbox Era, right? I've
Was
done a couple on
never
yours.
fast enough to grab them.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I
People
got Miles
like
Morales.
expect them pretty like, and they just snatch them up pretty damn
I
fast,
know.
and
I
it's pretty
know.
crazy. But yeah,
Full on.
Well, Hargi, you're
Hold on.
always welcome to come into our chat and hand out codes for free games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Listen,
You don't even need to ask.
Harky is already giving up his free time.
I love it.
You
I
know what
love
I'm
it.
saying? And that is what we cherish here. Harky.
Absolutely.
All right. All these people in the chat, they're Xbox gamers. They buy their games. They're fine. They either got Game Pass or they buying them. We're okay. We were in a pony
I've even
chat. That's
given out some
different.
Sony games on
There
PlayStation,
you
on the
go.
PC store, but yeah.
None of us buy
Oh,
games.
man.
That's why they're
None
going
of
to
them.
other platforms.
Well,
none of us
depends
buy
which
them.
games you're talking about.
That's not true. But
That's a
we'll
good,
get to that.
you know, great way to start it. Okay, great way to start it. All right, I know it's the last thing that I said, but we'll start there. Right, as interesting as it was that you just said that. Okay, apparently, Pentiment. We all know this game, right? Very, very well made game, right? A game that a lot of people really liked. And when I say a lot of people, I just mean whoever bought it. I don't know. I don't think did they ever give us a number? Did they ever say it sold this many or this many
No.
players?
They do
Okay,
not
so
do
it
that
probably
anymore.
didn't even hit 1 million, right? So of course, this is the game, that we should die on the hill, right? That the game went elsewhere, right? The game that nobody played. But enough people played it that at least there were enough. Wait, let me get this button over here. I'm gonna bring this up real quick so we
Let's
can
go.
see over here. Over here on True Achievements, right? And then PlayStation, the True Trophies, right? This is a thing that this is not every PlayStation dude, every Xbox person in the world, right? So this is a small sample, but it's still interesting to see that after 24 hours, okay, 24 hours, there was 28,000 people playing the game on Xbox, and there's 0 people playing the game on PlayStation. Again, do the small sample of True Trophies, right? So
Did
the
it
people,
release
the
already?
hardcore. Say that again. Yeah, it came out
Did
yesterday.
it release already? Pentiment?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Hasn't been out very long, but yeah, it's kind
I
of.
mean, but in a day, nobody.
Well, the excitement that you would
Yeah.
think that these ponies will feel about getting a game, considering the fact that their 2024 looks like shit, to be honest. I mean, you would think they'll be running over there to go ahead and try it. And they were very excited about the idea of getting Xbox games on their platform. So, I mean, this doesn't look like they're going to go ahead and support these games.
I mean, it's definitely not a good start,
No.
right? Like if Xbox said, 3, 2, 1, go, press the button, let's all watch. Right? That seems like it was a very sad launch party for this particular game. I mean, what do you think when you see something like this? Again, obviously, True Achievements, that's not everybody. True Trophies is not everybody. But enough people, right? That it is worth taking a look at, and having no one show up to the party for true trophies after 24 hours. I mean, is that a sign that, Xbox games are not going to be welcomed on PlayStation? Is that a sign that people just don't give a shit about Pentiment?
I was about to say, I think it's more a Pentiment thing than a PlayStation thing in this case. Like, I know when it was first rumored, like I had said, I don't think too many people are going to buy a game like Pentiment on PlayStation. It's not their bag. It's not. I mean, they crow about one type of game. What are the odds that they're going to buy this type of game? It's yeah. Interesting choice. Pentiment is an interesting choice to send over, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean,
Now-
I don't know if it's just, it's probably both of them, right? It's the fact that it's Pentiment. I don't expect that a lot of people are gonna look in Game Pass. It's perfect. You can try it. If it's not for you, just uninstall it, right? That is one of the key benefits of it, and that's how you fund these kind of games, is because you don't have to worry about it. It's a small team. They could easily greenlit this, right? Xbox or Microsoft greenlit this. So, and the reason is they could easily pay for this from Game Pass money. So, that's how you can have these kind of passion project games like this. And unless it's a genre that's going to, like Pal World, right, that's going to be interesting to a mass audience, I just don't see, like, point and click adventures are dying out as it is, right? And this is basically that, but a story driven game. I don't see a lot of people, like, on the PlayStation side actually going after it. I'm actually more interested in the Switch numbers. I'd actually like to see what happens on the Switch side, because I think it does have applicability. Like, people like to take these kind of games portable and be able to play them, because it's just a story narrative game. It's like a good portable type game, right? I'd actually be more interested to see how it does on Switch. But there is a part of it that's just like, they're not going to play the game. And the second part of it is, I don't think the games that Xbox makes necessarily do resonate outside of Call of Duty and Minecraft on PlayStation. I just don't think they do. They're just not those kind of players. And it's PlayStation has cultivated that over the last 2-3 generations, where they have pushed the narrative that it's Sad Dad Walking Simulators. This is what we do, cinematic experiences, right? They're the ones who pulled back on all of their multiplayers, right? You take Helldivers 2 and the majority of the players are on Steam, not on PlayStation. What do you say to that? The majority of the players of their own game that's been running forever, MLB The Show, the vast majority are Xbox. What do you say to that? How do you reconcile that? It's your game that you've been making every year, and the majority of the players, 6-1, are on Xbox. How do you reconcile that? It's a crazy thing that has been cultivated on the PlayStation side. And Jim Ryan doubled down on it. He said everything else can go away. All I'm going to do is cinematic games. Okay, well, you're just making your gamers that, or casuals, and then they're going to look for Fortnite, Apex, Minecraft, FIFA, Madden, Call of Duty, right? They're not going to come after games like this. They're just not. And that's what they're finding.
That's my question, Hargy. What do you think then? Like, maybe they were trying to reach that casual player, not that hardcore PlayStation player who's always looking for that Call of Duty type of game. Maybe they figure with Pentiment they can reach a different audience. And again, bunched up with the casuals. And these are the people that can possibly get a taste of how diverse Xbox is, and want to take that leap or take that change. Do you think that maybe possibly crossed their mind?
This was all strategic. These games don't necessarily change anything for Xbox. The one that's the most annoying is Hi-Fi, to me anyways. But even that is an interesting calculated risk, right? And there's no world in which Grounded hasn't made its money back, right? With 20 million people playing it, it's made its money back. Pentiment, I mean, it doesn't take much to pay when it's like 10 people making a game, right? So I'm sure they've already got what they needed out of it. Hi-Fi, I don't know if, like, because that was developed before they bought Bethesda, right?
Yes.
And it was just held back, right? And they finally released it a year later as a shadow drop, right? But so I don't know what the the economics of that one are, because that was never greenlit by Xbox, and so it was never funded by Game Pass. So maybe they're trying to see what they can get from a motivation perspective. Sea of Thieves has to have made its money back by now. 35 million players. I'm sure that that's been funded well enough, right? I think these are really tests to see different types of games. What happens if I put it on Switch? What happens if I put it on PlayStation? What is the engagement? They already know COD engagement. They already know Minecraft engagement, right? So like that's already baked. Now they're seeing if I put a game like Hi-Fi on there, does that actually resonate with a Switch player? Does it actually resonate with a PlayStation player? They haven't brought it to Switch, but maybe that's because it needs the power of a Switch 2. So you have to wait till the next Switch comes out. Fair enough, right? But I think that's what they're trying to do. These games don't change the needle as far as Xbox from a money perspective. I don't think they're expecting to make $1 billion out of this, right? It really is a test. Will they resonate with anybody? And where will they resonate, right? So then you can say, if I make another Pentiment, am I better served putting it on Switch? Am I better served keeping it on Xbox alone? You know, with PC, of course, and putting it on PlayStation, yes or no, right? And I think this is what they're trying to gauge out of this, right? What type of game is going to get something for us if we go down this path, right? And we make a Grounded 2. Is that going to resonate with players on PlayStation? Yes or no? Is it going to resonate with people on Switch? Yes or no? And this is what they're going to look at and say, okay, it makes sense for us. And you have to do it based on the market size, right? There's 50 something million consoles for PS5. There's 140 for Switch, and say, based on that, what was the attach rate? And does that make it better here or there or both, right? Or do we just say it didn't really move the needle? We'll just keep it on our ecosystem and to heck with it, right? I think that's what this is, right? They're varied games. They're pretty varied games. So I think that's what they're trying to go after. Otherwise, they would pick something that really would attract customers, right? Say, take Forza Horizon 4 and say, put it on there, right? It's an old Forza Horizon. Throw it up on there and see if people want to, get that game.
So I think the only other thing is with these particular choices, though, when you look at it, aside from Sea of Thieves, everything else had a PlayStation version being worked on at some point, right?
I don't know that Pentiment would have
before. Yeah, Pentiment was already in development.
Pentiment and Grounded were greenlit by Xbox, right? So I think those would not have
Grounded came out was right away. That was what they were working on that already.
When did that come out? Was that 21? 22. 21 and beta, 22 full.
I think
right?
Grounded was a similar situation to what was the one Ninja Theory did?
Bleeding Edge.
Bleeding Edge. I think Grounded was a similar thing to Bleeding Edge.
Yeah. So see, my take when I look at it, and for me, the reason my take makes sense in my head is because it's supported by where they release games. See, they released all the games on PlayStation. They only released a couple on Switch. So Hi-Fi Rush, we all thought, right? Every single person thought that Hi-Fi Rush would be great on the Switch. Okay, I didn't say you said it would come out on the Switch. Said it would be great. Like that customer would play.
No, as in when the rumors started about Switch, I tried to tell everyone I'm pretty sure it's Switch 2 and not Switch.
Yeah, no, Hi-Fi Rush. I think there's going to be.
Don't think Hi-Fi Rush will run on Switch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's because I know people say cartoony graphics, but the game's still doing a lot, and
it's not regular cartoony graphics. It's like. It's very, very nice, very well made, very nice, high quality.
But it's also a rhythm game, so it needs to be able to run at a locked 60 to play properly.
So what that tells me is that they did not have the desire to spend the money to do it. Now, obviously, think about this. You're saying it's a Switch 2 game, but the market for Switch, like the market share of Switch 2 is going to be very small in comparison to the market for Switch 1, right? So if you were going to spend the money to try to figure it out, it would be the Switch that you have the best opportunity to recoup more money from right away, right? Switch 2 is going to take a little longer because we don't know how many people are going to easily swap to Switch 2. Because remember, we lived through the Wii, being crazy, and then the Wii U, shitting the bed.
Nintendo tends to have that back and forth going on, and yeah, I see how
So I just feel like the games were already on PlayStation. They already had PlayStation versions of these games ready to go outside of Sea of Thieves, right? They already had PlayStation versions of these that they just had to continue to work on versus trying to figure out how to get them over to the Switch. The ones that didn't go, right? So which we know is Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves. I'm just saying if they were really trying to do this, they would have spent the money to do it. But I feel like my theory on this is this is more of an internal test for them to see what's worth investing in. Not so much whether a Switch person likes it or a PlayStation person likes it. When he came out on stage, he said that we're doing this because we have, we might want to continue to invest in these games of service, right? So they want a reason to keep doing it. Because even though the money was might have been recouped, right? The initial, they're still actively developing it, right? When they do these new things, that's all of the people working on the game. They still have to keep paying them. So at what point does the lack of growth, right, start to hinder their ability to say, yeah, we're going to keep investing in this if they're not seeing as much of a return on it as they would want, right? So for them, it's like, okay, Rare says, I still want to make Sea of Thieves. Then they're using it as okay, let's see if this resonates out here as well. Grounded, I would put in the same boat, right? Again, same thing. There's something that they're still actively working on, so they want to see that growth. Fine. But something after games as a service, he said for the other ones where we might want to make a part 2, a sequel, or we might want to make similar type games. So when I think of Pentiment, I think of Josh Sawyer, and I think of him saying, yes, that was my passion project, right? He was really passionate about it. He wanted to make this game, right? Who's to say he's not knocking on their door saying, hey, guys, look at me. I got another passion project I want to make. And they're like, dude, like this shit didn't sell. Like, what are you, like, you were working on this already. Now for us to just start this, like something else has to come from it. That's why you put it on Pentiment, to see if there's value for Xbox to continue this brand, right? So for Xbox to say Pentiment is a brand that we have and that's valuable, let's put it out and see if anybody else thinks so. And when they don't think so, it's like, well, it's not worth investing more.
At that point, they have to kind of look and see, did we make enough money to go ahead and make another game, right? Are we okay with where we are? Yeah.
Like Hi-Fi specifically, right? They pretty much tell you in the trailer for the PlayStation version, at that moment when the boss looks at Chai and says, but no one knows who you are, right? That was on purpose. Yeah. They put that in that trailer. They made sure that was there on purpose, because what Xbox is trying to do internally is seeing, is Chai worth investing in? Is it a Xbox only thinks he's a good character? Or when we put him out into the world, are PlayStation fans going to think he's a dope character? Or is the game going to resonate elsewhere for us to consider making a part 2? Again, just going based off of his words that he said during that podcast.
But then to me, that's just Xbox doing the same shit they've always done.
Yeah.
Like, which I don't like. Like, I don't like that Microsoft... I don't like that Microsoft wants every game to sell like Halo CE before they decide to give it a sequel. I don't like that Microsoft is creating a hierarchy within their own studios and saying, well, you're worth putting on PlayStation, but you're not worth it because you're too important to us. Like, I
wouldn't say you're not worth it. I would say you're too precious to put on PlayStation versus this game is not big and doesn't mean enough to not go on PlayStation.
Well, he did say these two gas games, and 2 games that were never necessarily meant to just be on Xbox. Is more of a creative passion.
That's because there's already PlayStation versions of them.
Exactly.
Which is why I'm okay with those
but
2,
don't
right?
We say
projects, small games, like that's okay.
That's what I was gonna say. See, this is the only thing that's different, guys, and this is why I want to frame it this way so we can have the full picture. Xbox is spending money on games like they've never done before, with the amount of AAA big games they're making on a constant basis now. Like, this is not just Halo, Gears, and Forza, right? There's a Halo being made that they're spending a bunch of money. There's a Gears being made that they're spending a bunch of money. There's a Forza Horizon they're spending a bunch of money. And then they have all of these other games, Clockwork Revolution, Hellblade, the fucking Fable, all of these
Indiana
games, they're
Jones.
massive. They have so many big games now
Yeah.
that they're spending a lot of money on. Now those small games that are passion projects that people are like, can we please make this? We really want to make it. For them, it's like, okay, they still have to make sense, right? It's still business, right? No matter how you cut it, right? So it's like, okay, we're spending all this money on these big games that we're taking gambles on because we don't know how much they're going to bring back, but at least we can have an idea that they're going to bring us a decent return. Now you're in a situation where developers go to them. It's like, hey, we want to make this small game. This small game is not going to do jack shit for Xbox, right? So it's like, well, this is the thing. Do we green light this, but say it's going to be a year on Xbox, and then we're putting it elsewhere to make more money for these smaller games that wouldn't have existed if they didn't greenlight them? I'm just
But
saying, like, none of these games.
I thought Game Pass was supposed to fund all this stuff. Like we've
So
always
there's an
said
interesting
that,
point
hey,
to that too, Nick, but go ahead,
that's
yeah.
what's great about Game Pass. Game Pass means Game Pass needs variety. Game Pass needs all sorts of games. So shouldn't we want more Pentiments and more Hi-Fi Rushes on Game Pass to bring more people to Game
We
Pass?
should,
Like,
but it also
That's the
costs
point.
money
They're still
to
gonna make it.
make, right? So
no, that's right.
I mean, they do feed the life out of Game Pass, right? So in order to with that mentality, in order to keep it rotating and giving us the amount of games that they've been giving us, you also have to bring that money back in and then some.
So
Yeah,
Game Pass
but-
does
but you're-
obviously help with that.
But
Yes,
but
go
they're
ahead,
choosing
Nick.
games that aren't going to sell much on other platforms anyway,
yeah, they're not.
which defeats
I don't think
the
it's that.
entire
I think
purpose.
it's a different thing, but go ahead, yeah. So look,
Like,
Game Pass was totally sustainable until ABK, right? ABK brings a whole new calculus. That's unfortunately just the way it is. So unless they
Call of
scale
Duty.
that a lot, it's going to be a problem for them because they are going to put games like Call of Duty into the Game Pass, and that will be a hit. There's just no way around it. It will be a hit, right?
Mhm.
So as far as a hit to their finances, right? There's just no way around that, right? It's going to hit them. So they have to somehow like fix that now, right? If this was up to 40, 50 million subscribers, it wouldn't be as big of a hit. The other thing in this that I think CMoney you were pointing out was that, and this was a while, maybe last week or the week before, whatever, that they didn't really say up to now that ABK games are in fact all multi-plat, right? They have not really said that. Call of Duty is locked.
Yes.
It's going to be multi-plat. That does not mean the rest of them are. This could be a
Awesome.
test to say, if I make another game with a different studio in ABK, does it need to be multi-plat or can I sustain it on my own? Right? If I put it somewhere else, will it make sense? Right? So that's why you do these tests, right? Because these games aren't going to hurt you in any way, right? They're not going to hurt the brand. But if that game were Transformers, would it hurt the brand or help the brand? We don't know, right? They're going to have to figure that out. There might be a licensing headache. There might be all sorts of other things. Just thinking that through, right? Even something like Blade, right? Is that something they should say, well, is it going to work for us if we just keep it here? Is it better for us to put it on a Switch too, or something like that, right? This is calculus stuff that they have to just do now. There's just no way around it, right? If Game Pass was increasing a lot, then that problem kind of just goes away. It's not.
but why
right?
not give ABK a chance to do that?
Well,
haven't-
is
they haven't
ABK
put a
going to
sig-
necessarily increase Game Pass subscribers? My thought is no, it's not. Yes, it could.
We
do
won't
some word
know
of mouth
until
things
they do
potentially.
it. We
That's
won't
fair.
know until they
Facts.
do it. How
That's
about
fair.
you put Call of Duty on there a couple of times first and see what happens?
Well, because they still have to pay for it, right? And so this test can happen in parallel, right? It's not like you have to do them like, I do this first and I do that next. You can do both and say, look, Call of Duty this year is going to come into Game Pass. We'll see what the outcome of that is. We'll put these games on these platforms. We'll give it a year. We'll see what happens, right? Now you have data to say what path works better, right? They still have to do that work down the road and figure out what makes sense for Xbox as a platform. Should it go this direction, that direction, a mix? It's probably going to be a mix, right? But they need to understand what that is. And I think that was what it was. Simon, you're probably right in that they aren't saying everything ABK is going to be multi-plat. There are possibilities where they say it just doesn't even make sense to do that, right? If there's a game that's not going to resonate with those players, it costs us money to put it there to get nothing. Why bother, right? But if you have data to prove it, then you can go to the CFO, you can go to Amy Hood, and you can say, well, we did the analysis. This is what it's about. What do you want us to do, right? So we're going to make financial decisions based on what we have as data. Right now, it's no, that would be bad. Well, why? Right? You don't have the data. Right now, they'll have the data. Say, well, this is what we did the test for you. Here's what we got. Right? So I think this is part of what it is. Right? These games are pretty minimal as far as a hit to their platform. It starts to become more of a hit when it's games that would resonate and bring people over. Right? That's where it becomes more of a problem. And so to have that data to say this is why this is why that is just going to help them. They are very data driven, right? That is Microsoft. They're very data driven. I think that's really what this is about.
To a fault.
Just test it.
That's the problem.
Yes.
They're data driven to a fault. Like, and a lot of the time it's contextless. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, we put Pentiment, this game no one really cares about, onto PlayStation, and more people didn't care about it. And it's another thing to say, well, ABK, like, Game Pass hasn't grown, so looks like we're going to have to make everything multiplayer when you haven't really given anything a chance. Like, I don't think they've even really done everything they can to actually grow Game Pass properly.
Oh, 100%, you're right. They have to market that way better.
And putting stuff multiplat isn't going to help. Like, even someone like myself, who has been subscribed to Game Pass for years, and not through $1 trials, not through stacking. I'm just one of those people that just pays the $17 Australian or whatever it is each month, and yet I don't actually even play a ton of the games on Game Pass. So someone like myself who may only play a couple of games, I'm like, well, I'd rather just wait for them to go on sale, the ones I actually care about, on another platform, rather than just paying every month. Like, I don't know. I find,
but as long as it's not big games, I don't think that will happen for the majority of people, right? Because as long as the big games keep coming in and they're only on Xbox, like, I think that's the point, right? Listen, let's Sea of Thieves and Grounded, those are games as service, right? They've been on Xbox for years. They see the numbers, no matter how we want to cut it. Even if there's 35 million players that have been there, great, but they're not all necessarily still playing, right? And it's like, how do we keep that going if the studio still wants to keep making the game, right? So that, it just kind of is what it is. We can be upset that it happened, but at the same time, we have Fallout 76, we have Elder Scrolls Online, they're everywhere, right? And now with ABK, we have Overwatch, like, this is what it is, right? So for these types of games, it's better for it to try to live on and see if it could become something that's much bigger, because, I mean, realistically speaking, the IP of Sea of Thieves is a genius IP, right? It's perfect name, perfect art style, friendly to casuals, right? And they did all the changes necessary to make the game itself necessary for casuals. What do you think they were doing all that stuff, right? They did it because they knew where eventually this was going to go. Same thing with Grounded, right? Perfect aesthetic, perfect name, perfect type of game. The idea of it being shrunken down, right? Like, these are potentially huge games that we can see. Think about how many people have an Xbox and PCs, and you have 35 million people playing Sea of Thieves or have played it, right? 20 million playing Grounded. Nobody thought Grounded was a joke, right? Everybody thought it was a joke. Even they thought it was a joke when they announced it, right? So for it to be at 20 million, right? That's huge. That's more people play Grounded than the vast majority of anybody who's touched an exclusive on PlayStation. Let's just be clear.
Is this what baby steps is going to be?
This is going to be baby steps. But to say all that right here, right? When you say that Xbox is trying to do this, people have been pointing out that Xbox branding is not on these pages, right? When you go to Pentiment, when you go to Sea of Thieves, when you go to Hi-Fi Rush, it doesn't say Xbox. It says Bethesda. It says Microsoft. It's Microsoft. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at that, that looks like they're not, kind of what I was saying, they're not necessarily pushing an Xbox agenda here. I think this is for internal numbers. They want to see what happens with these things and whether the brand, whether the IP is valuable, not having it be, not trying to get them necessarily to come over here. They may, if they see a Sea of Thieves, 2 one day in the future, or I don't think that one, but like if they see a if a whole bunch of people on PlayStation started playing Pentiment because they love it, and then they see Pentiment 2 exclusive on here, right? Look at what's that Square game, the HD 2D game, Octopath Traveler, right? First game came out, was great. It went into Game Pass on Xbox. Second game came out, gone, right? So the people who played it on Xbox, who loved it, if they had the means, did they say, screw that game, I'm not doing it? Or if they had the means, they went and got whatever system was necessary to play the game that they wanted to play, right? This is just, for me, it's just them looking at internal, like their numbers. What's going to happen if we get a Hi-Fi 2 in production? Is that a big game? Does it matter? Because only 3 million Xbox players, maybe 5. I don't know what the number increased to, but like not that many people did like it as much as
I feel
we
like
hype
the
it up.
games that they've picked, they would do better on Nintendo, right? And maybe let's not overlook the fact that, because I did think right away, I don't feel like these games will sell on PlayStation. They're not even buying their own games, and these are not their types of games, right? But what they do get to say is, look, we did put games on that platform, right? Let's not forget the whole ABK deal and the whole idea of like, they're trying to keep everything to themselves,
Oh,
right?
FTC.
They
The
get
FTC,
to,
yeah.
maybe they don't want to go ahead and mess with games that they know will do well there. Maybe this is just a, look, we did it, scratch that off, and now we can move forward. 4 games we're putting on PlayStation. 5 and 4 on 4, is it all 4 of them or
All 4
just
on
2?
PlayStation, 2 on Switch.
Okay, so it's like, look, we did it. Let's move forward. This makes them look a certain way. And maybe they're just trying to shut some things up. We do know how they feel about PlayStation. And so they're just trying to cross their T's and dot their I's and just keep moving forward. And maybe this is a step they needed to take.
Before we keep going, I gotta go ahead. We have some of our homies in the super chat, man.
What's
we
up,
appreciate you
baby?
guys.
Let's
The
go.
homie Rocket Scientist, man. Thank you so much for being here, bro. Thank you so much for that Canadian $2 super chat. Says CMoney, Doodle, Pablo,
baby?
RD. Yo, you do, yo. I don't care what anybody says. I don't know. Did you just like change your hairstyle to look like him more now too? I feel like you did.
No. There's been an ongoing joke that Kay Asante and I both star in the Halo TV show.
Yeah. He looked like Master Chief in KSI. I forget the character that guy is, but
Oh man, I see it now a little bit.
yeah, he looks like him, bro.
Look at that.
We gotta get him in a chief costume. You know what I'm saying? And just
Whole
go wild.
armor.
You should just do your shows that way, bro. I'm telling you, that's a gold mine right there. Rocket Scientist says, "Let's get messy. Talk that shit."
Let's go, baby.
You know how we do.
Welcome,
the homie
love.
Ryard Gaming. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you so much for that 2 hours podcast. It says Xbox guys, chill.
Chill.
See Mustard Man will fix this. PlayStation die. They're obsessed with this mustard shit. It's crazy.
Look at
this
guy
guy.
running around. See mustard
Adidas
on point.
20.
Booties.
Check out. You saw my dress? Look, this is in honor.
Did you
of
really
Captain-
do that to me,
Captain
Doodle?
Mustard. Yes.
I did not even connect that. God damn it.
What do you think?
I didn't even connect it. I thought it was just a yellow shirt. Adidas 20, the
No,
homie. Thank you, bro, for being
by
here.
the
Thank you for the $10 super chat. He did the $10 super chat so that it was yellow. And then he writes the word mustard, but all the lines are between.
Blank. See, fill in the
Come on,
blank.
man. Why you not fucking with me? Thank you, Adidas. Appreciate you. And the homie Andre Doyle. Thanks,
What's
my brother,
up,
for being here.
baby?
Thank you so much for that $2 super chat. Says Microsoft is the future. Sony is not. Money wins.
Always.
Listen, that's why when we talk about some of this stuff, it's like, how are we just accepting when we can see them come out and they're like, yo, our games are going everywhere. They came out the day before Xbox announced anything to be like, hey, guys, we're doing it. Okay. So just be aware. And then we hear about the margins being, come on, man. They don't make money that way. They don't. That's not sustainable. They're going to scale back. Something's going to get hit. These goddamn PlayStation.
And we do that thing where it lifts when the
because we have the thing up here. So
up.
because this is here, it won't lift.
Playing my boy Hargy.
The homie Hargy.
Come on,
You're right. But yeah, I mean, let me ask you guys. When I see that's what I thought when I saw the Microsoft name. I mean, the fact that it says Microsoft and Bethesda and not Xbox. I mean, what do you guys think when you see that? right? Like, what do you guys think? Why would they not put Xbox on there if they're looking to promote it? Obviously, some of the games have it in the splash screen, like Hi-Fi Rush. I'm pretty sure says it. I know Pentiment for sure says it.
Apparently,
Like
Pentiment doesn't say it.
yeah, I saw a clip of it. I think Tom Warren.
I think with Pentiment, there's no splash screen, but then when the intro movie starts, it says Xbox Game Studios presents.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's in like once you start playing the game, it says Xbox Game Studios presents. But it's not like there's no splash screen, which a lot of people are fussing about because they're saying.
And
PlayStation
Minecraft
has a
Legends
splash
had a splash screen, didn't it? Or Dungeons? Dungeons did, I think.
Did it? I don't know.
I think
It's a
so.
good question. It's a good question. I don't. There must be. It just be that they maybe they don't do it. Say that again, baby girl.
Madman mentioned that it did have Minecraft.
Yeah,
it did
yeah.
have-
Madman said
I
that
think it did.
Oh, yeah. So
And
I'm
that's
not
what
sure.
I mean. Like, I understand both sides of the argument. Yeah, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. But if one of the reasons you're giving for porting these games is, well, we're going to port these games across to gauge interest and sort of, build up some hype and whatever for a potential sequel. So if the idea is that an exclusive sequel on Xbox would have some hype generated by the original being on PlayStation, how is a casual PlayStation gamer going to know it's an Xbox game?
Well, they'll know when it gets announced, right? So if they announce Pentiment 2 only on Xbox, see, this is what I'm saying. They're not pushing the Xbox narrative here. It's about the brands themselves. They're just pushing Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, Pentiment. They're trying to push the name of the game, the IP, and
They're
not
trying to
Xbox.
not let people like get caught up on the fact that they're Xbox, right?
Or
And kind of
prejudge it.
yes, prejudge it exactly.
Well-
Get caught up on that and kind of accept it, and then be like, "Got you, bitch! It's Xbox." You know,
Well,
now you're hooked.
I think it's just the legal name they've used as the publishing arm. That's it. I don't think it's really anything to this. I think they just are. Microsoft Publishing is what they've been using, and so they just continue with it, right? Because you have to create a publishing agreement with any platform, and they already have one as Microsoft Publishing. They just already have one.
Maybe that's
So
what
I
it
think
is.
they're just using what they already have and said, we're just going to publish the game. That's it. I don't think there's any actual thought to this. That's just my guess. I don't think there's any actual thought. I think wherever they actually have a publisher, like Bethesda is its own publisher, right? So they get to publish it under their banner. Call of Duty will be published under the Activision banner, right? Even though it is Microsoft. I think Microsoft Studios just has a relationship with all these platforms, so they just publish it. What does Steam do? Is Steam the same? Does it say Xbox or does it say Microsoft? I actually haven't looked.
That's a good question.
My guess
That's a
would
good
be
question.
it's Microsoft.
I am totally the wrong person to ask that question.
Yeah. You know, and another thing too, because Survey just said it in the chat. I'll pop it up real quick, but he says Xbox 2013 launch tarnished the name Xbox. Remember, PlayStation is in a lot more countries than Xbox is, and people don't even know what Xbox is in some of these other countries. You know, we hear Joey from WBG saying it all the time, like where he lives, Xbox is not even really a thing. You know what I'm saying? So, but
But whose
Microsoft
fault is that though?
Well, it's obviously their fault, but that's like a legacy issue that they now have to overcome, right? Like now they're 10 toes down, right? As they say, right? So now Xbox is all in, right? Now Xbox is spending all the money. That can't erase all the legacy problems that came from before, right? Like even like from the Xbox One generation, they weren't there, right? So this is a brand new generation for them that they're actually getting all in at this point, right? And you could really boil that down to 2021, the end of 2020, deciding to buy Bethesda was really that first big, like, okay, are we in this or are we not? And it's like, fuck it, let's do it and spend $8 billion. And then it's like, okay, well, why stop there? Let's keep going. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what's frustrating also, by the way, with the whole thing that Xbox is not everywhere, right? It's a little frustrating the fact that they even if when they're taking steps to go ahead and fix the problem, it's kind of like Xbox has to do everything all in one shot for everyone to be content about it. Like if they are using these games to go ahead and kind of be known on different platforms where maybe the console does not exists, right? And eventually go ahead with the advertisement, get people to know Game Pass and go ahead and know that there's an Xbox that can be purchased and then put these Xbox out there. Like this all takes time in steps, right? Rather than let me just go ahead and flat out in one shot spend all this money and do this altogether, right? And so like it's weird because they get, even when they were buying the studios, right? They bought all these studios, but where are the games? Like the games are being made, calm the fuck down. Like these are steps that kind of need to be taken, and as long as they're on the, like the steps are being taken on the right direction, then we're good. But there's this expectation of like get it done now all at once that is unrealistic, that you kind of only hear from that end. Again, when you look at PlayStation and they're like, oh, we don't have a freaking game coming out till what, 2025? And it's like, okay, well, that's acceptable. We all wait. Nobody's kicking and screaming about it. It's just the double standards is quite ridiculous.
But I feel like what you said there even applies to Microsoft themselves, though. Like I said earlier, they've ABK's finally gone through, and I'm assuming that ABK probably took longer than they were expecting to happen.
Absolutely.
Which is probably thrown a spanner in the works. But they haven't, I don't think they've given it a chance to bear any fruit. Like, you've just said you're $1 trillion company. You can probably wait it out just a little bit to see how ABK pans out with Game Pass and exclusivity and all that sort of stuff before you throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but then I'm one of those people that would have preferred they just locked everything down. That's just me. if it was totally my
even
call,
COD?
Yep, COD, Minecraft, all of it. If it was up to me,
Wow,
I'd lock it all away. Like, I understand what you were saying before, Hargeet, about they're going to take a hit. They're going to take a hit. Take the hit. You're $1 trillion company. Take the hit. Take the short-term pain for long-term gain. I think they're going the other way. Short-term gain for long-term pain. Like, I don't think Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment are going to sell enough to justify those ports and cancel out the damage that gets done on the Xbox end.
Will there be enough damage, though? And that's the big question, right? I think that's kind of.
We're already seeing the damage. We're already seeing the damage in the last 2 weeks, and what's been happening over the last 2 weeks. Like we're seeing that damage play out in real time. So
Nick, real quick though, real quick, Nick, that because I understand what you're saying, right? I believe what you're saying is to be true from what we see, but understand, right? I think thinking about that is probably a little like more looking at a narrower scope than the reality of what's going to happen, right? Like Twitter, like how many people do you interact? Like if you had a count, how many people have you seen blow up? 100 people? You know what I'm saying? 1,000 people? Xbox has 25 to 30 million consoles out there, 25 to 30 million players out there. They are not aware or care to be aware of what game goes elsewhere. Like, to be clear, when people who have an Xbox who don't follow the industry, which is hard to not think about because we do, right? But for the vast majority of people who don't follow anything, they just turn on their Xbox and see what games are out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. What new came to Game Pass when I check it? The hardcore, right? This hardcore group, great, sure. But again, like that's not going to change anything for the vast majority of people who already have it. Like this generation is already sunk, right? It is what it is. Nothing that Xbox does right now is going to bring a mass exodus from PlayStation or Nintendo over here.
I agree.
What they're doing now, in the way I see it, is that they're putting all the pieces together. Okay, they're building the foundation that they need to properly go into next generation with the best absolute way of doing it. I can tell you right now, if having Call of Duty in Game Pass, if that does not change their next generation, it just kind of is what it is. But they're setting it up. I've been calling it this for a long time now. This is like their original Xbox. Okay, when the first Xbox came out, that's where they are right now, where they're just building and they're like building the IPs. They're putting everything in place. And then that's why I think it's so important that they're jumping. Well, the idea is that they're going to jump early and go 2026 with their new console to get ahead of PlayStation. And that's where they're going to mimic the Xbox 360 success. They're going to have so many games. They're going to have a Call of Duty that's going to be exclusive to the next gen Xbox. And when I say not the whole game, that version, there's no corresponding next gen PlayStation. So the
Switch 2 will be significantly behind.
Exactly. So the next Call of Duty is going to be way better on the new Xbox versus the Series X or the PlayStation 5, which is going to make people who only play Call of Duty take a look and say, well, hold on. What's going on over there? What does that look like? How does it play?
It's simpler than that. I don't think it even matters. Performance is irrelevant. It's really what games you market with. And I think having the Call of Duty marketing is going to drastically change the mindset. Casuals will look at where Call of Duty is marketed, right? Now they've said content parity for at least the next 10 years, right? So hopefully there really is just content parity, but that used to be a big killer, is that, Xbox used to have like 6 weeks exclusivity for content, and PlayStation played really dirty and made it a year, which made it irrelevant because then the next COD was already out. So that like marketing is going to still resonate with people and say, oh, that's where COD is now. Cool. That's what they're going to go get right now. There is this thing of I have my friends here. That's a potential, but there's also friends on Xbox when PlayStation was not really the COD machine. It was Xbox, and that's still there. Right. So there's still a lot of people who play COD.
Cross-play changes everything. Right. So that discussion doesn't even really need to happen in that respect anymore.
Listen, to the point before, I do know that like Microsoft, they do have a lot of money, but when it comes to like business, when you do spend that type of money that they did spend on ABK, right, you still have to have avenues that will like hold you over, that you feel like there's a little more coming in. Yes, they're gonna feel it when all these games release, but meanwhile, you do have to go ahead and see how you can profit elsewhere, right? Because you did spend this money.
Yeah.
Like I feel like people have the idea of like Microsoft, a lot of money out going out, and it's okay for them to not make anything back, where in reality you don't get to be that big and have that amount of money if you're reckless with it. And I think the idea doesn't fit when it comes to business.
Yeah, it's not the first 5 years anymore, right? It's established enough. If it's bigger than Windows, then you really have to act like you're bigger than Windows, and you have to bring in the revenue and profits, right? Just look at the flip side of this. On the Sony side, what's happening? They're seeing the profits dwindle, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on?" Right? And the CFO, CEO is taking over and saying, Jim, you're out. We have to change everything, and we have to make this more profitable. And that means we're going to accelerate multi-platform. We're going to do all sorts of other things. And he's going to studios and telling them you're not doing enough to make more money, right? That's what they're in. And again, this is just the way it is, right? At some point, you become big enough that you do have to return something back to the company. And the company was happy to invest, $80-100 billion into you to allow you to buy all this stuff. Eventually, they'll want something back. There's just a reality to that. And Nick, to your point,
look, the CEO said 3 times,
ahead,
right? The PlayStation CEO, Hargy, he said, we're going to put our games everywhere. Like, that's not a good look for Xbox, right? If they don't come out here and kind of do the same thing, right? Not all their games, but like they went ahead and they're putting these 4 games on PlayStation. Yes. So it's kind of like, okay, well, look, we're doing it too, or we did it first.
Yep.
You can't
lead from behind. That's what they always do, right?
Minecraft or Call of Duty. I feel like that will be a really bad look for them. But you can go ahead and say, well, these games are just ours, and now we're going ahead and extending out to PlayStation. Look at us, we're good.
And I mean, honestly, like
have them do the same, right? I mean, you basically open the door for Hiroki Totoki to say, hey, well, look, they're doing it. Can you tell me why it would hurt our brand if I took something that's 5-10 years old and put it on their system or Nintendo? Can you show me the downsides, right? This is what's going to happen. And, ultimately he's the guy that's going to have to say yes or no anyway. So he's probably just going to say yes and just do it, right? Because he's second in command at Sony. So he's just going to say, I think we need to make money. And if I put, I don't know, Gravity Rush or whatever on Nintendo or Xbox, it's not going to kill PlayStation. So I'm just going to.
I don't know if they'll ever do other consoles. I reckon they'll just stick to PC. I don't know if they'll ever do other consoles. I reckon they'll stick to PC.
I think they will. I think they'll do the PC thing, absolutely. Yeah. But I think they will do some games on other. Look, I look at the Switch and say there's 140 million of them out there, and they're still being used. You can't say no to that. You just can't. You have to say, okay, well, look, if even if I sell to 1%, I'm still getting money. I'm just gonna make money, especially for someone that's sitting around doing nothing. Right? They closed the studio that made Gravity Rush. Why don't you just take the game, give it to some studio like they did with Demon Souls? Like, I just want you to port this over to there. The code's here. Just port it over to there. What's that going to cost them? And how much do you think they'll make? If they can make $10 million, why wouldn't they?
But you can apply that nothing. This is a perfect example as to why they need to do this. They need to do this right now because the reality is that they don't have the money to not do this. I feel like this is the last thing we could possibly do. Let's go ahead. Let's go in. And I do feel like the games will be supported by Nintendo and Xbox players. I think they'll be received.
Yep. Just look at Steam, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Nick.
Couldn't you apply that rule both ways, though? So you could say, well, why don't Nintendo put their games on PlayStation and Xbox and make even more money?
Is the need. The need is the problem. Right, PlayStation.
A lot of their games just sell.
That's why Xbox and Nintendo are in different brackets, right? Xbox doesn't need to do this; they want to, right? They want to get more money from things than they currently are, but they're not in need of it. PlayStation needs it. We've been seeing it nonstop. They just lost 10 bill right off their stock value. Okay, gone. Right,
that's wild.
Their margins are too slim. Their games are too expensive for what the games are bringing back. We saw it with the leaks for Spider-Man.
No, we know that.
Yeah, so they're the only ones struggling here.
And the hit is coming with COD.
Nintendo's not struggling.
But don't they still technically make more money than Xbox and Nintendo, though?
No, they gross more money, revenue, not net more money.
Not profits. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Nintendo is about
more money.
The same profit as Xbox and PlayStation combines profit. They're ridiculous in profits. They just don't spend as much on their games, but they make so much in sales.
Oh no, that part.
It's like there's like a welfare line, right, where people go and they get welfare, right? You could say why don't we all just get welfare, right? Because it's only for the needy, right? And PlayStation is the needy.
Now. Yes, they need to get on that line and they need to go ahead.
Look, we shouldn't say they're dying or anything, right?
They're not dying. They're just needy. They're not dying. They're
want just an inflection point.
More money. They need more money.
Yeah, they're at an inflection point. And that's it.
Yeah, it's just what they need. Real quick. We'll get right back to you. The homie Jesse Darby, thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says Gates wouldn't give them nothing, just Call of Duty. Bill Gates did not let them spend more money. They got the marketing for Call of Duty, and that's it.
Well, Gates wasn't the one who started it. It was under Bomber, wasn't it? And Bomber was happy to say, "Why don't you go buy Nintendo? Why don't you go buy Squaresoft?" Right? So no, they were willing to spend money. So
yeah. Well, I mean, it was Bill that greenlit Xbox to begin with.
Yeah,
and they absolutely bled money on that OG Xbox. Yeah. They just took a powerful PC and stuck it in a case and called it a day, and just bled a lot of money on it.
And it was glorious.
It was amazing.
It was glorious.
Absolutely amazing.
Xbox. So good. God damn.
You were mentioning about the like the community fracturing after this thing, right? This is yet another inflection point where Microsoft is trying to again lead from behind and say the exclusive thing, yes, it matters, but when you're at the size of Xbox, it's going to be hard for them to keep everything exclusive. It's not tenable more so than just like, they could do it because they have the money. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Xbox Game Studios. Very nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
They do it. They do it.
Is it on the Xbox version of these games? You know what I'm saying? Like when you turn on Pentiment on Xbox, does it do that? Does it do that with Hi-Fi Rush?
Haven't played it. I don't know. Hi-Fi
Yeah.
Rush. I'd have to check. I can't remember.
Yeah, because a lot of these companies, they also just do it like they find creative ways to do it in the actual
Yeah.
that kind
I
of
think the
startup
Bethesda games generally
introduction.
stick to just saying Bethesda or ZeniMax or something like that. But
Yeah.
anyway,
I
so
think,
like,
I think Hi-Fi Rush had it.
but I
Yeah,
think
Now
this
you're
is
making
where
me want to check. Now you're making me want to check.
yeah, go for it, right? Why not?
Do
So
it.
if Microsoft is sort of like leading the industry here to say there is the potential to say we can take some games and make them not exclusive as a platform, that the other platforms can start doing the same thing. And it's an inflection point. We had this before with the PC thing, where bringing games to PC day and date became a massive problem, and a bunch of community people like flipped over to the other side. Okay, fair enough, right? And it's sort of happening again, right? Like I don't know why people need to flip. Like you can give your advice to people, like, because we don't own this. Well, I own stock in Microsoft, but that doesn't mean I own Microsoft. But we don't get to tell them what to do. We can just tell them what we want, right? And say this is what I feel. If you want to take us as customers, take our advice or take our input. Here's what I say, and then leave it at that. We don't have to kill ourselves over what Microsoft is doing or what Sony is doing or what Nintendo is doing, or for that matter, Steam. Like, we know they're going to do what's good for their bottom line. That's just the way it is, right?
Mhm.
But ultimately, they'll listen to us. We can give our opinions and then leave it at that. We don't have to go crazy. I think, unfortunately, people do go a little too far at times. They need to calm down.
Yeah.
You were
Like the end of the
100% right. You were 100% right. Hi-Fi Rush did not say Xbox Game Studios.
That's what I'm
says
saying.
ZeniMax.
So they're not altering the games when they're putting them over there. So it's not there because they didn't do it here either. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what the weirdest
So-
part is?
What?
Mojang's not even part of Xbox Game Studios.
Right. They publish themselves.
That's the even weirder part.
yeah.
That Minecraft Dungeons had it. Yet
But
technically
maybe that's
Mojang
why they
is
put
not
the
part of it.
splash on there, because Mojang's like, no, we're not going to do something cool with your name, bro. Like, it's not happening. We're us. So they're like, all right, just insert this in the beginning. That's it. Deal. Deal. We're good. Hold on. Let me get the homie rocket
Very
science.
weird.
What?
Says, thank you, brother, for that Canadian $2 super chat, man. Appreciate
you,
you for being
baby.
here, homie. Says, what Nick isn't accounting for is the greed. And then he says,
and there's a pun in there. That's nice. Yeah.
Mm.
Accounting, greed.
That's a good pun. That's a good pun. Now, this is the other thing I wanted to just show you guys real quick. Again, kind of feeding into Xbox is not like out here looking to promote PlayStation. Like, to be clear, right? So, Sea of Thieves, their Twitter handle, see how it says PlayStation 5 over there, right?
Mm.
After a little bit, they no longer
It
said that.
changed.
It changed to a blue rowboat.
Rowboat.
Because Xbox does not want somebody to go on the Twitter of Sea of Thieves and think that PlayStation, like that Sea of Thieves, is PlayStation. Why? What other reason would they have to get rid of the fact that it said PlayStation 5 there? You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't line up with the fear that's out there, right? The moves they're making doesn't line up that way. If it was pushing Xbox narrative, they would have said, you know what? No, add that Xbox splash screen. We got to make sure they see that shit. Like, make sure it says Xbox here, or make sure, yeah, let them know PlayStation 5. Yeah, we're coming, baby. Woohoo! PlayStation 5, buy our shit over there, right? Like, they're not doing that. Like, they're just
That's what part of
putting
it
it out.
feels like. This is just a look, we did it. Here we go. Scratch that off the list. It doesn't feel like the games they went ahead and put on PlayStation are for the PlayStation gamers. They're not. And it also, they're
Hellblade
not,
would
like
be
you
that
said,
game.
see, they're not out there
Yes,
kicking
it
and
is.
screaming, hey guys, let's go. We're on
Yeah.
PlayStation. And so it just feels like a look at what we're doing. We're sharing games so we don't have to go ahead and grab more important games. And again, it also allows the transition. The CEO of PlayStation did say, and I do believe these games are going to go to Xbox and Switch and Nintendo. I do believe that PlayStation games will end up there. He said it himself. He said it 3 times, and every time he comes out, he clarifies it even more for anyone who's like twisting the ponies out there, twisting the narrative. Well, he didn't mean this, he meant that. And he's like, nah, let me tell you again. And I'm going to make it more clear. And then again, he
3
did it again.
times.
3 times, dude.
Every time making it even more clear.
In your mind, you're like, okay, because I mean, you could imagine he came out here and said this, but Phil knows he probably's been known about this, right? And it's kind of like, okay, they're gonna come out and do this. If we pull the trigger with the games that are we already have these versions of, let's go ahead, put them out there. And look, we did it first. No one can say a damn thing about it.
Facts. Let me get my homie JD Gamer real quick.
JD Gamer,
here.
what's up, baby?
Thank you, my brother, for
Welcome.
being here. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Says, I gotta hit my tagline.
Go, baby.
Pathetic pork begging ponies still got no games. You fudge spreading disingenuous mustard heart Muppets
Holy
make me sick.
Yikes.
Get him, JD.
Get him,
Get 'em.
baby.
Get him.
That's
Also
wild.
over here, Fiddlesticks making some good points here,
What's up,
right?
baby? Welcome.
What's good, Fiddlesticks? Thank you for being here, brother. Says Sifu and Kina and Stray and Bungie games came to Xbox. But oh no, Xbox going third party because Hi-Fi Rush, Grounded, Pentiment, and Sea of Thieves.
Oh my god, I love it.
These were exclusive
Yes.
games on PlayStation.
Kenna? Did Kenna go
they
to
were
X-
not first party.
I don't know if Kenna went. I don't know if
I
Kenna.
was
he
about to
said
say,
it.
I don't think
believe
Kenna
it.
did.
Kenna
don't-
hasn't come over yet.
I don't think
No.
Kenna did,
No.
but the other two.
But again, these were not
first party.
first party. These were indie games, right? They just
Well,
happened to have a.
See,
I think
JD
it's
heard
been
you
for a while.
coming.
What's up, baby?
JD heard you coming, Hargeet. He says, thank you for being, thank you for $5 super chat. He says, PlayStation is already third party. MLB, Marathon, and Destiny say hi.
Hello.
By the way, the latest MLB is coming out on Switch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey,
Haven't the last couple?
No, I think this is the first time. Yeah,
going to Switch.
I don't think
different-
23 made it to Switch.
Dude, it's a different world, man. And this is the thing. We talk about what the hell is the name of these people? PlayStation, right? Being the top.
But maybe
top dogs,
did 23
right?
come?
For the
Did maybe
newest.
no?
22 did, 23 did.
Okay, 22,
Yeah.
23. Okay, wow.
Okay, so it was
Yeah.
already there. But
they've
so
been on that.
PlayStation is the quote unquote leader, even though they're not leading in dollars or in actions because they're broke, but they are the leader in console sales, and that's the way that they want to define
Well, no,
it, right?
that's Nintendo, right? And it's always funny to me, like, what are they the leader in? You know what they're the leader
Nintendo
in?
is the
Thuggery.
actual leader. So
Sony is
PlayStation
the leader
It's
in
mind
thuggery.
share. Yeah, for real. But the point is that when you have this dude coming out here, Hidoki Totoki, whatever, Hiroki, and saying all this shit multiple times, right? Letting people know this is happening. Once that dam breaks, right? Once they go ahead and pull the trigger on something, because they have plenty of games that they can put on Xbox and PC that are sitting there looking stupid because nobody's playing them, especially Helldivers. Dude, you saw the numbers drop?
Yeah.
Like crazy they drop because people are done. People are done with the shit.
No,
Where is it?
you know
Right
why
here.
they dropped?
Because of
They
the
patched
servers.
it. They patched it and put in a 15-minute timeout. So people were staying on, just staying logged in. They weren't playing.
Oh my
They
God.
just stayed logged in the server.
So they weren't even playing.
They weren't
That's some
playing.
clown shit right there.
So they put in a 15-minute timeout. That's why the numbers went down to what they really are.
Interesting. Well, I mean, look at where it is, right? It dropped. Now, a game like Helldivers, right? Phil said it. The man was like, yo, I don't know who does it help to have this game not come to Xbox? Your PlayStation players ain't playing it. The only people playing on PlayStation that I've seen are Xbox dudes playing on their PlayStation.
Phil mad shady. He's like, just saying.
That's
Just
it.
saying.
I mean,
Facts to that.
I mean, it's true. It's true.
I wouldn't be
shout out
surprised
to
if more than
Ray.
half of the PlayStation players are Xbox players are playing it there.
Dude, I mean, it's true, man. It's true. Ray got Ray in the building, letting
to
everybody
Ray
know he got his booster seat on while he's driving and listening. Look at Ray.
He also
Oh,
says he's here for the mustard.
of course, here for the mustard. Oh my God. JD Gamer, the
JD,
homie.
what's
Thank you, my
up,
brother, for being
baby?
here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says, stop saying MLB made Sony make a game for Xbox. Sony could have said no, but Sony and Totoki likes money. I mean, I think about it. They're literally whoring out their San Diego studio, right, to make games for Xbox and Switch and PC, right? So it's like,
It would be interesting to know, since I guess the other ones have also come to Switch. How well does MLB do on the Switch?
That's true.
I don't know how good.
I wonder if
I don't know
Xbox is the
how
lead
good.
platform.
You know,
It's just
Dunno.
interesting numbers, right?
that's a good question. You know
numbers
what's another
guys out
interesting
there.
number over here that I saw that really got me, and this is what leads me to believe that PlayStation needs to do this stuff. Look at this shit here, right? From 1997 to 2024. In 97, they made 57 first-party games. 2011, 28. 2018, 10. In 2024, 7. And that is not even like, think about that. The fact that 7 games supposedly in 2024, and those are not real first party. That's just like their definition of first party, which is I paid for that game, even though it's made by another company like Helldivers, right? So, I mean, again, when you kind of look at everything.
But that's sort of the natural result of games getting very expensive to make, games taking such a long time to make.
But Xbox would be like this. So they made a lot of games, then they went through a lull, and now they're making more games than ever.
Yeah, because
right.
Yeah, well, luckily they've got the headcount to make it happen. But that, I mean, it's funny. I said it a couple of years ago, and I had fanboys clipping me and all sorts of stuff on Twitter when I said Sony's only making 1 or 2 games a year. And that was a couple of years ago. Like, they're reduced to only making a couple of games a year, if that. And here we are, and they're now almost down to 1 or no games a year.
Yeah.
Because
it's
going to be, well, besides MLB, it's going to be 1 game for 2 years. Right?
And the scariest thing is that if they were making a couple of games a year, right? And the profit was exceptional, but they're barely cutting freaking even. These games, it takes them so much money to make that, he feels, the CEO is out here saying they don't understand numbers. They don't understand money. You know how frustrated you have to be to come out here and say that about the teams and the developers?
I mean, yeah.
Look, I understand. I understand he's saying that, but he's also he's also the Sony COO, isn't he? As opposed to PlayStation. So this comes back to what I've said about Xbox, about how the people at Microsoft don't get gaming, but Xbox might, but Microsoft don't. And this seems like the same thing to me. Like,
it is.
The reason Sony is in this boat that they're in right this second is because for many, many years, decisions they make back here affect them up here. So many, many, many years ago, Sony decided that they're going to go all in on giving you the greatest graphics and making sure that all the grass you walk through moves and all the fruit you shoot explodes and, the best of everything. And that takes a lot of time and that costs a lot of money. But they leaned into it, and then they started winning awards for all these games, and they had everyone giving them 10 out of 10s and tripping over themselves to give them 10 out of 10s for all these games. So now they've sort of made that bed, and it's hard to shift.
Undo it.
You roll out of it,
I've always felt for Jim, because Jim could see that he needed to change, but then it's hard to change. Like, he's juggling a lot of balls here. So I get
he's juggling a lot of balls here.
He is. He's juggling a lot of balls. Like,
Nick doesn't know our channel.
You don't have to go there.
Nick doesn't know our channel. You can't be out here saying shit like that.
You get clipped.
Jim loves to juggle balls. You already see it immediately. You see it's already happening, Nick.
Hey, yo.
You gotta watch your words. Look, hey yo, no. See as soon as you say, look, big pause, homie.
So should I have rephrased and said he's got a lot of balls in the air?
he has a lot of different things he's dealing with right now because the balls in the air are just bound to land somewhere, probably in his mouth. All right, like that's the way we envision it. So
we can barely talk about Power World on this channel without there being a situation. So
Yeah, I just
look at as soon as Doodle said it, he got the pal spheres going.
those blue balls. Those
Jim juggles balls in the air, Ryan.
oh my God.
maybe I should have done more research before jumping on. Well, okay. You might be right, Manny. Maybe I should have said he's spinning a lot of plates as opposed to juggling balls.
That was a little better.
There you go.
But yes, I've said in the past, I feel for him because I reckon Jim deep down has always understood that they needed to change and that they needed to follow in a similar direction to Xbox, but it's not because of the position Sony's coming from, which is one of leadership more or less. They can't pivot as quickly. Like if you look throughout history, Microsoft has a proven history of literally changing overnight. So they had organized Xbox One for probably how many years, and then literally overnight went, okay, we're changing it. And then we're doubling the price of gold. Overnight, we're changing it. We're doing this. I guess it's one of the advantages of being in third place is that you can be a little more agile. Sony's not quite in the same boat. They can't just change overnight. It has to take a little bit of time. So we've seen it now. They do want to pivot towards games as a service. And I'm sure the success of Helldivers helps a lot, helps immensely. Because they're like, okay, we could do it too. Even though technically they didn't make it, Arrowhead I don't think is a first-party studio. They're an indie studio, effectively.
Yep.
But at least Sony knows that, okay, we can have a successful games as a service game as well. Let's just
On
start
PC.
Yeah, well,
on PC they can have a successful game. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what the data showed them. The data showed them that PlayStation players ate shit.
Helldivers will definitely have shoved them further over the edge in terms of putting their games day and date on PC. Like it's a big case for doing that. But I totally see them, getting more games as a service games out there. That's why they've acquired a few studios that do games as a service games. That's why they're acquiring studios full stop, so they can get more games out there. They can't keep waiting on Santa Monica and Naughty Dog to take 5-6 years to make a game that costs 300 million, 400 million, 500 million to make, and it needs to sell 10 million just to break even. Like, they can't keep doing that forever. Like the
problem is are those games, are those other games going to satiate the PlayStation fan base? See, that's the problem they have. They set them up to have this high bar expectation. You can't then go ahead and buy some AA studio and be like, here, bro, go make us something that they want. Look at Helldivers. Helldivers looks amazing. Aesthetically speaking, it's right up there with any of their... Well, cinematically, right? I don't think if you stop and look at it, it looks great. But you get what I'm saying. The explosions, they put a lot of energy into making it look and feel good. I never played it, but just from my Twitter
I finally got a chance to play yesterday when it would actually let me in for the first time.
Oh, how is it?
It's fun, but visually, there's an irony in the fact that if this was an Xbox game, I'll tell you right now, it would be getting clowned on massively for its visuals. If this was an Xbox.
I feel like we already knew that. Yeah.
I saw somebody clip walking and they saw like everything looks like shit around them. I think what they focused on that makes it look good in the clip is the smoke or the bomb, the things blowing up, and that's what all these Twitter videos show. They don't show you just walking and seeing, because they did show like the grass is shitty. You just kind of walk through it. It looks like crap. Like I definitely saw that. But I definitely look at that and say that even like They don't know that, right? PlayStation players don't know that until they buy it, right? Because that's not what's been marketed, right? What's been marketed is the showy stuff, right? The explosions, and they still won't show up for that shit. They don't. Tell you right now, they make an announcement that Helldivers coming to Xbox next week. I bet you see a lot more people playing that shit on
Absolutely.
Xbox.
I hope not.
And
I've
I
just
mean,
bought it on
the,
I've
open
just bought it on PlayStation.
Just give it,
I
put
don't
it in
want it to
Game
be
Pass.
an-
You put it in Game Pass, then I'll play it. I ain't paying for that shit.
I don't want it to be announced for Xbox now. I just bought it. Keep it on PlayStation.
Now it definitely has to be announced, all right? Game Pass tomorrow. Just like Dead Island 2, man. All right, just like Dead Island 2. Shadow dropped that shit. Oh my god.
Big surprise.
Yeah, that was a huge surprise. And no, but like again, that's a big game, right? It's like Game Pass is so
Market
underappreciated.
it.
And again, we don't see.
They are so bad at marketing, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not that they're bad at marketing. It's just that they look at it and say, why bother? Okay, so why spend the money when the market already has decided, right? So they're just giving it to the people who are going to know about it anyway, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, but
The
I don't know
people
if I
who do it are
agree with
followers.
that. I don't know.
I mean, of course they're going to, but I feel like Call of Duty is going to usher that in. I feel like for them, when they think about what can we spend a lot of money on marketing, it's going to be Call of Duty, bro. Call of Duty, when that game is dropping into Game Pass, let's put it this way. If that doesn't change anything, if that doesn't change the way they market, then it is what it is.
But,
right?
but
But up
it
to
goes
this
back
point,
to what
we
you
never
said
had a
earlier,
game.
though. It goes back to what Doodle said earlier. Microsoft seems to want everything straight away. They don't seem to have much patience. Like before, you were saying, well, they've written off all the areas or the regions that they don't do well in, and it's like, yeah, but have they tried? Like, you need to put long-term strategies in place. So if you want to do better in Europe, then spend more time localizing your games. If you want to do better in Asian regions, then spend more money localizing your games and having more languages supported. Like you can't expect to do well in those countries if you don't take those countries seriously.
It's like the chicken and the egg. You know what I'm saying? They're like, why spend the money if we don't have anybody who's going to use those things that we're spending the money on because they don't buy them? And then it's like, well, why would we buy it if you guys don't spend the money on making the game accessible to us in those places?
That's right.
Like I get it, but
it's got to be long term.
I would also go ahead and I would at least look at Microsoft as an entity and see their $3 trillion, market cap and see how big they are and see what they've done and give them a little credit to see that maybe they ran the numbers in those areas. And even if they got people to start doing it, it wouldn't be much of a dent, and maybe that's why they don't see it. I don't know. I'm just
short term.
I'm just saying.
This is what I'm saying. The Microsoft needs to accept that it's going to be short term pain for long term gain. Like the gains they made in Japan across the 360 generation were across an entire generation, a long one too. The 360 generation was when we first started getting really long generations, and the gains they made. It was through patience and through persistence and through consistency. And then they just abandoned that with Xbox One. And now they're like, oh, well, we're not doing well in Japan. Well, of course you're not. You didn't persist. You just gave up.
Just hired that Japan, that dude or somebody in Japan, right? To go literally start doing that.
Well, that was for content, but they do need to really market differently, right? Like if there are people in the US who still don't know what Game Pass is, they're obviously not marketing enough. And that's in the US. And then if you look at that across Europe, across ANZ, you look at Asia, they have to do a much better job. You have to get influencers. The problem with Microsoft, I've been saying this for a little bit now, is that Microsoft is a very enterprise-focused company where you don't have to market. You know why? Because as an IT guy, I know what I need to get, and I go look at what I want to get, and I look at their catalog of things, say, oh, this will match my technology here. That company's technology there will match this thing, and that's how I'll get my business done, right? So they don't need to market. They just need to say this is stuff we have, which is not the case for consumers. You have to evoke emotions. You have to. There's just no way around it, right? If you want to have somebody be a part of it, you have to make it interesting and cool. And they're just not doing that anymore. They used to do that. They used to do that when they started, right? And now they just abandoned it. And like now they expect us, the community, to go make that thing happen. And it's like, well, we can only go so far, right?
So I just real quick, I just want to clarify real quick, because I meant that people expect that, not that they feel a need to put everything out in one shot. I feel like if they buy a studio, it's right away, well, Xbox, where are the games? Like, I feel like
Oh no, you're 100% right.
they
You're 100%
bunch it
right on that.
up. They don't give them the time to kind of go ahead and get to where they need to go.
Yeah. No, you're 100.
Are different.
You're spot on. That's true. But I'm saying it also applies to Microsoft themselves. And that's why I relayed it back to ABK and how they're not even giving it a chance to actually. They just closed the deal. They just closed it, and they're already talking.
Is going to be awesome for COD.
Yeah, like
really
I think Call of Duty is going to usher it in. Like, also, let's not forget, like, Microsoft did make really aggressive marketing moves before, not too long ago, that essentially blew up in their face, which would kind of be a reason that maybe they're not so interested in doing that, which is when they tried to save Mixer and they spent all that money on influencers coming over to Mixer, Ninja, and all these people that they paid shit tons of money to get them to come over, and nothing changed. People just said, I don't care about Ninja, now he's over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were like,
I've had this debate before, but again, it still comes back to them not doing things properly and them not having any patience. Like, you can't expect Mixer to take on Twitch when you still don't have Mixer apps everywhere. Twitch has an app everywhere. They have a Samsung TV app. They have an LG app. They have an iOS app. They have an Android app. Twitch is everywhere. Mixer was nowhere. So it doesn't matter how many ninjas you bring across. You can bring 50 ninjas across. It won't make a difference if you don't have apps anywhere. Like, it can't. This is what I mean. This is why I get so frustrated, because Microsoft just don't get it. I know people say, oh, you're telling Microsoft how to do business. Yeah, in gaming I am, because they're not a gaming company. Like Hargeet said, they're an enterprise company. They're a Windows company. They're an Office company. They're not a gaming company, and they never have been.
That's a little hard to say. There's been 20-something years that they've been in gaming. It's now bigger than Windows. From the start. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're bigger than Windows. If they're not a gaming company, then they're also not a PC company anymore. Because Xbox gaming has overtaken Windows. So they're very much a game company. Now, again, you know, we were just talking about the thing, but also, like, this all just happened, right? Like, give them some time to sort everything out. They're still trying to figure out what's going to work. They're doing this thing, trying to do something a little different. Like, I think they're looking at Call of Duty. I have a company, right? I do have a company, right? And I'm looking at marketing, right? And I'm saying to myself, well, I can market now, but the things I have to market are not going to change the world.
Heavy hitters.
Right? It's not going to move the needle. Sure, there's going to be some people who like Hellblade, but even on PlayStation, that shit barely sold, right? With the first one, right? So, like, as cool as all that sounds, that's still niche, right? That's still catering to the hardcore. Once they have Call of Duty, where they can plaster that shit everywhere. Because remember, Call of Duty is already plastered everywhere just with the PlayStation brand on there. So all they're going to do is they're going to take their number 2 pencil, right? Flip it around, get the eraser going, scratch out PlayStation, stamp Xbox there, and all of a sudden, now you have something that is worth throwing money at. The other things, I mean, you got to be honest with the brand right now. There's not a whole lot that outside of Xbox is something that people are craving for. It's just what it is right now, right? Everything that came out that would have mattered came out with a negative connotation around it, right? Halo Infinite would have been huge. It was amazing. Loved it. Halo's my favorite game ever, right? Halo Infinite was amazing. The multiplayer was amazing, but negative shit around it, right? And then people don't forget that. Even if you fix it, the damage is done. People still think that Master Chief Collection is broken. It's been a million years. It's fixed beyond belief, but they still think it's broken just because of the narrative. They don't go back and follow up on shit. Once they write it off, it's written off. So once they heard that something was bad, that's the way it's going to be. So until they have something compelling that's big coming out, and again, as dope as Hellblade is going to be for us, I do not think that is the game. I think that's a cool game. Yeah, it's a cool game to put up on stage for us to show us, and a game that we're going to be playing. But there's not going to be droves of people coming to Xbox because the new Hellblade came out. It's just what it is, right? So,
but it's never going to be one game though.
Exactly. I think it can be.
Yeah, Call of Duty.
Not for Microsoft though. Not for Microsoft.
I get what you're saying, CMoney. That Call of Duty would be good for casuals, right? That would bring people.
Yes, that's the market. That's what they're trying to get. They're not trying to get the hardcore players from PlayStation. They don't want them because the hardcore players on PlayStation don't buy shit. You know who spends money on PlayStation? The fucking casuals with their microtransactions. All right. Yeah. That's who they are. That's who they want. They don't give a shit about the hardcore. The hardcore is worthless to them. That's why we all throw a fit and cry. They don't give a shit. These people think that they think they made multi-million-dollar decisions based off of a small fragment of the Twitter space that cries. No. Phil Spencer came out. He was like, yo, we were planning this shit since December. We were going to talk about ABK first because this was such a small thing to us. But since it got out there and blew up, we'll talk about it now. Like, the Twitter doesn't matter, bro. The Twitter bubble is very small. I'm not saying that hardcore people don't shift the narrative, you know, in a significant way over time. Yes, of course. But I think that happens mostly in the beginning of a generation, to be honest with you, is when all the hardcore people are getting on and they're defining which console is the main console. And Xbox right now, that shit's already done. 2026, though, they come out with a new console. Next gen is starting in 2026. It's a different narrative. You market the shit out of Call of Duty having a next gen only version on the new Xbox because there is no other next gen title, next gen console that's out at that time. It changes the narrative. That is an inflection point that you want to hit, right? In sales, when you look at things, right? You can say a lot of things, but it doesn't matter. It's not how you say it, it's when you say it, right? Because when you say it matters the most. It's the impact that you say something with that will change minds and make people see things differently. And that's how we can get somebody who wasn't thinking about buying something to then writing a check or giving you a credit card because you made an impactful change in their mindset, right? This is what marketing is, just at a bigger scale. And again, why waste your dollars on titles that are not going to move the needle? Call of Duty
it's
is
not
that
the titles. It's you know, it's taking Game Pass and making it something people can understand. And,
but even then, Game Pass, what game in Game Pass are you going to tell people is the must play? See, you wrap Game Pass in the Call of Duty conversation.
And
hey,
now Game
look
Pass
at that
is a
game
big
you all
deal.
know and love. Look at that amazing game you all know and love. Yes, it's on Xbox. Great. But where is it else? It is in Game Pass day one.
I mean, Call of Duty's one, right? They also have Madden. They also have FIFA. They also have, you know, a whole bunch of other games that are in there. It's not about that. It's people just don't even know it exists. And you got to think about people who are just coming into gaming and saying, if they don't know that, right? That's a fantastic service to have when you're just starting out and saying, I want to try a whole bunch of games. It's like, dude, you have the entire Halo series, the entire Gear series. You have like the Mass Effect. You have like, there's so many games in there that there's just unbelievable quality games that are in Game Pass, and you don't have to go buy all of them. You just try which ones you like, right? And you know, if you don't like it, just uninstall. That's it. It's just that simple, right?
You just said
I can't speak to how they market in the US. I don't live in the US, but in Australia, they don't really market to casuals at all.
Exactly.
Like the closest thing I saw to casual marketing for Game Pass was walking through a shopping center and seeing a quick 10-second Game Pass ad on one of those
the ones that change. Yes, I know what you're saying.
The vertical LCD screen, and it's like,
and let me guess what it said was
that
Game Pass at this rate, right? Something along those lines.
Like it doesn't
tell you anything about it.
That's right. It tells you nothing about it. Like, to me, if I was, and again, I'm just doing this from an Australian perspective now. If I was trying to market Game Pass to casuals, I'd be advertising on free-to-air TV. I'd be advertising on radio. I'd be advertising in cinemas. That's where I would, because they're sitting there. They can't go anywhere. They're watching that screen, and there's an ad. Whatever the ad is, I've seen some cool American Game Pass ads, like that drive-through one, where they're rolling up to a drive-through window and they're explaining what's on Game Pass. Yeah, man, give me an ad like that in the cinemas that's showing casual audiences, oh, what? I can just pay this much a month and get like 400 games? Holy shit.
Exactly.
That's
what
cool.
they need to do.
They don't
And
do
that
that.
needs to be in massive venues. It needs to be exactly like you're saying, theaters. You're sitting there 20 minutes before the movie anyway. Why not, right? You're going to get a whole bunch of people who are like, what the heck was that? That's kind of interesting. I'm going to look that up, right? You do it in massive events, right? Super Bowl, World Series, World Cup, cricket, whatever, right? They have there's all these massive eyeballs, and you like, why not? What's the yes, it costs money, but don't tell me with the massive amount of money you have burning in the bank that you couldn't spend that money and at least try to give it a chance.
You can't do interviews saying, oh, we're not the casual console of choice when you haven't bothered marketing to casuals.
I agree with that. And the Super Bowl was a big deal because I thought I was going to see a nice commercial, right, about Game Pass and Xbox during the Super Bowl, and I was quite disappointed that they didn't have one there. But maybe they are waiting for that Call of Duty moment. Maybe they feel like that's the game that's going to bring people over, or maybe because of this generation, when the new system comes out, they're trying to really attack it. I can only assume that such a big company that has navigated through getting where they are right now, with considering where they were, right? Xbox. And now you see the studios and the games and Game Pass and everything that they've built. I can't imagine that that's where they dropped the ball, right? They have to have some type of strategy or idea as to when they're going to go ahead and really push hard. And I do agree, Call of Duty being such a big game and for the casuals is the thing to target with, because again, like you said, CMoney, Hellblade is not going to, it's very specific, like it's very intense.
Right.
And it's not for every type of gamer. It fits perfectly in Game Pass that people that wouldn't think that they will click with that game will go ahead and try it and potentially go ahead and enjoy it, and they'll get played a lot. But yeah, I don't think that's the changing point. Let's not forget Indiana Jones as well comes out this year, and that is also a big thing to
And they
market.
could have had that at the Super Bowl. Right? They could say
The Super Bowl. I was really disappointed. I saw the Paramount commercial though for Master Chief. They had the whole freaking trailer. I was like, oh my gosh, that's fire. Yes, let's go.
You can advertise that.
Waiting for the
and this is what I mean.
On that.
I have seen ads for the Halo TV series on free-to-air TV in Australia, and yet I haven't seen ads for Xbox. Like I mean,
they obviously have to do shit, right? Like they have to do it, huh?
You know the difference, right? One is being done by a media company, Paramount, and so they don't have market their freaking shit. That's just it. Xbox does not. I know, like Doodle, you think that they actually will do it. I don't think they know to do it.
No,
I think they need to go hire a marketing company that understands today's market.
Cypher Type 1 said Xbox has done Super Bowl ads before. So I don't think that it's that they don't understand it, but you know, I also think that marketing is, I think that the issue is marketing just for the sake of marketing when you don't think that the return is going to be there doesn't make sense for them. For them, this console generation is already lost. They're not right now. They don't need to try to do this. And again, I get what you're saying with Game Pass, but I feel like the big thing is going to come when they have the huge title to do it. That makes it worth the money, because in Super Bowl, what were they going to show on Game Pass during the Super Bowl? That one day these games are going to come out? That's not how it works. Not people.
You don't have to. The show was already there. Yeah.
Just do a Game Pass ad.
Yeah, and what I would do is with look, they've had like Snoop Dogg, who's an enthusiast of Xbox. They've had they have the obvious, X gonna give it to you song from DMX. Why not just take advantage of these things? Put together something that would
Did
be
the
viral.
halftime show, and Usher has that meme: "Happy Easter, Xbox! Merry Christmas, Xbox!" And you had Usher at the halftime show.
Get influencers, make something viral. It sticks in people's head. Wow, that ad was hilarious. It was awesome. What were they talking about? Oh, well, let me look that up. Right? That's what you need, right? If you want engagement, it can't be boring, like stupid crap, which is what they usually do. You got to have people who are going to be like influencers that are big, that people will look at and say, what were they talking about? Let me go look that up. That's what they need to do. And I don't know if they know to do that or not, but I know they had the whole Surface thing with the NFL for a while, and so they had advertising with them. But did they really take advantage of that? Not really. They just don't know how to do consumer things, and that's what that really bugs me. And they used to do it, by the way. They were way better when they
360
started
days. In the
they
360
were way
days.
better. Yeah, exactly. They were. Well, they had Peter Moore, right?
That's what baffles me, because they're so connected, like with the community and being out there and kind of engaging and talking and being direct. And it's kind of like, how can they not know how to approach this, especially with the amount of money that they have?
That's
Well,
why
ask
I feel like
yourself.
it's a choice, bro. That's why I feel like it's a choice.
What is the point?
That's the only thing I can wrap my head around, is that it's not like, can they not really hire a company to do this? Of course they can. That's why I'm saying, like, in my mind, I can't wrap my head around the idea that they don't know how. I just don't think that they feel with what they have right now, it's worth spending when it's going to cost
Potentially,
for them to do it.
and I
Like,
hope
how
that's all
many
it is.
subscribers? Say that again.
I hope that's it. I hope you're right. I hope it's just that they're
That's
waiting.
what I'm thinking.
Here's the
I'm
thing.
telling you that it has to be, because it doesn't make any sense anyway. Why would they spend $80 billion on getting this publisher, but not spend a few $100 million to advertise the shit? Right? Like like the numbers don't make sense when you see what they have available to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Call of Duty
I hope
is
they
the
do turn
one,
it
bro.
around.
Look,
I
I put it right on the screen. Right? January. All these new games come out. What's the top selling game across across everything? Call of Duty. You have to, like, the power of Call of Duty is crazy. You saw it. Xbox 360 had the Call of Duty marketing. They dominated. Then they lost it. PlayStation 4 dominated. Now you can say that it was the Xbox One mess up and everything, sure, but there's one common thing that we can just track and see what changed.
But that just goes to show you the damage. But that goes to show you the damage Xbox One did, because for the first couple of years of that generation, Xbox still had COD marketing. So that just goes to show you the damage Xbox One did, that it could wipe out COD marketing. Like, it's no coincidence. It's not a coincidence that their most successful generation is the one where they had Peter Moore running the show. Like, a guy who got gaming. He understood gaming, and he had failed with the Dreamcast, and he had gone up against Sony toe-to-toe and failed, and understood the nuances and understood how it all works, and then the 360 came along and they smashed it. Like, it's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
They just, right now, they just don't appear to have the people that quite get it and fully understand how to compete in that way.
I wouldn't downplay Phil Spencer that far, bro. Like, I feel like Phil has been there the entire time, right? Before Peter Moore came through, right? So as far as like understanding gaming, I mean, he was in charge of the first party development for years. Like, he understands it. He's been there. Every decision he makes, like, dude, he said, I like Brotato, and then boom, after that, just a little bit later, it's in Game Pass, right? Like, this is a gamer. He's not like Peter Moore was not a gamer like Phil Spencer's a gamer.
Correct. He wasn't.
Okay. Phil plays the games. So I can't have slander on the GOAT who brought Xbox back to life because of some marketing.
Or Phil specifically, right?
But he is the equivalent to him, right?
Even Sarah, right?
Exactly.
Sarah, when she had that interview, she went ahead and she explained like about Game Pass and going through COVID and how they saw people connecting. I feel like they're smart and they know what they're doing. And I feel like maybe it is more of a choice than it is a lack of understanding it. If they were lacking that, they have the money to go ahead and learn it. And sometimes it's just a
Listen,
choice.
spending money on marketing is literally throwing it to the wind and hoping something comes back from it.
Of
And
course.
at their level, you're not talking a little bit of money. Like what you're asking them to do for there to be any type of impact is for them to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially into the billions of dollars to really go crazy and do this. And they might not still see that return just
They won't
because
see it.
right now. That's what I'm saying. Right
You won't see it
now,
immediately.
won't
It'll
see it.
take time.
That's
Yeah.
right. It takes
Yes,
time. They got to
but
persist.
Why
But-
not wait? You know, it's
but
funny
if you-
because we do say with
Sure.
with them, it's kind of like, okay, when this whole thing broke out, a lot of people were saying, well, wait till Call of Duty is in Game Pass. Wait till you see what comes from ABK. So it's funny how we understand that and we don't see the fact that once Call of Duty is in there, advertising Game Pass at that time is the perfect time. Or when a new box, you mentioned the Xbox One generation and how it was kind of like people make up their mind. They're like, okay, well, I don't want anything to do with you, whether it works or not, because of what I previously heard. And when the new box comes out, this generation is lost. The new box comes out, you push that with Call of Duty
Yes.
Game Pass. That is the time to really go aggressive and bundle it all up. I'm not sure that the money that they would spend now will reflect, right,
I
when
don't
it
think
comes
so.
to Game Pass or
don't
anything
think
else,
so.
because everybody already made up their mind about the box. So right now is
And
not
that's
the time
fair.
to sell the boxes. It's the time to get the people that have the box to go ahead and subscribe to Game Pass. And that's as far as it's gonna get right now.
And if you play
but you're only
Xbox,
thinking
you're
about
not, you see Game Pass, right? Like it doesn't need to be marketed to you outside of the fact that you see they have it on your dashboard now. You toggle over the Game Pass and it says new in Game
There's still
Pass. You know,
people
recently
on Xbox
released.
who don't know about it. Sadly, there's still
But-
people who don't
And
know.
no,
what it is.
and no one's buying the consoles anyway.
And you're
That's what I'm
forgetting
saying,
PC.
like, that's the
Like
point.
this generation, it's already kind of lost. Like if they didn't flip people over during the holidays, this is not the time. Like they're gonna come out with Call of Duty. That's the time to push it. And then when they come out with the new gen, that's the time to really go hard and go ahead and advertise so that people can buy the new box. Right now, it's kind of like wasted money. And real quick, to your point, like CMoney, I know that you're like this with apps, right? But for me, I'm not the same type of person. So like we are subscribed to like Netflix, Paramount, Apple TV, and all this other stuff. To me, it's kind of like, well, explain to me what's in there that's gonna make me want this, right? Where you CMoney will sign up and kind of be like, well, we'll see what's there and maybe we'll find something we like. I feel like a lot more people are like me, that they need kind of like a breakdown and understanding as to why is it worth subscribing to something.
Exactly.
And it will be a no-brainer once Call of Duty is in there for people to jump in.
For some
Or
people,
when they
like,
have
do
a
you
new
play Call of
system
Duty,
and they're
Doodle?
like, all right, there's a new system out. This is the time to do it.
But Doodle, do you play Call of Duty?
I do not.
They could
I've played
absolutely
Call of
advertise
Duty.
to you,
I've played
right? They
Call of
could market to
Duty,
you today.
but it's not like a Fortnite for me where I'm like, okay, I'm in there
Exactly.
constantly, but I've
again,
played it.
you look at the month of January and we see, yes, they're not getting everybody.
I get all
from
that,
there.
right?
Yeah,
But they
that's
still
just the
have the
biggest
PC
net
market
that
to
they
go
want to
after.
cast.
Right? They still have the PC market to go after, and they can go after that at any
Yep,
point.
thanks.
Right? There's no reason to slow down on that. And so, but I do get what you're saying, right? And Doodle, you're right. If they were thinking about it, if they were actually going to consider it and do that campaign 6 months before the next gen starts, right? And let's say, because we seem to see a massive roadmap of launch titles that are going to be available in that launch window, and you just say, this is our new generation. Like we only had Halo. That was the only game that was going to be coming out with the Xbox Series consoles, and that got delayed. If you have like 7 games of that caliber, and they're going to have those, right? Because Call of Duty is going to be a marquee title automatically, right? And then you have all the other ones that are lining up. You have all that coming out, and you say all of this is available to you at a certain price, $17 a month, whatever, right? Get our console. Heck, you can buy the whole console with Game Pass for $35, whatever it is a month, right? And you have everything, right? Yes, that could be a time to actually go do that marketing in a very viral way worldwide. Because one of the other problems I see with them is they market here, and then anybody else who speaks English may get it, but they don't do it everywhere, right? And if you're in South Korea, you're not speaking English, you're not watching this stuff. You have to have South Korean influencers. If you're in Japan, you have to have Japanese influencers, right? ANZ is somewhat insular, but it can get some of our stuff, but it is its own market. And you do have to kind of go there and say, well, what's going to resonate here and go make that happen. Europe is so fragmented as far as languages. You kind of have to go there and deal with the different things that happen there. It's just the way it is, right? And they have to think in that mindset. They just don't. And that's a problem with them. They have to go beyond. That's why they don't go anywhere else. They're just a US console and very little market share anywhere else. It's because they just don't go anywhere else. And I hope they are taking that, Doodle. I hope they are taking that into account and saying, all right, we're going to have a relaunch, a rebrand, and we're going to take Call of Duty, and hopefully they buy somebody else like Square or something like that, and say, we're going to launch Final Fantasy, we're going to launch Call of Duty, we're going to launch Blade, we're going to launch Elder Scrolls. It's going to be a crazy lineup. All of it day and date in Game Pass, all of it at this low monthly cost worldwide, right? And make that resonate. But it's got to be a consumer message that evokes emotion, makes you feel like it's a cool place to be for gaming. That's something they have to just do. I really do hope they have that in mind, Doodle. I love the idea that they're holding back to do that. That would be awesome. I hope that's the case, and I hope it isn't just the usual what we're used to, which is they just don't even think about it. They just go through.
I'm just saying there. Listen, at a small scale, I understand what that is. So, in understanding that, it just makes sense when you have something that's coming, that's a huge thing that's coming. Like, that's where you focus it. Why muddy the message? Why start putting out stuff that is not going to resonate
crazy,
and then do it, right? It's silly. Just wait for you when you have that big one and then go all in. Now, again, this is all going to play out pretty soon. And if we don't see the marketing Call of Duty once it's announced, right? It's announced and we know it's coming to Game Pass. If they're not taking advantage of that, then that's a different discussion, right? But right now,
at that point,
when you're so close to it being there, they still can't talk about this one, right? Like, this is not something that they can market. They don't have the marketing for the one that's out currently, right? That's still PlayStation 1. So they still can't talk about that. So they basically just have to sit on their hands until it goes. And if they're planning to spend ridiculous amounts of money to do that, I mean, you wait till it matters. You wait till it has the most impact. You wait till somebody can say, holy crap, what's that? Turn it on. Here it is, right? Like, that's what you wait for. But real quick,
especially when they're trying to go ahead and flip over those PlayStation players, and that's what they play.
The casual ones,
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The homie Gaming Forte, man,
baby?
Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Says they won't see it now, but they had the majority of these studios since 2018. Why not start marketing then? I work in retail, never saw Game Pass marketing, but they didn't have the games though, bro. So they had the studio. They purchased the studios.
When your Xbox fans are asking you, where are these games? And
like,
they have no
now.
patience for it. Do you think anybody's going to sign up for the studios that you bought and somewhere down the line you might get these games? No shot in hell.
But he's talking about advertising Game Pass. More so than the
yes,
games.
But for he's saying for the studios that they bought, for the games that are to come. People are not going to sign up for a pinky swear promise, like for what will someday happen.
Let's also not forget, and again, to be clear, I know what we're talking about here, it makes a lot of sense, but let's not forget how many times Phil Spencer has been asked about this and how many times he said that we are not trying to make Game Pass the only thing that we have. They still want people to be buying the games. So as much sense as that makes to have them go into Game Pass, what they really want is for only the people who see that value on their own to go do it, like go do that. But everybody else, they still want them to buy the game, right? Because they want to make a big chunk of money without worrying about the cost of that Game Pass brings, right? They just want the money right there, right? That's why it's a mix, right? I mean, look at Suicide Squad, right? Look at it right there. January was number 3. Okay, brand new game, number 3 for the month across everything, and we just got the reports that WB said it wasn't enough. It's not enough, and now they're gonna just this 1 month has passed. Okay, just this 1 month, it's not enough, and this one game has set them up for a tough year. Listen, this is shit that they're spending money on. They can't go crazy if they know that shit is not going to work out great. Imagine if they spent even more money trying to market this game when they already knew the negative feeling around it, right? That's the same thing that Xbox is in. Xbox has a negative connotation around it, right? The vast majority of the world doesn't look at Xbox like it's something huge. So you have to wait till you have something amazing to hit it with. That's the only way
Yes,
I
and I,
see it.
I
That's
want to
why it
go
makes
to a
sense to
couple
me.
of these comments. Gaming Forte says that those games did still hit Game Pass, but you can't expect people to pay for 3 years of Game Pass or however long for that one game to
But not
come
even
out if
2018.
they're waiting for a specific game.
Or you talking about
Sappho,
the old gaming sports? Like the game that they were working on, like We Happy Few. I don't remember what the other studios were working on. Oh no, Outer Worlds. Like, are you talking about those type of games? Because I mean, I think they
Well, no, the
they
studios
came out
that
there.
the 2018 acquisitions are finally giving us new games now, right?
Yeah,
So we get
finally we're getting
Avowed,
them
we get
now.
we're
Yeah,
getting Avowed and Indie, and we're getting Hellblade and whatchamacallit, Fable and South of Midnight, et cetera, right? All those are
all the
finally
stuff from
starting to
there.
come out.
so realistically, do we think that if they went ahead and they said we bought the studio to make this game, that's when people would sign up to Game Pass instead of saying, okay, well, when that game comes out,
Well, but the
it's
assumption
when
is that
if
you're
that's what you're
only going to
looking
play
to.
those games, right?
Mhm.
There's like several hundred games in Game
Mm.
Pass. And the value isn't just, hey, this new game is coming. That's for us who already have it, right?
Mm.
Is why would I keep it, right? But there are a whole bunch of gamers in the world who don't even know that, hey, I have a PC. I could sign up for this thing, and suddenly I have access to EA games. I
Yep.
have access to Xbox games. I have access to Bethesda games. I have access to Activision games. I have access to Blizzard games. And Blizzard's pretty big on PC, right? Bethesda's pretty big on PC. And you suddenly have access to this vast library that you may not have played before. And you're like, well, that's pretty cool. And it's $10 a month. Why don't I just do it? Because they don't have to pay for the online. They don't have to pay 17. They get $10 with EA. That's a pretty damn good deal, right? And like the EA catalog alone is pretty good. So why not? They could advertise that today and say, you want to play the latest Star Wars games? They're in here. You don't have to go buy them for $70. They're in here, right? So you want to play the latest like Madden? It's 6 months old. You want to play it? It's here. The latest FIFA, whatever it's called now, because they don't have the FIFA name.
Mm-hmm.
It's here, right? There's so much available to them. Battlefield. They have all sorts of like old EA games with the Mass Effects. What else? Like the Dragon Age, et cetera, right? There's all sorts of games, right? So, and that's just the EA catalog. Then you add Activision, you add Bethesda, right? There's so much there. And if you're a gamer that's just like starting out on PC gaming, this is a great deal. It's like, so why not advertise that, right? I think that like, if people know that it exists, right, it gives them an option to say, because they don't have to subscribe forever. Just pay $10, try it out for a month or two. Is it worth it to you? Great. If it isn't, fine, unsubscribe, right? But like, if they don't even know about it, they won't even go there. And I think they have like what 5-6 million or whatever current PC Game Pass subscribers. To me, that should be like 30. There's just no reason that shouldn't be higher.
But
it isn't. It isn't because they don't know. That's the problem. They don't know.
Yep.
I mean, who knows, man?
100%.
I guess we don't know their thought behind it. Like again, if their plan as an entity is not to be dominated by Game Pass, but instead just have it be there for the people who want to take advantage of it, but not necessarily push it like crazy. I mean, we don't know. Maybe they look at the numbers and they're like, no, we still want to make sure there's a good amount of people who are just buying these games, and that's
a possibility,
also helping put games into Game Pass for the people who are subscribed to it, right? I mean, we just don't know, and that's why I hesitate to act like they're like completely stupid for not marketing it this way, because maybe they just don't have those same desires as an entity they just don't want that. They don't want
And there
every
are a
single
lot of
person on
people
Game
that are
Pass.
passionate for one specific game. So, like you talked, Madden, a lot of people play the crap out of it. Did come out 6 months
They could
ago,
just buy it.
and
That's
that's
fine.
like their game. If they were anticipating for it, they already bought it, and it's kind of like time to move on. I feel like they know what there's a reason behind it. We don't know, but they can't have the money that they have and lay out the plan that they have and then forget about marketing.
So Nick,
Yeah,
you were
like if
gonna say something?
PlayStation was doing this, I would be like, man, these
That makes
broke
sense.
motherfuckers can't market shit, right? But for Microsoft, this is a non-issue. Like they can hire the best marketing firm or agency in the world
If
to do
that's what's
whatever they
lacking
want.
and
Like
that's
if
what
they
they
want it,
needed.
they got it. They will Ariana Grande this bitch in an instant. All right.
But
There's
will
no stopping them. And that's why, as much as we want to talk about it as if they're idiots, dude, they just have different
I don't think
desires
they're idiots.
than we're
Yeah.
thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like we're looking at it like they're wasting the potential, when in their eyes they're like, nah, it's growing at a good enough clip for us because we mostly want to focus on these other things, or we want to just keep having a certain amount coming in a different way. We want to be diversified. We don't want everything in one line, right? I mean, again, we don't know, and I'm not saying that
And it's not about them
I
being
agree with you guys, but I
perfect,
also see
though. I
that
do think
I
that
think they
yes,
would.
they could if they wanted. If they enhance the marketing, then yes, that will be a good thing. But it will have to be what they want to do. We're talking about money. With money, you can fix everything. They can't sit there and play with their thumbs and say we don't know how to market, and that's accepted. I think knowing that money changes things, right? We saw the situation that PlayStation is in, and look at Xbox now. Knowing that what money can do, I don't think their hands are tied.
They got the judge to believe that when Matt Booty said we want to spend them out of business, while spending them out of business by buying ABK, that they, no, I get it. No, that
That was
wasn't
3
what you were
years
trying to
ago.
do.
We're not planning to do
No,
that
man,
anymore.
they know what they're
While
doing.
buying
Well, I mean, that's
ABK.
While
fair for them to do that.
doing something they can't do.
Anyways, Nick, you were
I'll
gonna
just
say
say-
something?
I was just going to say earlier about the games thing. Like, you're saying they still want people to buy games, but who do they think's going to buy them? All their
who are
console
not
owners
subscribed.
are on Game Pass. So,
Well, no,
the
because
major-
that 34 is PC, that 34 is Xbox One.
it's all of it.
34
It's
is
all of
cloud.
it. But the vast majority is console owners.
Yeah.
So
it
who
is.
are they expecting again? I was always under the impression Microsoft does very much want everyone in Game Pass. I thought that was the entire point.
Oh, Phil has said it multiple times. He said that this is not like the goal is not for everything to be just like we just heard him say, like, we're not looking to be all digital, like we want physical out there. Like he's not
That's corporate.
he's
speak,
not
though.
looking just for
But
I mean, we know they're going
counterpoint
that
to
way.
that though is Satya's actual bonus was tied to Game Pass numbers, and
That's
it
right.
failed. So they aren't where they want to be. That's just a fact, because otherwise Satya would have been happy. He was not. They had to pull it out of his bonus package. So
Yeah.
no, they aren't where they want to be. And to the point of this advertising thing, I'll just say this: they've had many consumer businesses, and they've all failed because they have
Correct.
not had the ability to market it correctly. You can think of Zune. You can think of even Surface to a point is kind of dwindling because they're not
Yeah.
trying to get into the enterprise space instead of trying to be a consumer device. It's just the way it is. They just always seem to do this with everything they do in the consumer space.
Windows
They just
Phone.
fail. Windows Phone, another great
Okay.
example.
Like-
But have any of those things that failed been around for 23 years?
Well, so Windows Mobile was around, gosh, in the 90s and Windows CE mode, and then they converted that to Windows Mobile, and then they just killed it. So probably in that range. And then
2000,
Satya came in and killed it.
2007 is when the iPhone came out.
Yep.
So,
And before
yeah.
that, there was this Windows. What do they call it? It was a Windows CE on a phone, and I can't
It was
remember what they
Windows.
called
So Microsoft was in mobile well before Apple was.
yeah, they had
But the
it.
problem was
what I'm saying,
they
it wasn't.
just took desktop Windows and squeezed it into a tiny little screen and thought that was going to work.
And
but-
yeah,
I
by
don't
the-
think that was gonna work.
horrendous. And what was the competitor there? BlackBerry. BlackBerry was the
Yeah.
more prominent one at that point, and then it
Mm,
switched over when iPhone came out. That kind of took over, and then Google came along.
Yeah.
But yeah, and they totally flubbed it, but they were in it for quite a few, probably
Yeah.
2 decades.
And that's
And
their
then they-
wheelhouse.
They killed it.
operating systems on computing devices is literally their wheelhouse, and they still blew it. Like they just.
Well, to be fair, Satya
Oh.
regrets leaving the window phone game. You know what I'm saying? So it's not for a lack of them having that understanding. Listen, Satya also wasn't in charge back then, right? Like different leaders do different things. I think Satya, to his kind of defense here, I mean, he's changed the world for Microsoft. Yes, they were dominating in Windows, but they were relying on Windows. He came and changed the script, and look, to the point where, as much as is Phil Spencer and all this stuff, Satya's the one putting the dollars behind it, and he took Xbox and brought it above Windows.
Yeah.
So it went from Microsoft being Windows to now Windows being the third most profitable thing over at Windows.
Yeah,
or is it fourth?
Yeah, because cloud, office productivity, Xbox, and then
okay,
Windows.
yeah. So the fourth, right? So it's kind of like
But again, the other big businesses are enterprise focused. Windows is mostly consumer device, but it's mostly enterprise focused as well. That's kind of the way they do things.
Azure.
Yeah, it's Azure Cloud, which I mean, it's almost all enterprise focused, right? It's this is kind of my problem with them. Is like, yes, they have the money, they have the ability. It's that Peter Moore. You need somebody like that says, I'm going to push the envelope and I'm going to market the heck out of this, right? And I'm going to take it to the level where what he brought to the table. He wasn't a gamer even before he went to Sega. He wasn't a gamer, but he brought that consumer focus. He understood how to get the consumer interested, and that's what he brought to the table, right? And that's why Sega went after him and said, "Okay, we want you to do that for us," right? And it mostly worked, but PlayStation came in and kind of ate their lunch and took all the content, and that kind of made it a problem. Then they kept generating new content, new hardware every couple of years. Like, you can't just keep doing this every couple of years, right? So it was kind of their own downfall in some ways, but it also was somewhat pushed by PlayStation. But when he came over, that was the best time we had for Xbox. It was like so insane. Like, he just said yes to everything. Oh, you want to have Oblivion as a console? Sure. You want to have Mass Effect? Sure. BioShock? Sure. Like, he just yes. So you had this incredible lineup. Gears happened because yes, I'll take that. Yes. Right. That's
just how it happened that first year. No.
The first couple of years, right? The first few years of that Xbox 360 gen, he launched.
Gears was 06.
No, it was
Gears
so
was 06,
incredible.
but Oblivion wasn't at launch.
It was March after
and
launch.
BioShock wasn't that like that
07?
close to launch?
07.
Something
that was 07.
Yeah.
So that was 2 years later. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Listen,
getting
sure,
just
360
crazy
was
games
was the generation to emulate, right? But again, this is what I'm saying to you. But see, this is what I'm saying, right? Again, if we go based off what my thoughts are on this, right now we're still in the Xbox original generation. When they jump on the next generation, they jump the year before or 2 years before PlayStation, depending when they go, right? That is them going into that 360 generation where they're going to have all those amazing things to market the shit out of it. Right now, there's just a negative space around Xbox that's hard to market out of. That being said, let me get a couple of these real quick. We got the homie Victor Allenstein.
What's up,
Thank you so much,
baby?
my brother, for being here. Thank you so much. I found out super chat
Thank you
says
for rocking with
this
us.
generation is lost for consoles,
Exactly.
but there are still billions of PCs they can market Game Pass for.
That's true.
Phil and the team are human. They don't know it all. That's true. But collectively, they know a lot. That being said, Truck Netzo, what's good, fam?
Up, baby? Thank you for rocking with us.
This holiday 2024 for Xbox will be insane. Hellblade 2, Indiana Jones, Avowed, South of Midnight, Stalker 2, and if TGE rumors are true, Forza Horizon 6 with COD in Game Pass and the new hardware, fire. I mean, that's a different thing to market, right? Like, this holiday, you have all this stuff happening and you're like, here's a bunch of money on marketing because look at what we have happening right now. That's exciting. Collectively, all of it is exciting, right? That's something to
more
market.
too, by the way. There's Stalker 2, but there's also Towerborn, Flight Sim 2024, 33 Immortals, Arc 2 replaced Ara, right? There's just
plus
more.
The 40 games going day and date into Game Pass this year alone. Come on, man, it's gonna be crazy. And then this one though is like, let's take this angle on it because we've kind of took it from every other angle, right? They spend the marketing, right? And that's what they want to do. But Safo puts it here. Would that matter when the gaming media has a huge hate campaign leveraged against Xbox?
Well, I don't know if the media can necessarily take away from actual buzz, right? I think if you create enough of a viral moment, I think people just go after that. I don't know that the media necessarily look. Trust in the media altogether is at all-time low, right? It's at all-time low, right? Across the board. So I don't know that people are going to say, oh, well, the media said this and that's what I'm going to go with. I think they're just going to say, I want to play Spider-Man. I'm going to go get a PlayStation. I want to go play, Mario Wonder or whatever the next, 3D Mario comes out with the Switch 2. I'm just going to get the console. I don't think they care about that stuff. I think they care about more like, I just saw this game. It looks awesome. I want to play it. What does it take to get me to play that game? Where can I play it? I think that's what it comes down to. And that's why I think the Call of Duty marketing alone is going to just vastly shift things. I know they undersold it that, it's not going to cause that much of a shift for PlayStation. PlayStation doesn't think they're going to lose $1.5 billion in revenue for nothing. They're not dummies. They know what's going to happen. They know what's going to happen. Call of Duty marketing is massive for them. It's going to shift. I think this is going to be the first next gen only Call of Duty. It's going to force the console buy, and it's going to be bundled with Series S and Series X at really good discounts. And if they do this right, and this is why I so want that marketing, if they do this right globally, they could say, we're the console to play Call of Duty. And we've got it available, whether you're in Japan, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in ANZ, whether you're in US, whether you're in Canada, Brazil, we've got it. Come play the game. Buy our console, right? Or they're going to, not market it and people will go buy a PlayStation to play the game. Because this one also will be on Switch too, right? So
yes,
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Let me get this super chat real quick from the homie John Wolf. Thank you, my brother, for being here, man. Thank you so much for that $5 super
John,
chat.
what's good, baby?
Says, great show, everyone. You
Thank
guys are
you.
getting me through work. Man, sorry you still have to do work, man. That's a lot. I hope you all enjoy your weekend, which is exclusive to you. LOL. Nice, man. Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
Appreciate
John.
Appreciate you. And listen, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that like they don't want Game Pass to be bigger. I'm not suggesting that they don't want the platform to be bigger. I'm not suggesting any of that. I'm just suggesting that they don't have to vomit marketing. I'm saying that they can be selective of how they want to, if that's in fact what they're doing. Again,
yeah,
we will see. We see the only reason I'm even saying any of this is because it's right there. Like the next Call of Duty is right around the corner. Like it's right there. I could easily see the idea of let's hold pretty. Okay, let's just ride this out. Let's keep our dollars that we're gonna spend and keep that all for when we can make the biggest impact with Call of Duty and the holiday and all that other stuff we got going on. Let's do it there. That's all I'm saying.
I think
if
they're
they
going to
don't go
market
hard
indie.
at that point.
They're going to market indie pretty heavily.
I hope
yeah,
so.
absolutely.
I really hope so. Because
Absolutely.
Nick, in this case, it's not just them. Who leaked that first? It was Disney. Because this is their property, right? And they're a media company. They know how to market. So I think that's where things get better. And I hope they do actually take advantage of that. Right? That it's not just, hey, like you saw those like requirements that Disney had of Insomniac. You have to spend X amount of dollars on marketing, right? It's like mandated. You have to do that. They have to, I'm sure, sign equivalents to get indie and
mentioned
equivalents to do Blade.
I had mentioned it a couple of weeks ago that I'd heard that the marketing budget for indie is quite big. Like, I think they plan to market it more than they did Starfield. And they marketed Starfield a fair bit.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was actually I was actually going to say this, Cypher, and I forgot about it, and I'm glad you said it. Okay. Cypher says, to the point Xbox literally had to become too big to fail by acquiring two large publishers. Understand, guys, that by Xbox becoming such a pillar of Microsoft at this point, again, beating out Windows, there is no version of this where they're going to fail. They're going to spend whatever they have to spend because now they already see the potential of the market for them, right? They see the value there, And if they can do to gaming what they did to their enterprises and they did to Azure and all that other shit, like that's what they're going to do. They're going to keep that path going. Microsoft is not going to let this fail anymore. Like that's just out the door. Before it was on life support. Papa Phil came out and said, "You know what? I got this." He threw Xbox on their back, and now look at where they are. We're just in a whole different league, and that's why when you think about what PlayStation going on, and again, I could appreciate all this conversation that we're having, right? Because this is all important conversation to have. At the end of the day, though, the real thing that matters is how much money are these companies making, and with all the marketing in the world that PlayStation might have, or how good they are at marketing, they're
And
not
they are
making
good.
more than Xbox at this present moment in time. Net dollars. I promise you, nobody gives a flying fuck about gross. Okay. Nobody cares. Oh, what came in the door? Nobody cares. All we care is what went out the door.
Yeah, no, and that's
what we get
fair.
to keep.
But like I hope they are listening. And I get your point that maybe they're planning to do all this. But the reason we bring these things up is simply to just tell them, hey, look, maybe you do need to change gears a little bit here and make sure that you are in fact going to take advantage of this. This is your year. You're literally everybody moved out of the way. It's your year. Please take advantage of it.
It is, and that's such an important thing, Hargy. It is their year. Like it's for them to drop the ball and mess up. Like literally the path is clear. Exactly. Everything's out of the way. This is their time to go ahead and get that touchdown.
Yeah.
Facts. All right. So let's go ahead and move over to this conversation, because I think it goes hand in hand, right? They're in a position now where they're going to be growing, they're going to be doing more. We still have not seen what it means when Satya said we're doubling down, right? So everything that we have right now is pre him coming out and saying we're doubling down. So we don't know what other investments they have or anything like that. But this here seems like, and maybe Nick, you have some insight, maybe Hargi, I don't know what you guys know, but you have, where am I? Right here. Over here, it says Mr. Kima, he's a dope dude. If you don't follow him, you should. He puts a lot of great information together. He's a homie. He's in the chat a lot often. So shout out to Mr. Kima. He says a document submitted by the FTC 9 days ago. It was stated Microsoft has 24 first-party studios that will release exclusively on Xbox, PC, and some on competing platforms. Sea of Thieves, Hyper-Rush, Grounded. It is listed that Microsoft owns 23, including Bethesda. So if we go in here and then here, even on Microsoft's official website, it is mentioned that Microsoft owns 23. Have they acquired another studio? Not yet announced. So what he's referring to is here, this is the document up top. And it says Xbox Game Studios, a collection of 24 first-party development studios, several of which it acquired in recent years. These studios make games such as Minecraft, Forza, Elder Scrolls, and Halo. Many of Microsoft's first-party titles are available exclusively on Xbox and PC, and some are licensed to rival console providers. But then on their website, welcome to Xbox Game Studios, are 23 game development studios. So what does this, did they lie to the FTC? Or is there a hidden studio that they own that they did not announce to us yet?
Good question. I mean, it could be it's something that they do own as a support studio, and they just don't count it as one of their 23 mainline studios. That's always a possibility. It also could just be an unannounced studio that we just don't know about yet. And maybe it was all ready to go, and then this whole big ABK purchase happened, and they kind of stayed quiet about it. So I don't know. Like it's tough to tell, but
don't know. I just wonder if it is a mix-up or something.
I doubt it's a mix-up. You think?
Not to the FTC.
Well, it's an FTC document, isn't it?
It's a disclosure from Microsoft to FTC.
Interesting. I don't know.
Correct. I think
Not
that's
sure.
what this is, right?
I mean,
Or is this
I don't-
FTC?
It says a document submitted by the FTC.
Well, it says it was stated Microsoft has 24. I mean,
That's right. By the FTC.
Yeah.
So
but they would be copying that, right? Like they would be looking at something that
I don't
Microsoft
know.
gave them.
It could be a clerical error.
don't
You're
know.
right. It could be a clerical error.
It could literally be just the FTC continuing to not know what the hell they're talking about.
Okay, well, let's assume
It
That
could
would
just
not-
straight up
they
be
had
that.
people proofread this, and Microsoft took a look at this and said, "No, that's correct." Right? What do we? I mean, people. I see already people thinking, what Ara Studio, the studio that making Ara History Untold,
Yeah.
Oxide Games.
Maybe Sega, Jesse says. That's the first thing that came to
No.
mind, by the
Well,
way, Jesse.
I mean, I
for
feel like
me.
that wouldn't be
multiple
already
studios.
I was
owned.
like, Sega?
It can't be a big one because we would have.
Yeah, because that's multiple studios, right?
Yeah.
So
So some people are saying Oxide. Now, if you remember,
Mhm. I know where you're
when-
going.
when Aaron Greenberg, after the developer direct
Yep.
came out, he said our four studios. Oxide, it was an independent studio. So in between them starting to make that game versus now, did they buy them?
I mean, it's probably the most likely option, right? It's a small little studio, wouldn't cost
certain
anything. You don't have to really
affinity.
disclose much.
I mean, Asobo would be another likely
no,
one. They got Flight
Mm.
Simulator that they make for them.
Asobo's been
you
saying they
have-
want to stay independent, but that's always baloney too, right? But
Yeah, that's you say that. That's like when you're single and you say you want to be single. Nobody wants
Yeah.
to be single. You want to be getting some
That's
ass
what
on
it
a
is,
daily,
yeah.
but you're not because nobody wants you. You know, no, just joking.
yeah, I
but-
mean, Oxide does make a lot of sense since they've already kind of announced it as part of the. Yeah. I think it probably could be that. Again, this could just be a clerical error, right? It could really be a
could.
clerical error.
Also, people were saying that Killer Instinct, the Iron Galaxy, got scooped up.
No. I very
No?
much doubt that. Very
so?
much doubt that.
You don't think Microsoft would say, "Hey, you guys do good on Killer Instinct. That's your new home, and then you can go make little small crap that you couldn't do before." Why is there an internal beef that we don't know about?
Doesn't what's his name still run Iron Galaxy? Adam Boyes?
The guy who did the fucking this is how you share.
Mm.
Yeah, but that he doesn't give a shit about PlayStation anymore. He's so over that.
Don't know.
Listen, I don't think he
know if
was
I
a
agree on
bully.
that one.
I think he just worked there.
Ooh, don't know if I agree on that one.
Yeah,
don't
we
know
gotta
if
check
I
his. We
agree on
gotta
that one.
find his
At all.
his trophy list to see what he's out
blue
here playing.
blue blood runs deep, mate. Blue
Oh,
blood
man.
runs very, very deep. And it stays.
That's why we couldn't. That's why we
stays
couldn't
in the
ha-
veins
That's why we
long
couldn't
after they
hire.
leave.
What's her name? Sharon.
What-
Sharon, whatever. Studstill. The one that they fired. Was it Sharon?
What's her name?
The
I
one,
can't
Connie
remember. I know
Booth?
who you're talking about. I know
Connie
who you're
Booth.
talking
Money,
about.
yes.
Yeah,
Remember,
No,
they did
no,
hire.
Sharon.
Far off, see money.
I think she's the God of War. The girl, the lady who runs God of War.
And many
Santa
others,
Monica.
right? But there was also the person that they hired in Japan that came from Sony, right?
Mm.
So
Yes.
Yep.
Listen, you
I
know
mean,
what
it
color
happens.
They really care about is green. That's why.
There's-
Why you think Microsoft their color is green? They're just
There-
showing you it's all about the money, homie. Come on, this is where the money
didn't they
is.
hire some people from like Insomniac and other like studios from
See, that's the thing. They do all that shit all the time. yo.
PlayStation?
Those people don't care.
So
They just
I don't-
want a place
yeah,
to
I
make
think
games.
whatever. Yeah.
I don't know if there's a mystery studio. Oh, maybe I'll ask around. I'll ask
Ooh.
around.
Listen,
you know what? I'll do it
you
right
find
now.
out. You got from now to next Friday.
Till next
okay?
Friday.
I'll-
All right.
you got
I'll
from
literally,
now-
hold on, I'll send a DM now.
Nick.
Oxide
Right.
makes the most sense, right? Because
Does it
there's
though?
just hints.
Our
There's
history
hints with it.
untold is not proven.
It isn't, but it doesn't
Right?
matter, right? If it's a small
Simulator
studio,
is
it's not a
proven.
lot of cost, right? And if you're going to spend the money to make the game, it just depends on how much you've already spent. And it's like, is that enough to just buy you? Right. So at some
That's
point,
true,
you just
too.
have to kind of think about that and say, all right, fine enough. Right. Asobo is another one that's a really good one. But I don't know if they if they want to be
I
bought
feel
or
like
not.
Asobo is the one that I want them to have bought secretly because that means they bought it while they were working on part 3 of A Plague's Tale. And that means they're gonna make A Plague's Tale 3 with Microsoft money, and it's gonna be glorious. Because
Question
Plague's
has been
Tale
asked.
You asked it? All right, let us
Yeah,
know.
Let's
I've sent a
go.
couple of links, and the question has been asked. I'm curious to see what
All
comes
right.
back.
All right, let's know. Let's see if it breaks now. That would be phenomenal. I did see here Zimbits
I was
TV
just about to highlight it.
VG
What's up,
says,
baby?
"What's
Thank you
up,
for
fam? Thank
rocking
you for
with
being
us.
here, brother." Says, "Hi, CMoney Forever. According to what Totoki mentioned, I think we will see God of War, Horizon, Spider-Man on the Xbox console very soon." So I believe that games are coming. I don't know when very soon. I would not say very soon. I would say
Yeah,
it would
likely.
most definitely be after, whatever games are announced. So if we haven't seen what new games are coming out, it's definitely not going to happen anytime soon. But I think that Xbox very much is on the consideration list of bringing games over. I don't see how it doesn't make sense, especially once you're seeing Xbox already doing this. Like, think about this: PlayStation is going to see, like, as much as we may find that people are not going to play, I do believe a game like Sea of Thieves, I think that's going to get played. I think PlayStation players, not the hardcore ones, the casual ones who see a pirate ship and a cartoon looking character and see the trailer and like, oh wow, that looks really cute, and they'll go play it. And it's probably going to be free to play on the PlayStation because they're not doing a pre-order, they're just doing a wish list. Unlike Hi-Fi Rush, which was a pre-order. So
Do
I
you think
think
it's
that's
gonna go free to play instead of
I think Sea of
a?
Thieves is going to be free to play on there.
Wow. Okay.
Well, look at again, just look at the fact that you cannot pre-order it. Why not letting me pre-order it? You let me pre-order Hi-Fi Rush. They're not pre-ordering it. It's just wish list. So typically, unless the game is super far out, right? Unless did
So
they
when is it
announce
coming out?
date
Is it
for Sea of
April?
Thieves? I thought they
I thought it
announced
was
it.
April. Hold on, let me see because I
I
did.
think you wrote it down.
Yeah, I wrote
That's
it
what I'm saying.
down.
And I think Hi-Fi Rush is right around that area. So it doesn't make any sense to me that they would allow you to pre-purchase one and not the
Well, I
other.
mean, it's $40.
Mhm.
So you're thinking it's gonna go free to play? Then it would be everywhere
I
free to
think it's
play,
going to
right?
go free to play on PlayStation.
April 30th is
April
coming
30th.
out. You can wish list it
Yeah.
as of
I'm
February
only going based off the
22nd.
fact that they won't let you pre-order it. Again, when is Hi-Fi Rush coming out, baby?
Hi-Fi Rush, March 19th.
March.
And
March
pre-orders
19th.
are up
No, a
as
little less
of
than a month. About
February
a month.
22nd.
Unless there's some type of arbitrary time frame where you can only be like a month out to pre-order, that would be
No,
the only
you can
way. I'm
pre-order
not
much
aware of
earlier
that.
than that. I think they're
Yeah, so
just
then
waiting.
why would Sea of Thieves not let you pre-order it? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're announcing it now, right? So now's the time when people are hyped. They see the announcement. Oh shit, let me go pre-order it. No, it's not there. It's just a wish list. So I think they're gonna go free to play, and that's how they're gonna grow it the rest of the way. Because, like you said, I feel like they already made their money on it previously, right? To cover costs of development and all that stuff. So now it's just about growing that audience, right? And how do you grow the audience? You go
I
free to
think,
play.
yeah, if it's free, it's a lot easier to get them to at least like try the game.
If I wanted to be cute, I'd been like, "Oh, I heard from my insider. I'm an insider now. I heard from my sources. I heard from my sources that Sea of Thieves is going
Will
free to
be
play.
free.
So let's see if my sources are good, so I can do it again next time." All right.
I'm just Googling it, and I think it is a time thing. I think it
Is
is.
it?
I'm trying to Google it, and it seems to be a time thing. Like, Hi-Fi Rush is only technically
Less
like a
than a
couple
month
of weeks
away.
away. It's only a few weeks away.
Yeah, less than a month.
Yeah, I think it is actually a time thing. And like Sea of Thieves is like more than 2 months.
Yes.
Like I'm trying to find something on PlayStation that says
Yeah, it's a little
like
over
how
2
long
months.
out can you pre-order, and it seems to only be a couple of weeks or so with PlayStation.
I mean,
That's in
if
terms
that's
of what
the
I can
case,
find
then
anyway.
if that's the case, then my theory goes out the water, and my source was wrong. So Nick, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? You were my source to the DMs, and now you're wrong. Everybody, make sure he knows that Nick failed us already. God damn it, Nick. Why? The homie G Myers, man.
What's
Thank
up,
you for being
baby?
here, brother. Thank you so much for $5 super chat. What up, fam? When CMoney
up,
plays Clue, he
Oh, my
makes
goodness.
sure that he's Colonel Mustard.
Oh my
Why?
gosh.
Love you
Oh
guys.
my gosh.
Love
Love
you
you,
too, man.
baby.
Damn, bro. Why?
Damn.
All right, real quick. Now that it's up here, who loves mustard? Let me tell you, Nick. Are you a mustard
Yes.
fan?
I do. I love mustard.
Yeah.
God damn it! I should have thought about
Love.
that before
He
I had
said
you on here to
love
show.
mustard. All right.
Hargeet?
He didn't say it's
You're a
all
mustard
I like
right.
fan?
mustard. I like mustard.
God damn you guys.
Like mustard. See? Nick loves
started putting
What
it
do you
in
put
everything.
mustard on, Nick.
I've actually
feel like
started
they're all
putting it in
lions.
everything. Like
don't believe
all
it.
this time, I never realized. Like I love cheeseburgers at McDonald's, and I never realized all these years that they have mustard in them. And then
Yep.
I went to Greece and realized that they put mustard in souvlaki, and now I've started having it in souvlaki like all the time. It's amazing in souvlaki. I've made sandwiches at home and put mustard in there. I love it. It's great. Mustard's great.
It's not great. You're lying. Just to hurt my feelings on my show. I don't know why. That's not nice. All right, it's not nice.
I just don't get
don't
why
like
you don't
it?
like it. Because I
You
mean,
don't
you
like
could
it?
say the
It's
same things
disgusting.
about ketchup. Is ketchup not the same as
No,
mustard? as
ketchup
far
is
as, like,
delicious. Let me ask you a
But
question.
it's the same consistency.
Oh my
me ask you a
God.
question.
Here we go.
Would you take mustard, okay, and just
Hell yeah!
eat
I don't know if
mustard?
I'd go that far. I don't know if
I'll
I'd go
do it
that
right
far.
now.
Don't do it right now. No,
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I didn't do it.
no. All right. So Nick, you play along because he's about to do something disgusting that's gonna make me cry.
Yo,
All
the
right.
fact that he reached for mustard and it's like right there,
Damn.
that says it all.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Wait, what?
Teleported. Oh my god.
Get ready, you guys.
Jesus
I don't know if I'd go that far.
No.
Oh my God. Simoni's
No.
gonna cry.
No. That's oh, you know it's disgusting.
Is that
You know
honey
what?
mustard?
Let me tell you something. I listen. I just realized that Hargeet doesn't count because I saw him have that chip challenge that everybody was dying from, and he just gulped that shit down. And he
Like
was
a
like, "What's
boss.
going on? I
Like
don't
a
even know what you guys
G,
are
yo.
talking about. Is this chip even spicy?" I watched it.
Wait,
So
was that honey mustard?
you're muted. I can't hear you.
And it's spicy too.
Hot mustard. Yeah, hot
Hot
mustard.
mustard. Oh my
I love it.
gosh.
It's so good.
I don't do
No,
spicy.
No.
Well, that's your
me
problem.
either. But
I do a little
look at him.
spice.
He's going. He likes it so much.
I
He's
need
so
it.
good. God damn
I
it!
don't know what you
Hargeet.
guys have against mustard. Mustard's so
Oh my
awesome.
God. Okay, well, the idea doesn't work with you, Hargeet. You don't count. But Special Nick, okay, you
Yes.
just said no, you wouldn't, right? You would not
No.
do that. Now, if you had to, and you had a little ketchup on
Yeah.
your finger, right? You're putting that in your mouth and you're licking the ketchup off, right? Just
Yeah, ketchup. Yeah. I mean, with us, it's less in Australia. It's less ketchup and more tomato sauce, but ultimately the same thing. But yeah, tomato sauce. The one I will straight up eat is aioli.
aioli.
Aioli. Yeah. Oh, aioli
I
and
don't
like
know.
especially garlic aioli. Like,
I
man,
don't think I know what that is.
it really?
Doodle, have you fed it to
Had
me?
it not
Man,
long ago
you fed
when
it
you
to
went
me.
out with Madman.
Got it.
aioli is amazing.
It's good, man.
Like,
Yeah.
aioli is fantastic. Oh yeah, like especially
Better
the
than
really-
mustard.
Yes, especially the really garlicky aioli. It's basically aioli. To break it down as simple as possible, aioli
You've
is
probably had
basically garlic in mayonnaise. That's effectively what aioli is. And oh man, oh boy, love that shit. Can't get enough
Wait,
of it.
I thought it was something else. Madman wouldn't touch that. That shit has mayo in it.
So you
Oh,
don't like
really?
mayo
That's-
either?
No,
Oh,
I'm good.
Madman,
Madman,
he will
my
not.
son.
Oh.
Yeah,
My son, the mustard lover.
he
That's-
loves
Wow.
mustard though.
He does that just to spite me. Okay, that's it. I know he's 17 years old. He's just trying to piss off his father,
I
so
don't
he
think
likes the
so,
shit that I
bro.
don't like. All right, that's what he's doing.
I mean,
JD
have you
Gamer.
tried mustard, or you just like and you
Yeah,
tried it? And you're
try
like, "Oh, it's
mustard.
disgusting."
It's disgusting.
You've
That
never tried it.
cheeseburger that you claimed that McDonald's, I knew immediately there was mustard in there the first time I had one, and I threw that shit on the ground
No, you
immediately. I bit it. I was like, "This is trash." And just threw it on the ground. I ain't eating that.
You've never
I wonder if
had
there's, like,
mustard
something in your
on its
taste
own,
buds,
though. It's
right?
always been mixed with something whenever
It's
you
kinda
tasted
weird. I
that
don't know.
crap.
I think everybody in the chat agrees with me that mustard sucks.
Got it.
Okay.
No,
I'm gonna put a poll up.
No,
I'll put a poll
No.
up.
mustard's great.
that's just weird.
Yeah. Watch.
Mustard's like I
Mustard is great.
I have newfound respect for mustard since having it in a souvlaki. It was so nice. So
before
mixed
that,
with
did you like
tzatziki as
mustard?
well? Well, it's not that I loved it or hated it. I just didn't realize I liked it, if that made sense. Because I've been eating it for years in cheeseburgers at McDonald's and didn't realize. So I didn't know either way if I hated it or loved it. I assumed I didn't because I'd never had it in anything else aside from a McDonald's cheeseburger. And then once I realized I had it, I was like, holy shit, I like this stuff all along and just didn't know.
And you just fell
Just
into
didn't
the
know.
trap.
CMoney's so
Yeah.
disappointed
I
right
am.
now by
I am.
Pablo.
I don't know what's going on, Pablo. JD Gamer, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says pathetic pork begging pony still got no games. I love that public service announcement. It's really good. Angry
you, baby.
hippie, welcome,
What's
man.
up,
Thank you for being
love?
here.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for
for that $2
being
super
here.
chat. Says Chinese spicy mustard on pizza is goated.
Wow,
Ooh,
That's a
interesting.
lot of
that might be interesting.
Chinese spicy
that might
mustard.
be good. Jeez,
But is that even mustard as I know it? You know what I'm saying? Like Chinese spicy mustard sounds like it would be something different than just mustard.
Have you had Chinese spicy mustard, Hargy?
I think I have, but I don't know, like, if I could tell. Like, I think it's just in some Chinese food. It's just there, right? I don't know. I know wasabi is pretty.
Oh
Pretty
my
separate. You
gosh!
can have that.
Yes.
I eat that.
And
eat that.
yeah, I have no problem with that. I can have wasabi. I don't care. But whatever.
Seems like I have to go buy it.
No,
CMoney.
you don't, Doodle. Okay, you don't have to buy shit with mustard in it. Okay, I believe them. All right, let them enjoy it.
What about
everything
ranch?
in your house?
What about ranch
make-
dressing?
Everything has to have mustard for the next 2 months.
What about
Say
ranch?
that rule.
Definitely not. Ranch
What do
is
you
great.
think, CMoney? Would you
Ranch-
sign
Yeah,
up for that?
ranch is awesome.
Ranch is great. Yes,
Ranch is
Doodle
banging.
loves ranch with her chicken nuggets.
I do.
Yeah,
Chicken
ranch is
strips,
really
too.
good. Love. I have a nice
Chicken
chicken
nuggies.
and bacon ranch at Subway. Ooh,
Oh
boy,
yeah,
that's nice.
chicken bacon ranch is like the
Ooh, yeah.
the
The
go-to.
thing, yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Even
Chicken bacon
in
ranch, they
Pizza,
just-
chicken bacon ranch
so
pizza.
good.
It's always that way.
Banging.
You can't say it any other way. So you can't say like ranch bacon chicken, right? It's chicken bacon ranch,
You can't
right?
mess
Like
that up.
no matter where you go, like yo, you got that chicken bacon ranch pizza? Yes, thank you. Come on, man, that's fire.
So nice.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying for sure.
What about tzatziki?
Who
Tzatziki
Tzatziki.
sauce?
Yeah,
You haven't had
are you
that?
talking about?
Oh,
doesn't look
man,
like
you
they've
guys
had it.
don't eat anything.
Bloody Americans.
You said
We
tzatziki?
have it here, dude. We have plenty of Greek restaurants. Tzatziki
I
sauce
know,
is
I
normal. We
know.
have it.
I know.
We have
Maybe
it.
they know it as
I have it all
something
the time.
else.
It's
Maybe
great.
they know it as like garlic sauce or something. Maybe that's
No,
how they
no,
know.
No,
it.
no, it's always called
It's
tzatziki
fine.
sauce. It's the same.
You said
It is. So
Ziggy?
it's still called tzatziki in America, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tzatziki.
Tzatziki.
I don't know if that sounds like a made up word.
It's a Greek word.
Greek, yeah.
I don't know.
It's
I don't know if I believe that all the way. Okay, what does it mean in English?
Well,
I don't
in
know what the
English, it's the
translation
same.
would be.
It's like it's the Greek word for a garlic sauce. So when you
Okay.
have a souvlaki in the US, I assume most of them would come with tzatziki. I assume.
You are saying words
I don't know
that
if every restaurant
somebody's
would,
not
but a lot of
understanding
them
right
do.
now.
Look, tzatziki is just it's a normal you can just have it as a side thing for almost anything.
Yeah, I just take biscuits and like dunk them in
Yeah.
and eat it. It's amazing. It's so good.
Mm.
I'm seeing people in
Alright.
the chat. Tzatziki is amazing. My uncle loves tzatziki sauce, mate.
Yeah.
The chat knows. You two need to get out there. Come on, date night. Go out to a
see,
Greek
okay.
restaurant.
Wait. Is that like yes? We've
Oh, put on
had-
gyros.
yeah, the
We've had
are
gyros.
banging.
Yes, we've had gyros.
What do you think that white sauce is? What do you think that white sauce
all right,
is?
But see,
Yeah.
you guys are not selling it
Listen,
right. Yes, the yogurt and cucumber. Like yes.
That's
Listen,
tzatziki.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
When I went to go order the gyro or the
I don't.
your gyro, what do you guys? How you guys say it? Say it the
Gyro.
right way.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gyro.
I said
Gyro.
it right?
That
All right,
meat is gyro. Gyro just means round. and that's because
Okay,
the meat is going around on the spit.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
When
it
I
is.
go and I order the gyro, okay,
Mm.
they never
Gyro.
look at me and be like, "Yo, you want some extra tzatziki sauce?" You know what I'm saying? Like, no,
What do
the
they
word
say?
tzatziki, nothing. Hey, there you go, sir. There's your fucking gyro.
Yeah, they don't. They
Your-
don't.
your
customize,
gyro.
I guess. I don't know. If you order things online, especially like DoorDash or something like that, you can just say I want extra this or whatever, right?
Yeah,
So you can
Everybody's
tell
trying
us what
to
you want.
teach me.
So
Gyro.
we usually get the stuff. I don't know.
Gyro.
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 Mm.
Look at all the teachers. Look at the teachers. Gyro.
Yeah.
Gyro.
Gyro. Mm.
I get it. Gyro. Gyro.
Mm.
I got it. All right. Why do Americans
I'm
call
just
it
trying to
gyro?
give you.
Because
I'm
it has
just
a
trying to give you the
GY
Greek
in it.
pronunciation. I'm just trying to give you the Greek pronunciation. That's all.
I get it. So let me ask you a question. Are all G's silent in Greek?
It's not. It's not that there's. It's not that it's silent. So there is no G letter in Greek. So to get that G sound, you have to combine. You have to combine two letters to get a hard G sound in Greek. Greek is a
Really?
very tricky language to learn. It's actually one of the hardest
Greek
languages in the
literally
world to learn.
starts with the letter G.
Sorry?
Greek starts
know.
with the letter G. And
I know.
Greece, which is I don't think it's the same place. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, of course.
Greece?
Yes.
Greek?
All right.
All right, just want to make sure. I don't want to be I don't want to put
Yeah.
out false,
But,
Yeah.
false
but do
news
you
out
know?
there.
But to say there's
All
no
start with
word.
G, and they decided not to have the letter G in their alphabet.
But
I just
but
want to
that's in
understand the thought
English.
process here.
Right.
But that's in English, not in Greek. So in English, you
Oh.
don't say I am, like there's no, like the word to say I'm Greek in Greek, you don't it's not a G sounding word, it's Elliniko. It starts with E.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. That sounds like a fun language. So to be
Because-
clear, when you guys look at a map in Greece,
Yeah.
those words are not in English.
Everybody, unfortunately,
like-
has different proper names for
Wait, I
everything.
lost it.
Unfortunately,
So that question, what's Greece in Greek? Greece is Hellas. Or in English sometimes I say Hellas and they'll add a H to it. But to say Greek in Greek is Elliniko. It's actually E at the start. It's not G.
See? What you guys didn't know when you showed up today in this chat, guys, was that you were going to get an education here, and that's what we provide. Okay.
I mean, just like think
Education's
of German, right? So when you ask
Yeah.
somebody if they speak German in German,
Dutch.
That's not what you
It's
say.
Deutsch. It's
It's
Deutsch.
Deutsch.
It's D. It's actually D.
it's Deutsch.
Yeah.
Isn't
And
that
Germany
Dutch?
is Deutschland.
See,
Right?
Nick
It's
beat
Deutschland.
me to it, and I was about to tell them how you say it.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it,
Just-
got it.
He's fast.
No, for
Deutschland.
sure,
Mm.
for sure. Okay.
Mm.
Well, this is what happens when you don't travel outside of your country.
Listen, Ray says that English is the best language. All
No,
right?
it's the only language.
Let's
Everything
go,
else is
Ray.
made up. Okay, even
English is the
Spanish.
most pervasive language. It is not the
Come
best
on.
language.
Listen, even I can see that Spanish is not necessary. All right, let's just talk in
English, if you really break it down, English is actually a very silly language.
It is, but you
Like-
know why it's the most amazing language? Is the only one that they do in a lot of these places for contracts. That's right. A lot of contracts in other countries are in English because English is very decisive. Very
No.
definitive.
The reason
Definitive
is
when it's-
twofold. A, England took over half the world, and so
Mhm.
everybody had to adopt English. And then second,
Mm.
the United States speaks English, and
right.
everybody in the world conducts commerce via the United States.
That's
So-
You're
right.
welcome.
You're welcome.
Therefore,
You're
the
welcome.
language of the world
Oh,
becomes
money, you're right.
becomes English, and the
Ray,
denomination
you're
of the
right.
world becomes the U.S. dollar. That is how it works.
Yeah. English, I'm seeing a lot of people in
Conversation,
the
by
chat.
way. Look at this
I'm-
comment over
yeah,
here.
thank you.
English is
English
so-
is dumb. It is like, and it's funny, and that's
Yeah.
coming from someone who's Greek, and Greek has a lot of quirks to it. It's a very difficult language to learn. But English is weird. Like English, you have the word red, and you have the word red,
And
And
the-
they're two
like
different
I read a book
words.
in the color red.
spelt different ways. But then you've also got read, and you've got red. So the past tense of read is also spelled the same way.
Yes,
It's a very silly
Listen,
language.
Nick, get with this. He's like, you get it.
but Nick,
The
it's
more
even
you
better.
break down English, the sillier it gets.
What was
Eh,
your first language, Nick?
Greek. So when I was born in Australia, but for the first 3 or 4 years of my life, I only spoke Greek and I was only taught Greek. And then once I got to kindergarten, that's when English was forced upon me, and I struggled a little bit at the start. And then once I fully grasped English, that was it. I basically forgot about Greek.
You see? So you just admitted it. All right, Nick, you just admitted it. There's no reason to know another language outside
No,
of
no,
English.
it's not
I
that.
almost
just fucking
spat
with you.
out
I'm
my
fucking with you.
drink. I took a sip. I looked up and I saw Ray Ray's comment.
America.
America. Yeah,
It's not
but-
E, it's MU. All right.
Yeah, but the thing is because my mum
Right.
see my mum came here. My mum came here very late. She came here when she was like 14. So
Oh, wow.
she jumped straight into high school not knowing a word of English. So I think as a result of that, there was a big focus on me learning English and being really good at English.
That is almost identical to what happened to my mother when she came over here. She knew Spanish only right into high school, and then she had a shit experience, and she was like, "My kid is only gonna know English."
Yeah. So there was a big
I learned
focus
Spanish
for me.
first, so
Yeah, see, my Doodle though, she's not fucking around. She's
Yeah, but you guys are
knows
lucky because Spanish is spoken a lot in the US, though, isn't it?
it is. Yes.
Yeah.
It's pervasive
It's
enough, I suppose.
A
Yeah.
very prevalent language in the US, so it's pretty lucky.
yeah.
like
Like
that.
if you
Greek.
only know 2 languages in your life, those are gonna. If you live in America, those are gonna be your go-to.
Correct.
Yeah.
You only want to know other languages so you can hear the people who are talking shit about you
Yeah.
and behind your back, to your face. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Having
have the
said that-
privilege of being a very light-skinned dude, right? So I know that privilege, even though I'm very Spanish, right? So when I go in, I know Spanish. I don't speak it very well, but I understand it all.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
when I used to go into houses and I'm in my job, and if they would they were all right, we're gonna go think, and they'll talk in Spanish, not knowing that I was Spanish. It was phenomenal.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Because I could just hear them talking all this shit. It's great. Also, you see,
I'm
when
the
people are
palest.
racist-
I'm the palest, whitest Greek dude you'll ever meet. I'm like white as a ghost. But the funny thing is, we're lucky in Melbourne. Melbourne's Greek population is massive. It's the third or fourth largest Greek population in the world, and that includes Greek cities. So
Wow.
Greek is spoken a fair bit here, but nowhere near to the extent where Spanish is in the US. Spanish really is borderline an official second language.
Yeah.
In the US.
Yeah. I can see that.
But there's a funny story that someone once told me that Greek was almost the official language of America once upon a time. Back when they were deciding on, it's just a story that I was told, and I've Googled it, and I don't know how official it is, but back when they were deciding the official language of the US, I got told that Greek was almost it.
Was it a
Came
Greek
close.
dude who told you that story, or
I don't know,
thinking
probably,
the
because you
same
know how
thing.
Greeks are always telling stories about how every word was derived from Greek and everything was made in Greece. It probably was. I'm going to Google that now while you guys talk.
They're like, you know what? Jesus was actually born here before going to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
You know?
Jesus is Greek. Jesus is really Greek.
Oh my god!
Look at
let me
that.
get-
I started typing
ahead.
into Google right now, was Greek almost, and it got finished off, the official language of the US.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Do it
See,
now in
right?
Google.
People-
Google
All right, well-
finished it off straight away for me.
See what you're gonna click it, and it's gonna be like, no, bitch, stop clicking here, stop asking.
Ray Ray says
The-
never, never. All right.
Oh, let me get JD Gamer, man. Thank you for being here. Another
What's
$2
up,
super chat.
baby?
Says
Thank
pathetic
you.
pork begging ponies still got no games. No matter what we talking about, they still got no games. You see that when you have games, you can have other discussions because you know that you could go play something. The ponies, though, they got nothing.
No.
And G Myers,
This
the
is
homie.
now a culture podcast. We're switching.
Well,
This
listen,
is now a
listen,
culture podcast. It's not about games anymore.
I can tell you right now, Night Shift is not afraid to go off the rails. Okay,
No,
we
not at
go
all.
off the rails often. G
I'm
Myers, the
taking
homie,
over.
says
I'm hijacking it.
you're hijacking it. Thank you for that $2 super chat, brother. Says CMoney's favorite producer is DJ Mustard. Why?
Hey, mustard.
Why? No reason. No reason for there to be. There is no goddamn DJ Mustard. Okay.
Listen, see, I think you need to do what Hargeet did and go ahead and just try out some mustard
No, it's disgusting.
live.
No, never,
All right.
never.
Look at him crying already.
Just the idea of it has me emotional.
Now we have to
Guess
have a
what?
mustard challenge.
No.
Yes.
See,
Oh my God.
I see
yes.
many. I see many in the chat going, next thing you know, Nick is going to say tacos are from Greece. Well, we were talking about pizza before, Manny. And the Hawaiian pizza was invented by a Greek person.
No way.
The
I love
Hawaiian pizza. Oh, so do I. Hawaiian is
The
amazing.
Hawaiian pizza.
Oh my God, it's the best.
Yeah, we
Those
just had-
people
we
that
had-
say
I
pineapple
know.
doesn't belong on pizza, they need to be
No, no,
punched in the
cracked
face.
out.
Yeah.
Argy, where do you stand
That's
on
not
pineapple
real.
on pizza?
Where do you stand, Agi?
I don't eat carbs, so it's tough for me to really judge. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure.
You just judged us, okay, Hargi? You just judged us. All right. I don't eat carbs
don't
like
eat
you
carbs,
carb eating
you guys.
bitches.
All right,
Okay?
you pizza
I don't do
lovers.
that
Yeah,
shit.
my choice. I'm sorry. But yeah.
You
I don't
don't
eat
eat
carbs.
carbs, bro?
You said there's no choice? Why?
Yeah.
I tried
otherwise I'd be
that
diabetic.
once
I
and
can't.
I did not
Oh,
enjoy
that
it.
makes sense.
Makes
tried
sense.
no
I
carbs,
tried that
man.
once. What? Not eating carbs?
Yeah, I tried it once to lose some weight. I tried
Yeah,
eating
I
carbs.
can't do that.
Oh,
And
not
I
eating
bet you
carbs.
could do it if you had a condition where you couldn't do it. I'll tell you that much.
That's
Like,
a
hey,
little bit different, but I
don't eat
tried
carbs,
not
so
eating
you're gonna
carbs.
die.
difference.
Yeah, you want to go eat a
Man.
carb? That pizza looks good. It'll be your last meal, bitch. I get it,
It,
right?
I
And changes the
struggled.
scope of things.
Mm.
I feel that.
But yeah, pineapple
my-
on pizza, mate. Oh boy.
But my sister does like it.
Banging.
They usually get that. They like that.
Yeah.
So
See?
I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good.
Okay. Now
You know
we're
what I
back
might
on
try?
normal things.
On my
What?
next Hawaiian
Don't
pizza,
fucking
try
fucking
mustard.
tell me mustard. No.
Oh heck
Fuck
yeah!
that shit.
I
Actually,
might
that's
try
spicy
mustard on
Chinese.
my next Hawaiian pizza.
This is not cool.
Drizzle.
This is not cool.
Yeah, that's spicy Chinese, right? That was what they were recommending. Spicy Chinese mustard.
Mm.
Yeah.
Dijon, a little bit of Dijon on there.
What's
Yeah.
the other one? Grape poupon? Oh my
my
God, here
God.
we go.
Oh my god.
This is all Greek to me.
Yeah, this is all Greek to you, mate.
Let me see. Was it?
I
homie
got
JD
invited.
Gamer.
I got invited onto a Greek PlayStation podcast once.
Is there a
Nice.
Greek
No way.
PlayStation
What?
podcast?
Yeah, I got invited onto it, and I said to him, I said, "Look, my Greek's not good enough where I could just talk Greek the entire
Oh,
time."
it's in Greek, not
Yeah,
just like a
yeah.
Greek cast. It's like Greek speaking.
Yes, a Greek-speaking PlayStation podcast, and I said to them, I said, "I'd love to do it, but my Greek's not good enough to just speak for an hour and a half, 2 hours just in Greek. I'd struggle. I'd struggle big time." What are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I did not know there was a Greek PlayStation podcast, but I guess
Oh,
every
yeah.
language probably has one. That's
Oh, yeah.
mad racist of me to think. So forget it.
A little bit.
I won't hold it against you. It's okay.
Oh my God.
The homie JD Gamer, thank you for that $10 super chat, brother. Says this is all Greek to me, but back to smashing these ponies. Pathetic, poor begging ponies, got no games, fun spreading, narrative changing, mustard heart, Muppets make me sick, marathon MLB, and Destiny say hi. Oh, JD Gamers, my
Nice.
homie. You're hilarious, yo. You're hilarious. All right. You're
Thank
right,
you,
right. Let's
baby.
get back on track. Let's get back on track. All right.
That's
so
right. Let's go back to food. Let's get back on track.
yeah, right. All right. So the studio, we don't know what's happening there, but we do have this new rumor. Well, I don't say it's new, right? Because we have the leaked
It's not
document
new.
that
No,
said
I
that
leaked
they
it.
were going to be doing it. You leaked
Sorry, I leaked
it.
it.
You leaked it when? me
August
about it.
2023.
That was before Xbox's
The FTC
official
leak.
massive
Yep.
leak.
It was before the FTC leak. I can give you the link if you like. I've got
Well, give me the link. Put it right now, and then we'll prove it. We got to listen. This is the court of law.
it.
Okay.
This
If
is
you're gonna
why
say it,
when
we gotta
people
prove it.
say this is why when people say Nick's never been right, I'm like, you obviously don't watch me much.
Well, first of all, we know for a fact that Nick be right because he completely nailed that PlayStation shit show that took place on the state of
Oh
play.
yeah,
That was a
like
shit.
word for word, like bro.
Yo, like dead ass
Like
word for
every
word.
single
So
one.
put some respect on his name. All right. Where's that link?
Where are we? Where am I putting it? Am I putting it in the private
In the
chat?
private chat. Yeah, put it in the private chat. I'll open it up and then we'll share it.
Okay.
Let's
Oh my
see.
gosh.
Let's see.
Zach says the mustard.
What's the court of law? Listen,
Yes.
listen. All right, hold on.
Scorpio said
What?
Greek ponies. Yes, they have. admitted to-
Yeah. Hey, PlayStation is massive in Greece.
It's massive everywhere. The like freaking Xbox is massive nowhere except the
Yeah,
US.
that's right.
So this is 6 months ago, right there.
August.
Okay,
If you click on more to expand that, it'll give you the exact date.
August 5th, 2023. Okay, let's hear it.
So what I've heard, I actually heard it from a couple of sources, surprisingly. At first, I had only heard it from one, and then another one reached out to me completely separately and said, I've heard this is happening. So I went back to the original. I'm like, does that mean I can say something now? And they're like, okay.
Nice.
So what I've heard is that Microsoft are currently looking into a digital-only Series X, so no disk
Ooh.
drive. Which
That
I think a
will
lot of
get my
people have
attention.
wanted for a while.
Yeah, because I can
Yeah,
imagine it would
Yeah, put
be
Terry
a lot
Crews on there.
smaller.
He
I
won.
will.
That's a big chunk of space.
Would it be a
Yeah,
lot smaller?
yeah. It's a huge chunk of space taken up by a disk drive.
Mhm.
I
You
would say it would
also
be a
didn't think it would be
significantly
smaller.
So I wonder if the digital Series X gets considered the slim. Would it get considered the slim then?
Look at
That's just
that.
us obviously speculating.
Yep,
there,
yep,
but
yep.
yeah.
But now you go back to this one here, and you see that it looks like it's just going to be a tall one.
Oh no, that's
Right.
he's just photoshopped that. That's just the
Oh, that's what
Photoshop
they
of
did?
the
That's what they did?
Series
Okay,
X in
okay.
white.
Okay.
But again, I didn't get told colors or anything like that. I had no idea about that stuff. I just
Okay.
got told.
So
that,
since we have the original, since we have the OG, the
Mm.
person who actually said this, right?
Mm.
Have you heard anything else on it? Has anything else come to light
No.
outside of?
no.
No.
Yeah, it was all in the FTC leak. But yeah, I'm not too sure on timing or anything like that. Usually whatever I put out there is what I'm told.
Okay.
I know not everyone likes that, but it is what it is.
Facts.
But yeah.
Okay. So so this one, so obviously it looks like this is a thing. You know, you saw it back, you said it back then, and then we saw it in the leak, and then now I guess they're saying it might even come out during the summer, like the showcase time. Like showcase, announce it, and then go ahead and release it. Now, the only thing I would say about that is that doesn't that kind of go kind of like directly against what Sarah Bond just told us
About
when
what?
she said that we have exciting hardware things for the holiday.
For the holidays, right?
For the holiday, she
Mm.
didn't say anything about the summer, right?
Okay,
So,
but
like-
that's assuming, that's also making an assumption that what Sarah was referring to was the digital Series X.
Okay, I mean, yes, that would make
She may not have been.
I mean, that's obviously a possibility for sure.
Hmm.
For sure.
But
Interesting.
but again, it's all assumptions in the end. Like, we're assuming this person's even right, which there's a decent chance they're not. And it could be that the digital Series X is planned for this holiday. Who knows? We'll probably find out come June.
But would that be exciting?
That's
You know what
right,
I'm
and
saying?
that's
Like,
why I
Is
say
that exciting?
that's right. That's why I say maybe Sarah wasn't referring to a digital Series X because I don't think that is an overly exciting thing. Having
So,
said that,
yeah.
what Microsoft finds exciting and what regular people find exciting might be two different things.
True. I would say my other thought on that though is then like if this is possibly coming out this summer, and then there's something to talk about for the holiday, but they also are saying and they're working on next gen. So it's not the thing they're announcing on the holiday is not the next gen, right? Because she said it separately. She said that and we're doing all this stuff with next gen. So
Controller?
I mean, I'm hoping it's the
handheld?
controller and the Elite. It could be the handheld. It could be a handheld, but I think
I feel like it doesn't make sense to do the handheld if the new Xbox is going to be a Switch-like device.
That's true. Because then why? That's
Because
a
then you're going to
waste.
make us double dip. You know what I'm saying? Like that seems silly.
Yeah.
I would hope it's the new controller, and hopefully the next Elite doesn't fall apart when the wind blows in through the window.
I don't know how you guys play, bro. My elites.
I play.
are
This
fine.
is the thing. People keep saying this to me on Twitter. I am the OCD guy that looks after his stuff like a psychopath.
Do you have
So
sweaty
the
palms?
fact, nope. So the fact that my stuff falls apart, I am literally the guy that they should be getting to test this shit on because I look after everything, and
I
my
had
elites
one-
consistently fall apart.
And these are twos,
I had-
right? Not ones.
1 and 2 and the core.
So I had one
All three.
the Halo Elite that I 1st
Mhm.
got when it first came out. That one did fail. The button, the right bumper got
I
stuck.
never opened mine. I left it in the packaging.
Me too.
Did
Mine's
you
still
really?
sealed. My
Yes.
Halo
Oh,
one is still
man.
sealed.
Yep.
Ah,
I
dude, there's
kept
no-
it.
well, see, I had to take mine. I have 2 of them.
You took them both out, CMoney.
Yeah, I
You
did.
didn't think to leave one in the box?
Well, I needed one for the office.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? Just in case I.
I mean, you could always
Yep.
just get a normal one. This is a special
Exactly.
Halo edition.
Thank you,
I mean, it
Harkeep,
is
for
special,
bringing
but I
that
love
up.
Halo.
You have the regular one, so you could have taken that to the office.
But it's so
Instead of-
pretty.
It is
Yeah,
so
yeah.
good.
I've got that
Look
one.
how delicious it is. You know what I'm saying? In your
I wish I got the
hands.
Gears one. I wish I got the
See,
Gears
I had
Elite.
it. I had that one. Like
Oh,
Nick,
that
that's
was the
one
first one, right?
that fell apart on me. That's one of the
Oh,
ones. that
really?
fell
I
apart
wish
on
I
me.
had bought that.
Sucks.
I wish
Now,
I
see,
had
now,
bought
to
that.
be
You know how much
clear,
they're
1X
worth now?
Here, guys.
The 1X. I don't know if you
have
got
this
that,
Elite.
but the Gears
You
1X
have a
was
box.
so good. It was so good.
Okay, like let's
you
be
don't even know
clear.
if it's in there.
You have a box. I have the Elite. You
Mine's
see that?
still in
Realize
plastic.
that.
My
I'm just
box
saying.
is still within plastic.
Listen, I'm just saying.
What if they didn't put a remote in there?
could
What if they
be-
didn't put the
What if
controller
it's
in there? Just
broken,
so
Rob?
I'll
what?
never know. I'll never know.
It's my prized possession. This box. This box right here. Now I have the box. The box is over there. So I can put my back in the box and get saran wrap. You know what I'm saying? Hit that up real quick. Get a little heat gun action and boom, back in the wrapper. Nobody would ever know. You know what I'm saying?
I
Oh my
think I
God.
may have to do that, Manny. Manny wants
Why?
you to give you a spoonful of mustard to teach you a lesson.
Mm.
So I see Dave Reezy said that was just not called for. Okay. She could give me a spoonful of something else to teach me some stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'll be down for that stuff. Now, Dave Reezy says the first Elite controller was straight dookie. Can we get Hall effect joysticks?
Mm.
Okay. So let me tell you something. I have this bitch too, right?
Mm.
The new Turtle Beach thing. Those are Hall effect joysticks. I gotta tell you, I don't like them better than my Elite joysticks. They feel different.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, they feel different.
And the controller
I like 'em.
itself, there's a lightness to it. I like
Well, the controller
heavy
itself
duty, like
It
You
doesn't
feel
feel
like you're
as good as an Elite, but
grabbing
I'm just
something.
saying, even just those joysticks, just like moving them and feeling them, doesn't feel the same. I feel like it's too loose. It doesn't have some of that. I don't know.
The resistance.
The little resistance is gone. It's too loose.
Mhm.
I'm not feeling it. I don't like it. I played with it for a little bit. Now this is my VR controller. So if I'm playing Meta Quest or whatever,
Mhm.
I'll put it on. But I don't play Xbox with it. I don't like the way it plays.
Fair enough.
So I'm going to
But
totally
yes.
destroy you, like destroy everyone. I have this thing.
Uh-oh. What the hell is that? Wait,
It's
Oh,
a
I can't
Mario.
Oh, Peach?
Mario.
Yes, and Mario.
It's
There
Mario
we go.
and Peach on an Elite
That's
controller.
an Xbox controller?
This is an
That
Xbox
is so
controller.
You modified it, huh?
No, it was
Yes.
available on Amazon. They actually let you have the print on it. So that's
Oh,
what
so
I
it's
use.
a
Really?
wrap
And you
or a
just
print
bought
or
it like
something.
that?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And I got that on my PC, and this is the one I use on my Xbox.
Oh shit.
zoom it in again.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's
That's
fire.
dope. Oh,
I've got the
still
chat
use
pad
the
too.
chat pad, bro.
Yes.
I've got the chat
Yeah.
pad as well.
I love the chat pad.
Yeah.
Mm.
I used to have I have the chat pad somewhere. I used to rock with it.
I've still
but
got my
now-
360 chat pad,
Ooh, nice. I think I have mine somewhere too. It
and
might
I've
be
got my
on
Tomb
the-
Raider controller as well for 360, the limited edition Tomb Raider
Oh.
controller. Just great.
What
So
was that
nice.
controller that you bought on eBay that you were
Sea of Thieves?
obsessed with? Oh my
Sea of
gosh, he
Thieves?
missed the Sea of Thieves.
That was the
Ah.
one that got away, and I was like, "Fuck!"
I
it,
got that,
bought it. I paid like
and then I sold it.
$250 for it.
300, I
Mm.
think.
300?
It was. Yeah,
All right, it was worth it.
Got
It
it
was
and
worth it.
sold it.
that was wild.
It's so fire, dude.
You probably bought it from Nick.
you imagine? Damn it. But yeah, no, those, I mean, so but see, I still wouldn't classify that as exciting hardware. I don't think a new controller is going to excite.
but you're looking at it from our perspective, not Microsoft's.
Do you think that exciting is just marketing?
They make
bullshit?
so many. It's
Yes.
kind of like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's stunning.
How many times?
But
How many times have we seen Microsoft hype up a show that was mid? Like Microsoft's idea of exciting, it's not. It's corpo exciting. It's not regular
Exactly.
person exciting or hardcore gamer exciting. It's corny corporate exciting. Oh my god! Look at our adorably digital Series X. How exciting!
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Look
That
at
was
our
pretty bad.
controller with pants on it. It's so exciting.
I love the way he leans. It's
Yeah.
so exciting.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
Microsoft. That's them. That's how.
And this, Nick,
that's exciting.
is
to
why
them.
I'm so worried about the marketing.
Yeah.
He's stressing.
That's-
He's like, yo, this is why.
Yo,
where Peter Moore knew. Peter Moore comes out and goes, "Look at this tattoo of
Right?
Grand Theft Auto 4."
Dude, he had
Look at
like
the-
these
look-
kids playing like a
Halo.
rock
Yeah,
version
man.
of Halo theme on one of the E3
Yeah,
stages.
man,
yeah.
Peter Moore got it. Like he got it. He understood. Where current Microsoft's like, look,
so that-
our controller's got pants, guys. It's so exciting. Look how cool it is.
oh my god. So let me ask you: Do you think this thing comes out and does anything? Like, do you think this moves a needle? Do you think that that going all digital and lowering the price, right? It has people are saying what I think like 50 to
it's-
$100.
It's not going to do anything at all.
so.
And it's only going to sell. It's only going to sell to existing Series X owners that have no need for a disc drive.
Well, look, this is the
That's it.
potential where they could have it bundled with COD, right? So it just
They'd
depends.
want
If
to.
they make, if they want to go crazy and say we're going to have a Series X with COD or maybe Game Pass for 6 months or something, you get, $300 for a Series X.
Yep.
Without the drive, would that sell consoles? Yeah, that could sell, right? Again, you just have to kind of market it the way they want to, right? I don't know what they're planning to do with it, but let's say costing around $350 to $400. Deep discounts during the holidays, right? Cut it to
I'm not
$300
mad
with
at that.
COD.
Like with Game Pass in it, branding Call of Duty, like that would be
yeah,
that'd be pretty good.
So that would be as if this is not for the summer, and if they hold it to
For the
fall.
holidays.
I mean, it's
And I
only
mean,
a
it's
few
not
months
like it's-
later.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like it's a complete nothing burger, right? You're getting an
Hmm.
improved heat sink, you're getting upgraded Nexus card, which I don't know what the
USB-C.
hell is it. You get USB-C, you get Wi-Fi 6, which Wi-Fi 6 is a big deal if you fuck with Wi-Fi and you're tired of shit slowing down. So I mean, it's not like it's nothing.
The 1
to
terabyte is kind of
upgrade to it.
interesting that it's not 2 terabytes, but okay.
Well,
Yeah,
they
you'd
still
think
sell,
they'd
they
think
still
it'd
have
go
cards
two,
to
wouldn't
tell
they?
you. Well, they
Yeah, I
could,
think
but
they'd
they
go
want you
with
to
two.
buy the card. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The card that
Yeah,
costs
and
as
this way
much
they
as the
can save money.
console.
Do you think they get rid of the card for next gen?
They can't. I mean,
It's not going to be the same hard drive, right? So that card goes
It's a
into
tough
the
one.
back and it plugs directly into that hard drive that's identical and all that other shit.
a part of me
Um,
hopes they keep it.
Yeah,
like a
it's
legacy,
nice.
hope they
like a
keep it.
legacy slot.
I mean,
They
it's
would have to
just a
create
slot.
technology to
Like-
amplify it. If the new thing's faster than what it's there now, they're going to have to create some type of software to
Why?
when you plug it in. Well, because if it's I mean, they made it to match exactly what's in there.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Performance
right. But
is
like,
optimal.
I assume the next Xbox, I'm assuming, will have full backwards compatibility. So and
Yes,
it's still a
but
very
not with-
fast drive.
I mean, yes,
But they could get so much
then
faster
You're
with the
gonna
next
want to,
gen, right?
yeah, exactly.
I don't
And you're
know.
gonna want to play it like put your new shit on there.
Why do we assume that the next drive will be faster? They stuck to regular. They stuck to regular hard drives for a long time, and NVMe
Well,
is still
because
pretty
they've seen
expensive.
they saw PlayStation's fucking haptic feedback remotes and they were like, all right, yeah, that works. And now they're like, oh shit, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should just get the faster hard drive or whatever the hell it is. I mean, dude, who knows? Nobody's using the Kraken or whatever the hell that they put in Xbox, right? So maybe they're like,
No,
No,
okay,
theirs
maybe
was
we just need to have.
Velocity.
Velocity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kraken is on PlayStation.
Yes.
Whatever, it's one
Yeah.
of those. Yeah. So nobody's using the Velocity shit, right? Like it's not being used to any.
Yeah,
great
and
extent.
that's another thing they should learn from from this gen is to just
Proprietary
bake
shit.
it in. No,
Yeah.
it's not proprietary. It's just that they leave it as optional, right? They just say, "Hey, developer, if you want to use it, here's the checkboxes. You can use it." And instead, it should just be it's baked in. That's what PlayStation did. They just said, "We're just going to do it, whether you use it or not doesn't matter. We're just going to do it." Right? And
It
that
actually goes further than that. It actually goes
Yeah.
further than that. The fact is, Xbox will probably never really enter a generation being the lead platform for development of multi-plat games. So that's
I mean, I don't know. This
This
gen
is
they
why.
can if they jump first. If they jump 2 years before,
No.
you gotta.
The reason I say it is because of the PC thing, right? And I know, like, Nick, you were saying it wouldn't go down that road, but consider the bespoke hardware is the bespoke hardware. Fair enough, right? But the bespoke hardware, instead of running a VM that runs the Xbox game, interface, just runs Windows 12, and you're just making a game for PC. You just make your game for PC. You put it in the Microsoft Store. It's now available on Xbox. You're done. That's it. So now it doesn't matter. You're always going to be a platform that they are going to spend time on because, well, who's not putting their game on PC? So it's just a target of Steam versus Microsoft Store. That's it. And that, to me, is the ultimate answer. It just ends the whole console war. It's done. At that point, it's done. You're just playing PC games. You just have bespoke hardware that also has all the cool Xboxiness to it, right? So you get the backwards compatibility, all that stuff. That's all there.
But even now,
it's
PC,
just a PC
in
game.
so much as those PC ports aren't the lead, it's still ultimately PlayStation.
In general, yeah.
So I
And
don't.
that was because
personally...
the dev kit was new, right? They changed the SDK for Windows, right, to combine it with Xbox, and so everybody had to kind of learn it. So that's going to be kind of done.
That they go assuming if we take Hargeet's version of this, where they turn the Xbox into a basically a PC, a Steam box, right? That's essentially what they turn it into. It's just a PC that runs everything and Xbox games. Initially I'm like, yeah, but you still want them to, kind of push it to the metal, like get the maximum out of just the box. But the Steam,
absolutely.
But then if you think about Steam Deck and the games get Steam Deck certified, right, which means that they make it work the best on the Steam Deck, then the games would just be Xbox certified as well as work on PC.
Exactly.
So if you play it on an Xbox, it just registers like, okay, that version is what we're going to play at those, specs.
Exactly.
I mean, listen, back before the Series X came out, I don't know, I wasn't doing this, right? So I didn't have it, but there were rumors that I saw that was the plan for the Series X, that was supposed to have a separate boot mode to be able to do PC as well as do Xbox. So I don't know if that was like a pervasive rumor that you guys, saw or spoke about.
I think
I had seen stuff like that. I had seen stuff like that around.
I think the major headache was that they didn't want to do the Xbox One thing where they redid everything and then they lost every feature and had to redo it. Right. When you came from a very robust 360 and it just basically became like nothing. You had none of the features. Like this sucks, and you had to wait for years to get some of those things back. Some of them never came. Right. Like this is kind of trash, and they're like, well, we don't want to do that again. Right. And I agree with that. So it would have to be bridging the two together and say, like, I'm not going to lose quick resume or something like that. Like, no, I want all those features. You're going to bring them over, and then we're going to talk, right? So, so they better be looking at it that way, right? That's the right path. And they've been looking at bringing some of those features to Windows, anyways, right? So I think Windows 12 combined with the new Xbox, right? That's where I see that merging happening, and that could be very cool.
What do you think? What do you think about their investment in AI and the idea that the next box is going to be heavily, AI influenced? Like AI is going to have
seems like a safe assumption.
Yeah,
seems like a safe assumption.
Yeah.
Like I could see a world where, and again, I'm not technically minded enough to really have a proper opinion on this, but I envision a world where that next Xbox has a dedicated AI chip for upscaling and for all sorts of stuff. I don't know if it'll make its way into the games per se in any real way, but probably more on the, I don't know, the OS stuff and just a layer over the top of games like upscaling.
You don't think so?
I don't know.
don't
Again,
think
I don't know
AI
enough
will-
about it.
Yeah, I feel like AI is going to be a huge part of the next gen. When they talk about the biggest technological leap that there is, I don't think that's I don't think that's
Power. I
power
don't think it's
talk.
power. No,
No,
neither
I
do
don't think it's power talk. I think it's all of that extra. It's the AI, it's the cloud, the power of the cloud. Like remember, this is what they were going to do back when the Xbox One came out. They were going to use the cloud. That was the plan, and then they got bitched out of it, right? So now they're actually going to do it, and this is how they end generations, because from going forward, as long as they have a strong enough CPU that can handle the AI that they want, to do all that stuff that it needs to do, you're set, because the power of the cloud could fill in all the rest of the details, for you, man. Like you can't. The easiest way to see it is Flight Simulator, man. There's no way you can not look at that game and be like, holy shit, look at what they did, because you can also play without the cloud on PC and see a shit show what it really looks like underneath all the makeup. You know what I'm saying? So like that's a big thing, man. I don't know. For me, I think that this is going to be a big thing, and actually, I'm going to bring JD into this because he is bringing something else up. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Microsoft just announced a $15 billion chip deal with Intel. So how will that affect Xbox's next gen systems?
Interesting question.
Are they getting? So Intel does both, right? So Intel makes CPUs, right? And then they also do their graphics stuff, but it's just not, it's not at the same caliber as the other things. Are to do this deal, it makes no sense to not involve Xbox, right?
Well, we don't know. That's the thing. Because I'm trying to read the article, and because I don't want to say something and then the article completely debunks it. What it says here is, I'm on The Verge's article. And it says Intel will be producing custom chips designed by Microsoft for Microsoft as part of a deal that Intel says is worth more than $15 billion. So whether that's for, I assume Surface is a safe bet, because Surfaces already have Intel chips. I don't know if I see it being part of Xbox. I don't know, unless Intel makes something that's part of the APU.
Much money on Surfaces?
Yeah.
No, this would be Surface and cloud, right? I think it's going to be also in the cloud arena, but yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so if it's going to be in cloud, doesn't that double back to Xbox?
$1 billion, something like that? Is that right? I think it's $1 billion business at Microsoft. So it's not going to bring in a lot there, but the cloud absolutely is a huge.
Okay, so but if it's going to the cloud, doesn't that double back to Xbox? If the new Xbox is going to be cloud focused,
not necessarily, because a lot of the cloud hardware with Xbox is dedicated Xbox hardware. It's not just part of
if you're thinking xCloud, right? But I think what you're saying, CMoney, is that this could be the back end, right? Just like Helldivers 2 is using the game back end of Azure, right? That's essentially where they could leverage this and say, hey, this is now available to do AI enhancement, and these are the AI enhancements available in our back end, right? And you can just plug that into Unreal Engine, and your NPCs can be better because of AI, right? They can be more interactive, things like that, right? So there's certainly viability of leveraging it there. The Intel deal is supposed to be for AI chips and for processors, right? So, but my guess is a lot of this is intended for literally AI, the AI stuff that they're doing in their Office and chat and Bing and stuff like that, right? I think it's to enhance that, right? That capability needs to go everywhere. So they're going to be expanding their capability with that. But there's nothing stopping you from leveraging that for gaming as well. Right, wherever there's a consumer interaction, that's where it's useful, right? So they will absolutely leverage it where it makes sense, and I'm sure Unreal and other platforms for game development are looking at what they can do with this, right, across the board from AWS, from Google, and from Microsoft to see how they can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm really excited for this gen. I mean, I know you said the Microsoft speak, right? So you can't get too pumped. But the way she talked about it being like the biggest technological leap, like that's a big deal. Because if you think about how much power were in the original, Xbox One, and then you put that to the Series X, I mean, that's a huge leap, right? That's almost 10 times the power from
If you're just
that
talking
one to this
strictly
one.
about power.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I would assume when I guess when I look at that idea, I look at the fact that maybe not the number power will be that type of leap, but altogether, if it's the biggest technological leap, I would imagine that in like as an all around, it would just be way bigger, right? So that leap between the two should look much bigger. I think they're looking for like endgame with this. Like this is gonna be their last console that they're gonna make, and they want to
Well,
make it be their last one that they're gonna rock with.
to your point, maybe like another way to look at it, if we sort of have a look at all the rumors individually and sort of try and piece it all together. So, for example, both Mag and I had heard similar in that they're looking with the next Xbox at having both a normal under the TV Xbox as well as a dockable portable. We both heard similar.
I really
We're
hope that
obviously
one's true,
looking-
man.
Sorry?
I really hope that one's true. I
Oh, so do I.
100%
Jesus
want
Christ,
to
so do
switch
I.
Xbox, bro. Like, so much.
Now we're hearing about the technological leap. We're looking at AI. What if this technological leap is things? Because what we had both heard is that this under the TV box and the dockable portable will be the same spec or similar spec. So you're not getting this S and X situation like we have now. So what if that technological leap is all of these things? Hey, we've got a handheld and a under the TV, and they're the same spec. And they infuse AI, which means you've got all this great like maybe that's the technological leap, like the entire package of what the next Xbox encompasses is the technological leap, as opposed to just, hey, it's 57 teraflops, and it's like the most powerful thing ever. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I think that power leap has to be there because but in 2026 I'll have a 5090, okay, that is probably going to be like 200 teraflops. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't go from 12 teraflops to like 40 or 50 while still thinking that we're going to be anywhere near the realm of what these things look like on PC, right? Like that's crazy. So
The Switch has
I want
changed the
something-
game. The Switch has changed the game.
I mean, it did change the game. I don't know.
I mean,
I mean,
Xbox came
It
along
was suck
and made
if I'm still preferring to play on PC after everything. You know what I'm saying? Like after the next gen comes out, if I'm still able to have something that just looks way better and not comparable on this,
But
like,
but,
I'm
but
still
that's going to
gonna
be
play on my
forever,
5090.
though. That's going to be forever. Like we're now like the days of the OG Xbox where PC hadn't advanced as much and you could have a console that could keep up and surpass PC. Those days are gone. They're never coming back.
Yeah.
Like that's it now. Like PC
I mean, I'm
will
hopeful
always
that
be miles
cloud-
ahead.
I'm hopeful that cloud does what they promised it would do. Which again, we already see it in Flight Simulator. It's already actively out there. We can see what it does. But when they showed us that demo of Crackdown 3, and they had the cloud running, and they showed all the Xboxes going online to make the thing happen, right? That was a dope ass video. The destruction was amazing. Like we need to surpass that, right? We need to put that into effect. We need that cloud situation to come in because again, this can be, end game for consoles, right? This could be the last console, and then you don't need to buy another one because it just keeps upgrading over time, and they can tie that upgrade to Game Pass or Game Pass Ultimate. Like if you're a Game Pass Ultimate member, you get all the upgrades, going forward on the Xbox. I don't know. There's different things that they could do. I'm just really I'm excited to
that
see
point,
because this was a letdown. This generation was a letdown for me.
It was.
I mean, it's not terrible, but it's there's not enough games.
Graphically,
But,
well, where my mind went, when I look at PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and then you look at what we're playing now.
I know, right? Because you had a lot of 4K 30s, and you're like, why am I doing 4K 30 again?
Yeah, exactly. Like this is not a big thing. Like Cyberpunk,
but
on PC was where I thought that we would be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I thought that's where this generation was going to bring us.
Because the problem is developers can't help themselves. Developers can't help themselves. They're always going to push to a point that the consoles can't reach, and you're going to be stuck back at 30 again. It's always going to happen. Like
that's what AI is going to solve. When you have just like think about NVIDIA DLSS, right? The software, like that's what it does, right? It umps the frames.
Yeah, and to your point,
maybe that's what the AI chip is doing.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm down for
the
all
AI
of it.
part of it. That's what you would expect is kind of a DLSS thing, right? They're going to do their own. I think they're saying they're doing their own. But yeah, I mean, to your point, this could be the last one, right? And if it gets to a certain level, the question is how much more do you need, right? And if you can get to a decent level of say like a 4080, which does like path tracing and everything at say about 60 frames, 70 frames, like at least 1440 if not 1800p. Okay, you're kind of done at that point, right? Like you don't really need
120 is still the goal. I feel like because
120 would be the goal. Right? Maybe path tracing would go down, or you have to use DLSS, right? And you have to use DLSS to bump it up, right?
So that's what I'm saying, though. I want the goal for me is uncompromised. Not it doesn't have to be 4K. It could be the software 4K, right? But
yeah, exactly.
DLSS in quality mode looks better than 4K. Like we've seen it
exactly.
So if as long as we can get to 120 and at that level, that's I think where you need to stop. Anything above 120 is
a waste.
The regular TVs don't have it. 4K 120 is just a standard now on a new TV. So
yeah,
we should build to that.
It could be it. This could be the last one. And if we can get to that level, I think you're right. That's basically what we need. If it has built-in upscaling, you could take a 1080 120 path traced.
Yep.
Bring it up to 1440 1800p, right? With DLSS or their equivalent. Yeah.
Yep.
And the beauty is you can keep updating it, as you're saying, right? The chip is in there, but you can keep updating the algorithms to make it better and better and better. Like DLSS just keeps getting better and better and better, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what they'll keep doing. So yeah, it does have the potential to be the last one. We'll see. And then there's also just the realities of things are shifting in the market, and like this may not be the end result of where we end in like 15 years. For all we know, it could be AR, right? So like Quest 3 is kind of pushing the envelope a bit. Maybe we end up with a good mixed reality headset, and that is the gaming, standard place in 10 years. We don't know, right? It could be totally different from where we are today. It also, as generations come up, they have different needs. They have different, gaming habits. Maybe console just isn't their thing. So,
yeah,
we will see, right?
I get it. Let me get some of these super chats real quick. The homie Angry Hippie, man, thank you so much for being
Angry
here.
Hippie, thank you, baby.
Says Nick, was your Gears leak in Greek?
Yeah, I saw that earlier. That's pretty good.
All right. The homie
JD, thank you,
my
love.
brother, for being here. These are two that I missed before I read his other one. So, thank you again, brother, for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says Nick, is it possible that they've bumped the specs a little like they did with the Xbox One S? So not a true pro model, but just a minor bump in specs.
Yeah, it could be they've done something like that with the digital Series X, because that's what I think we were talking about when he sent that super chat through. So it could be possible they do a similar thing. Who knows? We'll find out probably soon.
Yeah. I'm excited for it, man. Shout out to the homie Mash, man. Thank you so much for being here, bro. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel, bro. Thank you so much. Y'all know what to do.
Let's go.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat.
Ooh.
Welcome the homie Mash
Thank
for
you,
being
baby.
here, man.
Welcome to the
Thank
family.
you for becoming
love.
part of the family, bro. Appreciate you. I want to see it flooded in the chat.
Yes.
Do it. But yes, man, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you. Thank you for being here, brother. The homie JD Gamer. Thank you so much for being here, brother. Thank you so much for that
JD.
$10 super chat. Says PlayStation will not remain the lead platform after this gen. Their console sell-through is slowing faster than predicted, all while Microsoft continues to invest heavily into gaming and acquiring more studios and IP. Gotta tell you, I feel that, man. I think PlayStation's domination is not long for this world. I don't think. I don't think Sony can keep up with Xbox. And unfortunately, as cool as the idea of because they're entrenched in all this shit, you go back before and all of a sudden Xbox 360 was that console. The Xbox 360 was the it console that you wanted to have, right? Times change, the youth keeps coming up, and they are going to be into different things that we don't know. And all it takes is for one of these 50,000 studios that Xbox has to release something that triggers that type of hype. You just never know, man.
Are you insinuating that we're
say-
not the youth?
We're definitely not.
No?
No.
Okay.
I'm definitely not the youth. I don't know how old you guys are, but I am definitely not the youth.
No,
Far
no,
from the youth.
We're definitely
Damn,
I am
Nick.
young
Wait.
club.
Oh, man.
I'm on the dementia side of the hill.
All right, you're not that
I'm
far.
What was
I'm
that?
maybe like 70, all right? 60, 70.
You're
Where
not
you
that
at,
far.
Nick?
All right.
I'm 43.
Okay.
Yo, I'm about to rage and throw some things over. We're still the youth, Nick.
I think what could throw a spanner in the works for both Sony and Microsoft is if Nintendo nails the Switch 2. If Nintendo completely gets that right and provides a console or a hybrid that isn't shitty hardware like the Switch is, and can handle third-party ports properly and gets that true third-party support that Nintendo hasn't had for a long time, that could be a massive spanner in the works for Sony and Microsoft.
I think Nintendo's secret weapon will be, if they do it, which only makes sense to me because at this point everything they do has this, is the fact that Nvidia makes their stuff, and Nvidia is the absolute best at the DLS game. Okay, there's
That's right.
no one's on their level. So if the Switch 2 can run DLSS 3 and 4 and 5, whatever they continue to make, then it's irrelevant. No more power issue whatsoever because the box doesn't matter at that point. They could take with their Ultra DLSS, whatever the biggest one, they could take things that are 720p and bring it up to 4K, bro, and it looks crisp.
And that's what I mean. And if the Switch is getting a COD port that runs great, and if all of a sudden Switch can run something like Cyberpunk, and all of a sudden people are looking at the Switch and going, well, why do I need the others? Like if the Switch is running, like I've said myself, if the Switch 2 can run Fortnite and Rocket League at 1080-60 without a problem, that's where I'll be doing most of my gaming because I can take it on the go with me, and then dock it at home.
And
that's
this
why
is why
Xbox,
it's so important for Xbox to go ahead and just flat out mimic the situation.
Copy
Like
that shit
Nintendo was
blatantly.
able to bring back handhelds like in such a big way. They went ahead, they did the Switch. Everybody else was like, all right, we got to hop on this train. It's amazing. They've always been so innovative when it comes to their systems. It's pretty freaking awesome what they've done with the Switch.
Yeah, you ain't lying. You ain't
So
lying.
it'll be interesting to see how that situation plays out because, like, third parties for the longest time have been hesitant to fully jump in both feet with Nintendo because their hardware has always been so limiting. But if the Switch 2 takes that blockade away, all of a sudden Sony and Microsoft are in a little bit of trouble because they can't not look at Nintendo as a real competitor. They have to start looking at them as a real competitor now.
Yeah.
which is what we
That will
want,
change things. Yes,
right?
absolutely.
That's what we want. And the real thing that will get me super pumped is if they can find a way to use that power and to use their new system to bring their exclusives to us in a way that we've never seen.
Mm.
You know, I could just imagine a Mario Kart that looks like Forza Horizon. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Be amazing.
like it would be amazing. It would be,
But-
it would change everything because they can't. The problem with Xbox and PlayStation, anybody, and this is the reality. Anyone can make a game like Xbox and PlayStation.
Mm.
Anyone can do it. Okay. It might not feel as good as a Halo, right? Like they have that perfected. It might not feel as good as a Call of Duty, right? They have that perfected. But outside of those juggernauts, right? Single player Sad Dad Simulator, that's over. PlayStation's reign as the only place you can get that is gone. Microsoft is bringing out Hellblade that's going to have something. You know what I'm saying? Like we're that whole thing is done. They don't have anything that no one else can do. Nintendo does. None of them can make a Mario the way fucking Nintendo makes a Mario. Same thing with their kart racer. Same thing with everything else. You know why? People have tried. And yes, there have been good attempts, but nothing that stands the test of time. Nothing that lasts. There's been a million kart racers. They cannot dethrone Nintendo. And I'm talking about on way more powerful hardware. They cannot make you say, I prefer this over Nintendo. The only way you say that is if you don't have access to it and you're like, oh, this is amazing. What are you talking about? No, if you have a Switch and you play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, a game that came out like 54,000 years ago, okay, it's still the best kart
Same
racer
price,
out there.
by the way.
But
Easy.
but
Never changes.
you're 100% right in that we want Nintendo in a position where Sony and Microsoft see them as a direct competitor because as we've seen in the PC space, look at what Nintendo's done. Why? What, you think the Steam Deck exists because of Microsoft and Sony? No, the Steam Deck exists because of Nintendo. The ROG Ally exists because, like, Nintendo has influenced the PC gaming space.
They
I
changed
don't think enough people are acknowledging that. Like, everyone's like, oh, Nintendo doesn't count. Yeah, they fucking do. They influenced Gabe. They influenced Gabe and got Gabe to make a handheld. Like, I don't know how much more influence you can have than that. Gabe doesn't give a fuck about anyone. Gabe does whatever the hell he wants to do. And even he looked at what Nintendo were doing and like, holy shit, maybe we need to do that.
I think everybody saw that shit.
Yeah, it's
Like
freaking
immediately, as soon as you have the
amazing,
Switch. Go ahead, baby.
It's amazing just to like the way it is. Like you're not tied down. You go ahead, you're playing on your TV, you grab your console, it's just so easy. That little button on the top to just click it in and out when you're back in where you were, or just take it with you. Like,
Yeah,
all
they
right,
also
I'm out. I have to
perfected that
go.
shit.
Let me grab my Switch, take it with me, play. Like, it's just the convenience part of it. It's just
Yeah,
amazing.
as soon as I felt that shit, I was like, Xbox needs to do this. Like immediately. Like, we need this now. It's just genius, right? It's just genius. They changed the game with it. And I would love to see them, because as much as it's so genius, as soon as I do now, in the very beginning it was different, right? Because that generation, we still hadn't gone to Series X generation. So it was a much closer type of comparison between the games that you were playing on there versus the other ones. Obviously, it was still the Xbox and the PlayStation were more powerful, but it was closer. Now, when I go, like, I literally can't play Zelda, the new Zelda that came out, just because of how shitty it looks. I just can't. It's too much for me. I played the first one, loved it, adored it. I devoted all my time to it, beat the hell out of that game. The second one, I just can't. My eyes have changed. You know what I'm saying? I've seen too much. You know what I'm saying? I can't.
Did you try it on
I
PC?
would love. Sorry?
No, but I want to. Please show me how, and I will do that.
I would love nothing more than for both Sony and Microsoft to go with handhelds. I would like dockable handhelds. I would gladly take a backing. I would gladly take a drop in power to have the convenience of handhelds with all three.
Yeah.
I would love that.
You-
Absolutely
this is
love
the
it to
thing.
death.
This is the thing.
agree.
Whatever they make next won't have that issue because unless you're offline. But if you're online with your Switch or with your Xbox, there's no reason why the cloud will not be amplifying your game. Because I could tell you right now, I have the ROG Ally. I don't even use it anymore. I bought it, I was hyped for it, and then I went back as soon as Xbox put Game Pass on GeForce Now and started bringing games over there, which I subscribe to GeForce Now. My LG Cloud, dude, I play everything PC specs, looks amazing, super fast frame rate. Dude, it's amazing, bro. Fortnite,
But
120 frames per second on my handheld, looking crisp.
Yeah, it's wild.
But will Microsoft be gun shy about wanting you connected to the internet again after what happened in 2013?
I don't think so. I think. Remember, this is a whole new world.
There's a lot of crybabies out there.
A lot.
There's a
Oh
lot
my
of there's a
gosh.
lot
What
of
did you
fake
think about
outrage
that?
crybabies out there. In 2013, I was calling it fake outrage. I'm like, who the hell doesn't have the
Right?
internet in 2013?
Yeah, that was so
Right?
stupid.
I'm like,
I
they're
was
running
on
around with
board.
iPads. What do they
Yep.
use?
Yeah,
Exactly.
like
It was so stupid.
the irony
Snail
is,
mail?
and I said this back then. The irony is that he is physical not slowly anymore, coming to an end, and Microsoft's vision was actually extending a lifeline to physical, and people just didn't
Yep.
realize it.
Yep.
Like they were giving us the best of both worlds. They were saying, yeah, for all you physical collectors, you go out and buy this, go for it. And you can keep it on your shelf all proud and, look at my physical. And then you get the convenience of digital.
Yep.
They were giving physical an extended life and people just couldn't see it. And now physical's coming to an end much, much faster because of the increase in adoption of digital.
Man, I like some of
Facts.
those digital
Just-
features too, like family share and
Family
so
And don't get me
cool.
wrong, it wasn't all going to be there day one. Microsoft themselves hadn't really worked it all out. But like everything, if you give them the time, it evolves and it changes and they learn from the mistakes and they fix things and like anything. But, everyone wanted to have a fucking cry about the internet.
Yep.
Yep, which was fucking ridiculous. But again, as crazy as that was, now that we know where we are, obviously we needed that to happen, right? Because Phil needed to come on board. Game Pass would not have been a thing. We would have had the family share, but we wouldn't have had Game Pass. Like the what came out of it, I'm happy with. I hate the fake outrage. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Let me get some of the homies real quick. We got the homie Ryu R Gaming.
You are.
Thank you, my brother, for being
What's
here.
up,
Thank you so much for that
baby?
$5 super chat. Says,
you,
"CMoney,
fam.
let's make a bet." Oh God. If you win, we never talk about mustard again.
Oh,
I bet you
interesting.
own a mustard pillow. Prove in a few weeks if we win one mustard packet for you. That sounds really sinister. Like something that I don't know.
Something's not adding up.
Something's not adding up here. That I'm gonna own a mustard pillow in a few weeks. Like when I'm gonna walk through the store and be like, "Oh shit, look at that mustard pillow! I must have it," and then purchase it. I don't know.
He's saying, "I bet you own one." Isn't he saying, "I bet you own one," as in, "I bet you own one now"?
That's what I thought, but then I'm
mean,
seeing the
prove in
In a few weeks. Like if he's got one, why would he want to prove it? He'll want to win the bet.
I know,
Yeah, I
like
know.
ASAP.
Keep it hidden. What are you talking
He'll want to
about?
win the bet.
I definitely don't own one though. Okay, so
He'll be
let's just
burning
make
that pillow
clear.
right now.
Seriously, I'm not an undercover mustard lover. Okay, let's just make that shit clear. The homie
I'm
JD
trying to
Gamer,
understand. You declined the bet. See, money is what I'm
I
hearing.
declined the bet. I declined. Thank you for that $5 super chat, brother.
Thank you,
He
JD.
says the rule of three says that as soon as Xbox has so many popular IP that the PlayStation platform misses 3 desired games, then people will start to switch. Interesting.
The rule of
Interesting.
3.
I'm telling you, that goes into what I'm feeling. I honestly, you cannot look like this year alone, we're getting over 10 major exclusives. This year alone.
what do you think? Those are?
Cannot. Well, we know. Well, he also when he described it, he's also counting like expansions,
DLCs.
right?
Right?
Yeah. So Starfield is one of them. And then the other ones
Diablo.
that he said, Diablo, all that other shit. So all right, well, what do we have? We have
Indie.
Indie,
Avowed.
we have Avowed, we have
Yep.
Hellblade, we have
Yep.
Ara, we have
Well, Ara's
Towerborn.
not first party, but okay, let's,
Yeah,
let's
well,
go on with that.
Well, they
I
count it
assume
as
they
first
count
party
it
now.
though.
Yeah, they
Well,
count it as
that's the
first
thing.
party.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ara, shit, I just said one and then I forgot it.
Towerborn.
Towerborn. Yep, Towerborn.
Yep.
Flight Simulator.
Okay.
That's 6. Starfield, the Shattered
Yep.
Space. Diablo,
Mhm.
the expansion.
Mhm.
That's 8.
Mhm.
I don't remember what you said. Do you say Avowed?
I said Avowed already.
Indiana?
You think South of Midnight? This is the thing. You know what's the problem with all this, right? You know what's the problem? All of these big games are scheduled for the back half of the year towards fall. So it's like, what are you gonna sneak another big game into the fall? Like it has to be something smaller that's coming between now and June.
This game, I do think, will release this year. The Quest of the Mustard
Quest of the
Yard.
Mustard
Jar.
God damn it. God damn it.
We'll all have to gift it to CMoney, Quest of the Mustard. Jar.
Exactly.
No thanks. No
All right,
thanks.
so I think he's talking about the stuff that he controls. So Matt Booty controls all the first party studios, right? So here's the ones I have: Avowed,
he controls
Hellblade 2,
ABK and Bethesda.
and
Sarah-
Xbox Studio.
No, I thought Sarah was in charge of Xbox.
Of Xbox, not Xbox Game Studios. Matt
Yeah.
Booty already owned Xbox Game Studios.
Oh,
So
so she's just in
Obsidian,
charge of
Exile, all those guys are
business,
under
not
him,
the. Okay, got it.
Ooh,
right? But
Zach says
publishing,
maybe a
global
certain
publishing is
collection.
under Sarah.
Okay.
So
Is
what
it?
I have is Avowed, Hellblade, Indie, COD, Starfield DLC, Diablo DLC, WoW DLC, ESO, and Fallout 76 DLC, and then one other game, which I don't know if it's a DLC or a game. That's your 10. And then you have the global publishing arm, which is Stalker 2, Towerborn, Flight Sim, 33 Immortals, Arc 2, Replaced, and Aura. Now, if we go with the 24 studio theory, then Aura becomes first party. And then Aura is your 10th game.
I don't know. What if they have a secret action platformer called Mustardo? New character.
Mustard. God damn it. God damn it.
Is a new mascot for Microsoft called Mustardo.
Thanks for compromise, babe.
By the initiative, they've cancelled Perfect Dark, and they're all in on Mustardo.
God damn it. Why?
They gotta cancel games for Mustard Quest.
Banjo's cancelled.
Is that it?
Perfect Dark's cancelled. New mascot,
God.
Mustardo.
Oh my god.
Oh, like change Hi-Fi
actually-
Rush and take the little cat or whatever that little animal.
Oval?
Change it to Mustardo.
88, 88, 88, 808. What is the hell's name? All right. So hold on. Wait, let's stop with this mustard crap. Okay. And this right here, bro. We forgot all about this right here. Boom.
Age of Mythology.
Age of
Oh.
Mythology, fam. And guess what? Coming to Xbox. Yes. Has been announced. It was going to be PC only. That was all it was announced for. And then ding dong, Xbox is in, baby.
And so, does this count as new? Because this is a remaster, right? It's retold.
Yeah, it counts as new. It's a new game. It's retold.
yeah.
I'm
All right.
retelling you the story. You know what I'm saying?
All right, and that brings a whole level of problems, right? Because what if Gears, the Gears trilogy is
Trilogy?
Yes.
God,
Yeah.
is that coming this year, Nick?
I hope so.
Tell us.
I
Then-
hope so.
Then we're going past 10, right?
I
So
know.
this
Well,
is
he
a
said
headache.
he said more than 10. He didn't say 10.
Did he say more than
He said
10?
more than
He said
10,
more?
fam.
I thought he
Okay.
said 10.
No,
I thought he said
more than
10
10.
too, but listen, I'll take
More
more
than
than
10.
10.
I'll play the video right now. I have it.
Yeah.
Don't make me. Where is it? Go here. Go here.
The biggest mistake I ever made with Gears Collection was mentioning it so early.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
said it like a long time ago.
It was January 2022. I didn't mention Gears specifically. I just said an Xbox IP, and then a few months later, sort of let it slip that it was Gears. But you have to understand that at the time I first mentioned it, development hadn't even started yet. So
Oh,
people
so
are
you
like,
just heard
"Oh,
that
how
it was
long has it
slowing
been?" It's
down.
like, well, how long do you think a collection like that would take to develop?
I'll take
Do you think
to
it
put
would just
together.
be a year? And remember, they're not going to want to repeat Master Chief Collection. So they're going to want to
They don't
make
want
sure
that
that this thing works out of the gate and isn't a broken mess. So
Agreed.
people are
Do you
sitting there
know
saying,
how they're
"Oh,
making
where
it?"
is it? Where is it?" Like I've openly said multiple times, I screwed up and mentioned it way too early. I said that way back then. So,
Okay, so do we think it's going to be they're all being remade like Halo
UE5.
2 was remade for
the
Master
first
Chief Collection?
those three, 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
As far as I'm aware, there's nothing more than those
God,
three.
that
As
would be
far as I'm aware,
amazing, bro.
And it's
That would
being
be
remade in
amazing.
UE5. Is that
Mm.
in UE5?
believe so,
right?
yeah.
That's gonna be glorious.
Mm.
That's gonna be
Listen,
glorious.
Talos is hitting us with that Spanish.
Exactamundo.
Exactamundo.
Exactamundo. All right, ready?
Everyone, so yes, they're saying more than 10.
Okay, hold on. Check it out. We're about to
Go
drop these
ahead.
bars.
Let's see.
And
Let's see.
this 2024, the year coming up, we've got more than 10 major releases coming
okay.
up. Great
Let's
stuff. Hellblade 2. We've
There
got
you go.
Diablo expansion. We've got Avowed, Ara, the Indiana Jones game.
Mhm.
And
He's counting
there's
Ara.
more in development, which
Told ya.
I think we're going to be able to share more about at our June showcase coming up pretty soon.
Would
By the way,
also
if you
be
didn't watch
just,
that video, shame on you. Go watch that video.
which
Shows
also
you
might
all
mean
the rumors
your
debunked.
Oxide
Oh,
might be one of theirs.
You see?
I feel like if they had acquired Oxide, they would have said something by now. Like, there's no reason to not say something.
Well, they kind of did with his tweet. He said our
Yeah, but-
4 studios.
No, I know, but like if you think about 2018, they just said, "Hey, we've acquired Playground, we've acquired Ninja Theory, we've acquired
Maybe they
Double
want to
Fine."
save it for an announcement
Why wouldn't they just
to
say
make
it?
to make it grand. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, no one
make
even
it-
knows who Oxide really is. I don't think it's some groundbreaking.
Maybe that's
massive
why.
announcement.
Maybe they don't feel it to be something worthwhile of announcing until they see how the game does. Then when the game gets 10s and shit, they're like, and guess what, guys? We own them.
That's probably the smartest thing to do. When the game gets 10s, it's not going to get 10s if it's coming from Xbox. We know
Ouch.
that.
No, it's the truth. It's the truth for sure.
I don't know, but to me, I mean, if Gears Collection, like they'd want to announce it sometime soon. Like you don't want to, you want to get that out before a potential Gears 6. You wouldn't want the Gears Collection coming out after Gears 6. That would look a bit weird.
Oh, I agree. I agree. That would have to be sooner rather than later.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean,
My
it looks
biggest
like
regret is mentioning it
rumors
too
are
early.
crazy.
It's by far my biggest regret.
That's okay. You know why? Because when that one comes true, Nick, that is going to be your greatest accomplishment because you said it so long ago before there was even an inkling of it that when it gets
But
announced,
The
all
thing
your haters
is,
going to have to, stand down.
people, no. The problem is goalposts always shift with me. I have a weird relationship with people. Goalposts always shift. So
So your Xbox.
it's
Goalposts
weird.
always
Like
shift anyways.
my logic would be that if someone knows something that far in advance, that would suggest that their sources are pretty deep inside. Where if you say something a month or a couple of weeks or a couple of days before, that would suggest you've probably just got friends in the media that are telling you something that's been embargoed. There's
Look
a
at
little bit of a
Nick.
difference. So
Look at Nick slightly just being out there like, listen,
it's not that. It's
I
Listen.
have better sources than you,
It's-
bitch, as fake
It's just-
insiders.
it's just using a bit more logic. Like, I had someone on Twitter try and act like my Fortnite leaks were bullshit. And
Fortnite leaks.
yeah. And
Yeah, what are they? I I don't know.
Oh wow, oh wow. So that's the thing. I'm quite well known in the Fortnite League community. So
Really?
you know,
love Fortnite, so.
I got told about a deal between Epic and Paramount over 2 years ago. And then at the time I said, yeah. And at the time I said one of the collabs to come out of that deal would be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Which are freaking fire.
Which just came.
There. So
I got told about, a deal between Epic and Microsoft and Bethesda. And then we got Doomslayer. We got the dude from Elder Scrolls. And there's more coming.
I just got Lady Gaga.
Yeah, Lady Gaga just came.
Yes.
And then this guy who leaked a couple of cars in rocket racing was like, oh yeah, I don't know if your rumors are true. You just say stuff that anyone could guess. And I'm like, well, hold on a second, dude. You do the exact same thing. Like, you saying that some car from Rocket League's coming to rocket racing, isn't that the exact same logic? Of course they're eventually going to bring most of the Rocket League cars over to rocket racing. That's just obvious. But you don't see me shitting all over your little leaks.
Oh, your little leaks. He called you a punk ass bitch.
He did.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I've just got a different attitude to this leak stuff. Like, I see people attacking, whether it's me, whether it's Grub, whether it's Robert Serrano, whether it's before I started doing this. If I saw a leak online, my attitude was, cool. Hope that's true. And if it's not, I move on with my life.
Yep.
And if it is, great. I get excited. My first instinct isn't to just shit on someone when I see a leak.
It shouldn't be. Rumors are amazing. The problem that took place that put this negative slant on it was when people, instead of making them rumors, started posting them as facts. And once that happened, that's where the outrage came from. And that's where all the problems came from, because now you're changing the scenario. Like, for instance, again, I use you as the example, even when you saw that clip, I heard this, I saw this, blah, 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 blah. You didn't say, guys, this is 150 fucking percent happening right now. It's done.
But that's why I labeled the rumor mill the way I labeled it. I specifically said it's a room. Like, I feel like I've been quite transparent in how I do this. I've publicly shown my DMs. I've told people that, I just get DMs from people I trust. I rarely get screenshots or videos, or I do get them every now and again, but I rarely get them. It's always just DMs, and I'm usually careful to, that's what I'd say. It's the rumor mill. It is a rumor. But the fact that so for example, you're into Fortnite,
yes,
and yet you haven't heard any of my Fortnite leaks. So you would turn around and go, well, Nick's not right very often. But then all of a sudden you've discovered that I leak Fortnite stuff, and it's almost always been right, which would change your perspective on me all of a sudden. So this is another reason why I don't automatically jump to shitting on someone. Because if I don't follow someone closely, then I'm not in a position. Like, I still see it on Reddit now. People saying, has Nick ever been right? And they say it a day after, like, I just had 3 leaks happen.
Yep.
So you're just like, if you don't follow someone close enough to actually understand their record or whatever the case it is, maybe don't just jump to shitting on them straight away. And I'm not talking to you now. I'm speaking generally.
No.
Like,
yeah, and I agree exactly what you're saying. And I think most level-headed people, obviously the extremists are going to do that no matter how you try to frame it, right? They're going to be the dumbasses that they are. But I think in general, like, again, I'm all for a good rumor. Like, let it be. Tell me all the juicy things. I'm down to hear it all. But I don't want to hear something being said that is fact, whether it's a good rumor or not. Don't tell me it's fact, because if it's a good rumor and you tell me it's fact, for instance, I forget what E3 it was, that there was like either E3 or some showcase or one of the things, but it was supposed to be like this amazing, crazy showcase. Everything was gonna be like this big, Xbox's E3 of dreams type deal. And then shit all happened. Like none of that shit was there, and it was basic bone, and it fucking ruined it because we
There was
really
nothing to
believe, like
see
big
there.
people were like stamping this shit, like it's happening.
Mm.
Like,
yeah, but it's
again,
ultimately a choice you make to allow that to get you hyped to that point. Like even, and again, it's one of those things where I feel like if you know an outlet or you know people, then it should make you measured in your response. So even let's talk about the Starfield thing now with us.
Mhm.
So I've seen some people be like, "Oh, you guys made it up for clicks," and I'm like, "Really? You really think that's something we would do with like we're out as an outlet? We're called Xbox Era. Why would we go out of our way to create clicks on something that would long term negatively affect us? It doesn't really make any sense." And again, because people got so in their feelings about it and so upset and had such an immature response, and just, you know, there's a little event. So I found the timestamp, and I'm glad I'm very detailed and OCD with my timestamps on my podcast because it makes it easy to go back and find receipts.
facts.
And back on the first or second episode of the year on January 7, when all these rumors of multiplat started, because they started around late December, early Jan. And I remember back then we were having a discussion about it, and we were like, you know, back in November, there was a hack. And we didn't hear about it till January. But back in November, there was a Russian hack, wasn't there, of Microsoft executive emails? Now, who are the Microsoft executives? We've got Satya, we've got Phil, we've got Sarah, we've got Tim, probably got Amy. Now, they hacked a whole bunch of emails. And then a month later, we started hearing rumors of multiplat stuff. Do you think that maybe some of those emails being exchanged were talking about, hey, why don't we try putting this here and putting this there? Why don't we order some PS5 dev kits? I don't know. Everyone just seemed to forget that happened all of a sudden.
Mhm.
So I feel like people need to just relax a little bit and just try and have a rational discussion about this stuff before completely flipping their shit because they don't like what they're hearing. We've as an outlet, we've only ever gone with, I guess you could call it a news-breaking article twice. We did it with Bungie, and we did it now with Starfield. It's the only 2 times we've done it. If we were a clickbait outlet, I reckon we would have done it more than twice in 4.5 years. Fair to say. Now, back when it happened with Bungie, the Bungie CEO came out and was like, this ain't happening. And then what did the FTC leak reveal? It revealed that it was happening. So these execs will say what they need to say, when they need to say it, and all these leaks have revealed that plans do change. A lot. And everyone lost their shit at us with the Bungie thing too. And Zooj blocked us and told everyone to not follow us and that we make up shit. And then it turned out it was true. So
Did he really do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, for me, it's all about like scale of what we're talking about here,
Mhm.
right? So like Bungie, whatever, right? Like who cares about Bungie? Like I mean, I get it. It's great, you know, it's a great rumor or whatever, and if it were true or great, like that's all cool. But like, I think the problem that most of the Xbox community had was this was a very negative thing. Had it happened, right? Had it come true, this would have been a big deal. Like we would have been really, really upset, right? So the idea that it was happening it was a problem, right? The only thing that happened though with these rumors coming out was if there was truth to them, right? Again, you know, I'm not denying it or confirming. I don't know, but if there was truth to them, we will never know. Unless we get
until something like the FTC
happens,
leak happens. That's right. So
Facts,
that's why I said look at who's doing it and how they're doing it. Like if we don't have a history of making up shit just for the sake of it, then why would we have decided to just do it?
It wasn't
now?
only you, and that was the problem, right? You weren't the only one saying it, right? So if I look at you and say, okay, well, you guys are legit or whatever, cool, and then all these other people are saying it, but then it's not only that one, but then they add more and more and more, and they're watching the
It was
shit
too much.
burn. They watched it burn and add fuel, right? They were indulging in it, right? And that is the problem. In isolation, it wouldn't have been an issue, right? In isolation, it would have been a rumor that you were quote unquote wrong about or right about, however it would have came out, but that would have been it. What took place wasn't a problem with the rumor. What took place, because again, I'm all for rumors, right? So if you can't be cool with good rumors, if you're gonna bitch about bad rumors, right? So it is what it is. I could choose not to accept a bad rumor until it becomes real, right? But it is what it is. The problem was, they saw the effect of what was happening with these rumors. Instead of saying, guys, chill out, it's a rumor, we don't know, okay, 100%, even though we've heard these things, but it could be wrong, right? There's no 100% certainty that this is 100% right, but this is what we heard, so we're reporting on it. Fair. But when you start saying this is happening, and then you add more, and now all of a sudden it's different games, and now Xbox going to full third party. There's no exclusives anymore. They're not even going to do consoles. They're going to have Sarah Bond go out there and get lit on fire in front of everybody. And then you know what? They're dropping the Xbox name. They're going to Microsoft, right? And then Satya is going to come do it. Like
Phil is fire. He's
Phil's
out.
gone. He's out. He's throwing his life on the line on this. It's like, yo, like for them to do that, see what's happening. And again, these are quote unquote Xbox people. It's not like if New York Times did it, right? They don't give a shit. They're just going out there saying whatever they say. But when you got people who are supposedly part of the community putting out this information,
watching the community burn,
everything happen, seeing the community fall apart and break apart, and just indulge in it and keep going more and just accept it. It's happening, blah, blah, blah. All these things. It's like, yo, that is fucked up.
It wasn't handled. It wasn't handled right at all.
Thing to do for the community that they supposedly think they're a part of, right? And again, if you're just reporting a rumor, that's fine. You know, it is what it is. Do I want to hear that Starfield was possibly going to be coming to other systems? No. I'm not stupid to think that Tim Storr or Amy Hood didn't have that fucking conversation, because I'm sure they did that with every game ever since Halo 1 came out, right? So that I don't give a shit about that. It's just when they made it as if it were fact, even though they saw what was happening, that means they cared more about their Twitter feed getting blown up and their YouTube videos getting watched than they did about the Xbox community in general.
And
right?
just the Xbox freaking name in general, like it was wild, the things that were being said out there and what was put out there. And look, Manny says over
people
here,
saying their Xboxes, being dramatic, doing all this crazy shit. Now, I'm sure a lot of those people were full of shit too.
Look,
it made it sound like
changing that Call of Duty was.
Oh, look, a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
a lot of stuff
so
started
much.
floating around. Yeah, heaps of stuff started floating around after that. Like, but
It was like
again,
a
it's all
floodgate
about. It'd be nice if everyone could just be a little more adult and rational about it. Like when we were discussing it, when the rumors first popped up, when we were discussing it, we said, hey, in this hypothetical situation where Nate the Hate is right about a game coming to other platforms, we don't like this because ABC, or we hate this because ABC, rather than just completely losing our minds over it and melting down. I would like to think that people know us well enough to know that we wouldn't just go out of our way to just make it up for no reason whatsoever. Because sometimes
a lot on this channel about you personally, like you having everything to the T when it came to the state of play, and about Nick is the true insider, right? We've said it a lot of times. So
and even when you did that tweet that had everything in there, You also didn't say, hey, this is the state of play, 100% play by play of what's 100% going to happen. You
It
still
turned
just
out
put
to
it
be
out.
that way, but you weren't out there saying, well, this is exactly how this is all going to play out, right? This is what your opinion, what you thought from the rumors that you've heard. And so it's very different to put something out there like that than what took place
Yeah.
not that long
What took
ago.
place
But
was
that's-
And
embarrassing.
again, it's still it was looked at again when the games went in. It just started the whole thing back up, and it wasn't a well, maybe this went too far, right? It was a someday you'll all see. Even though he's
Yeah.
saying it, it's
Yeah,
still
like
not real, and it's
doubling it
like,
down.
all right, like sometimes we need to get a grip of our emotions, calm down, maybe get off Twitter before if this is how emotional and upset we're getting about these things.
Yeah, but I just think that going forward, I think people should look at and I find, and again, maybe it's because I'm an old man, but like I treat my online friends in the same way I treat my real life friends. I don't seem to have that ability to delineate between the two things and treat people differently. So it was weird for me to see people who have followed me and us for years and interacted with us all of a sudden overnight go blocked. You make up shit and your shit talkers, fuck you, and blocked. I'm like,
Well, those are just those
really?
type of people, though. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
just
this is
'cause
just some of the ways
sometimes-
some of
That
these
sounds
people
just
are.
as extreme as going to sell your Xbox, right?
yeah. So, because we've seen sometimes it takes a big leak to reveal this stuff. So, a couple of years ago, I had heard a rumor, and we had it on our show, that there was a PlayStation exclusive Marvel multiplayer game in the works. And my source had speculated it was being made by Insomniac. Now, if that Insomniac leak had never happened,
Yep.
and we found
We'll
out
never
that they
know
were
it was
doing a
true.
Spider-Man multiplayer game, everyone would have been like, see, Nick, you just make up shit for clicks and blah, 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 blah. It took that massive leak for us to discover that it was true. So I feel like instead of just instinctively going to shit on someone who says something you don't particularly like, maybe either follow them properly if you're going to say something, or if you don't follow them properly, then maybe shut your mouth. So
Facts.
I would like to think the people that know us would know we wouldn't just throw clickbait out there, especially when we're an outlet who fights against the algorithm to our own detriment. Like as an outlet, our growth has been very, very slow because we fight against the algorithm. We don't do the clickbait thumbnails, and we don't do the shock faces, and we don't do all that stuff that YouTube tells you need to do to grow faster. We don't do all those things. So writing 2 articles in 4.5 years doesn't seem to me like we do click chase. But if you don't know that, and because you haven't followed us long enough, then shut the fuck up.
I think the
than
blowback
just
is in isolation. Where I just think the thing would have been different in isolation. It was your rumor plus everything that was happening, which made people lose their shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's once you like the one thing about people is that you can't control how people react to shit.
No.
Right?
That's true.
No matter what we do or what we think, right? We can't make people feel a certain way. And I think that for a lot of people, you know, it was just the total amount of shit being thrown that just made it like a lot of people took a stance like fuck all of them, right? Like fuck everybody who was involved in this thing. Like not us. We're just watching people, and we know who to listen to and who to trust. Like I it's all about words. If you came out here and said, if Nick, you came out here and said, listen, Hellblade 2 is 100% going to PlayStation 5. That's a very different thing than saying,
yeah,
I think it might go, or it's possible
Yeah.
that it might go, or
which
this,
I did.
Like
I said that on Twitter.
well, that's why I
said
brought
it. I
that up.
go, "Ooh, I
right?
reckon
Because
you might. I reckon you might see
Yeah,
it.
exactly what you said. You said reckon, right? You didn't say it's 100% for sure happening. This is guaranteed going to happen. This was you saying, I reckon, right? Or I think, or it's possible. That's very different, right? Again, the people out there who were and are still just saying yes, something is 100% happening. You'll see,
Mm.
you'll all see. Like sounds like some crazy shit where they just
Yeah.
run
You know
off
what
with,
it
like,
sounded like? The Y2K.
yeah,
Right? Like you
exactly.
see it's all coming to an end. And some people took action on that from fear of it all just coming to an end.
The-
And it's like, oh wow, like
But the
look at
funniest part
what
is,
a rumor like that made people do. Like it was that big of a deal. And it did feel that way on Twitter. Like you will all see it's all coming to an end with Xbox. It was
Yeah.
such a big deal.
that's Xbox's lot, unfortunately. But we've said it before. Microsoft would be having these discussions all the time about all their games. I said it on our show that I got a
Everyone does.
DM over 2 years ago saying that they were even looking at Halo multiplayer on PlayStation. Like, they were having those discussions about it. Now, we're now 2 years later, it never happened. And that was part of the reason I didn't say anything. Because look at the meltdown everyone's having now. Imagine if I had come out and said, oh, I've heard that Halo multiplayer might be coming to PlayStation. Imagine what would have happened. And when I saw that DM, I'm like, I'm not fucking talking about that. I'm like, holy shit,
They
I'm
have
not
to
talking
be
about that.
realistic and discuss everything, right? I mean, I think I said this on several of them, was like, look, companies have strategy meetings, and you throw out every wild idea. Why not? And say, okay, what are the merits of doing it? And there's absolute merit in saying, why not take the free to play multiplayer and put it everywhere, right? Because that's one of the things that's keeping its user base down. And say, okay, well, what's the pros and cons? And you might just say, well, the con is it may hurt the brand, and I don't want to do it, right? Fair enough, right? But you have the discussion. You do the analysis and say, is it worth it or not, right? What's the gain? What's the loss, right?
They may see it as an ad. They may see it as an ad for Game Pass. And like you saw in that business update what they said. Like when I heard what they said in that business update, and then I think back to that DM I got, I'm like, so they've been thinking this way for a while, because they very specifically mentioned Fortnite and Warzone and how these things have outgrown platforms. They're bigger than platforms now. So maybe that's the thought they had for Halo multiplayer. They're like, let's make it bigger than any one platform. It's Halo. Let's make it huge. I'm just trying to get in their heads. Like Microsoft under Satya has always been about Microsoft being everywhere. That's Satya's first thought. Satya's first thought is always, let's be everywhere. So I could see them looking at Halo being free to play and going, well, if we put it on PlayStation, it's like an ad for Game Pass. Do you want that? Do you want that single player part? Then come and get an Xbox and subscribe to Game Pass. Do you know, like, I can see them thinking that way. Now, it clearly hasn't eventuated, but I can understand why they were thinking that way when you see how Microsoft think about everything like that. And then maybe Phil had to be like, well, no, Satya, this is Halo. Halo is
Calm down, buddy.
very important to Xbox.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Like, was it the CMO or somebody was asking, hey, why don't we buy Nintendo? And Phil had to go through and say, yes, it's a great idea. I understand they have all these awesome things, and I've worked with them to say you don't need to be a platform anymore. But unfortunately, because they are, I can't. It's just not a thing. We can't do this, right? So, but that's the way it is, right? These discussions happen.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're like the most valuable company in
the
world.
If it wasn't because other platforms are doing exclusives, there wouldn't be, to him, to your point, Nick, right? To him, there's no need to have exclusives. But other platforms have exclusives. And so, so do they.
Yeah, facts. Real quick, because these guys been waiting. Man,
what's up, baby?
Homie Spartan 661, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the $2 super chat. CMoney, have you ever tried a mustard-based barbecue sauce?
That sounds gross.
I would say that sounds disgusting.
That sounds gross.
And I would also say that if it's on the bottle, then no. If it's somewhere hidden in the ingredients, then I have no idea. But chances are, no. And I've had bad barbecue, and the fact that you told me that there's a mustard version out there somewhere, probably the shit that I had that was disgusting. Okay, because barbecue is typically pretty good. The homie Truck Netso, welcome, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. After the showcase on the Giant Bomb podcast, both Matt Booty and Phil Spencer said there are 2 exclusives for 2024 that have not been announced yet. Ooh.
That sounds awesome. Forza Horizon coming in.
Do you really think they would do a Forza Horizon the year after Forza? I mean, we used to get them back to back for
Yeah.
sure.
Exactly. They're due.
But,
They're due.
but I mean, they just came out in 2022. It came out the year Halo came out?
2021. They came out when Halo came
that's
out.
right, because Halo stomped on
mm.
the multiplayer stomped on them. Yep. So 2021. So it's been 2 years. They're
No,
I mean,
3
I
years.
guess
It'll be 3 years. It's
shit, we're in
2024.
2024.
I know. Get with it. See,
They're
me,
due.
man.
They're
I
due
forget
for
all the
a
time,
Forza
too.
Horizon.
Dude, I feel like they can't. You know why? I feel like it was shit on Motorsport. I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
Playground
Horizon's
is too good.
overtaken Motorsport now.
Yeah, it's too
I mean-
good. And I think Motorsport this is their first year out from, obviously from last year to now. I think they're trying to get their footing. And if they come out with a Horizon, Forza is dead. Motorsport will be vacant.
I look. There is there are players who like the sim, and there are players who like the arcade. I do not like the sim. I don't care. I've tried
Neither
to play
do I.
those, and I play an hour, and I'm like, I'm done. I don't care about this. Horizon, on the other hand, just because I can tool around wherever I want and
Yep.
just see the scenery, do whatever I like, it's actually more fun to me. So I will
Flip
spend
the
10,
car
15, 20, 30
over.
hours in that. Right?
Yeah.
So they're very different genres to me. Okay. So I don't think, because they were doing alternate years, I don't think they care. I think people who want to play a Forza Horizon are very different than the people who want to play a Forza Motorsport. And
The only thing, remember, they were doing alternate years when they were not like
They had
treating
nothing
them
else.
as services. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, but they were before. It was just that was that Forza game, and you got your things, and that was it. Then the next one was going to come out. Now this is like a platform that they're trying to build on, and I don't know, man. I say I get what you're saying. They're definitely different. I just feel like that first year they're not where they need to be 100% with Motorsport, and they're still working to
I
get
would
there.
love to see it.
And to cross the
Horizon
finish
6.
line, like finally get Motorsport where it's a good place where people are like, okay, this is what it should have been, and then it's like Forza Horizon 6 is coming out in Japan, the one
think so. I
that
think people
everybody
who
has
like
wanted
the sim-
forever.
I think the people who like
Bro.
the sim will keep playing the sim. I think they'll keep playing the sim. Now, I think their next one will probably be a launch title. I think it'll be for the next gen, and that's where they can like fix it up to
That'll be
make it
the
what they
sim.
should have made. Right. So I think
What do you mean?
Forza Motorsport will be like the showcase thing, the showpiece for the next gen.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think it's not a showpiece anymore in comparison.
Because
If
it
you
doesn't have
want,
enough
Could you
extra
imagine-
power.
in order
you-
to launch, if you're going to do something online, if you're picking a Forza to launch your system, it has to be Horizon.
Yeah, could you imagine what a next
It would be
gen
nice.
like if they build Forza Horizon 6 and
Next
it
gen
ditches Xbox
only?
One and it's for Series X and S only. Oh boy. That's
yeah,
gonna look
I totally would love to see
It's
that. I
next
think it
level.
would be nice to have that this year, and then they'll have. Well, at least I think it'll be Motorsport will be the one that's updated or whatever released for the launch, and then the following year you'll get.
Well, the guy
Horizon
said
7.
from Motorsport saying that they're not releasing another Motorsport this generation.
Yeah, they're
for
going to try to
sure,
keep it as a
and
platform.
maybe into the next one. So
Yeah,
it's going to obviously at some point Horizon is going to step on its toes. I'm just saying, first year that would be a rough cut.
I don't think
That'd be
that's
a rough
a.
cut.
I don't think that's a thing.
Hargeet's like fuck Motorsport. I don't give a shit.
He's like, take it out. Don't make
I
it
mean,
anymore.
I'll just be honest. Like, it is what it is, right? I mean, if you look
Yeah,
at like
I
the
hear
user
you.
base, I mean, it's Horizon by a mile. There are way more users playing that. There's far more engagement with that. I think anyway. But
I mean, it is for sure.
I
I
agree.
mean, that game is still played like crazy, and it's still out there. So, yeah, I don't disagree. I think that would be wild. I feel like when we look at this year, right, it's so like defined, right? We know what's coming. And I mean, I feel like we don't know. I feel like it'll be weird if Hellblade is the only thing we're getting. I mean, obviously we got Power World, right? So They gave us our Hi-Fi Rush, right? Even though it's not first party, but it's it was a huge game.
And when is this coming out?
This one?
Yeah, this Age of Mythology. When is that coming out?
Let me see.
No idea.
Launch later this year. Doesn't have
Oh,
a
they don't
date.
tell you. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it doesn't have a date. So later this year. So again, is this going to be
One of the
before
headaches
June?
they have, right? It's too
Like,
long
where
a
to put
gap.
everything.
Yeah,
Mm.
they can't have like a half a year gap.
Yeah, like this.
They
I mean,
need
I
to
gotta
be
tell you,
better
like,
about that.
they definitely needed to have one of those big games drop. Like Hellblade should have been March.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
what
what I'm
I
saying?
thought they were going to do. But yeah,
That would have been
everything
better.
seems
Yeah,
to be like
Yeah.
pushed to the end, and a lot
Yeah.
towards the end of the year. It's like, what are you guys gonna do?
Unless
Because
they
you don't want
have.
them overlapping.
Yeah, unless they have something. But it seems like when Sarah said it, she made it sound like our next point of contact is going to be at the summer
Yeah,
showcase,
June.
right? Like the way she
I
framed
think
it was
so.
like we're not hearing shit else till summer. So that means this is
Yeah,
what we're rocking with. And I guess maybe Game Pass is going to pick up that slack. I mean, Dead Island 2 just getting shadow dropped, big deal. We got just a couple months for them to put some, big things in there that pump us up until May.
and why did they have to announce this here if they don't have a release date?
Mm.
True.
What? Good question. Good question. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you would imagine then that means that this is before June.
I mean,
Right?
that would
If
have
you-
been better and then have a release date with it. But yeah,
Yeah.
because if
mean,
if they can do it for this one, then that
me
means
click.
maybe something like a Gears collection could come out before June, right? And that's
Ooh.
something you could you'll go through,
Yeah,
right?
that would be dope.
But yeah, that's the kind of the
man.
headache you run into. They really do have like way too much time between releases. It's about
That's
6
true.
months. Like COD came out in November, and this the next one's gonna be it's gonna be
What do
Hellblade.
we
That's a
know?
long time.
What do we know 2025? Right? What do we know for sure? Obviously, South of Midnight.
Nothing officially.
Yeah, we have no official
Fable.
things, but we believe, yeah, Fable.
Fable, South of Midnight.
I don't know if
reckon
South of Midnight
Fable's
is one of the ones that they're
2025.
talking about.
Oh yeah.
I think
yeah.
so.
Really?
Yeah,
What do you
because they have too many studios. They have too many studios to like do a long game with us, right?
I reckon
Like,
South of Midnight's this year.
You
I
think they
think that
squeeze
might
it
be
in
the
at the
other
end?
one.
I thought it was
Mm,
going to
I think
be.
so.
I
Like,
thought it was going to
hope
be
so,
early
but
this year, but
yeah. We even talked
All
about
right.
them like shadow dropping.
yeah, like it might have been because they just
Upstairs.
registered it or did some shit to it. I
They
forgot
did
what they did
something that,
right
yeah.
before the developer direct. So
Again, it's
I mean,
it's
I
just
was
one of those
hoping.
things I'd heard. I'd heard that studio has been staffed up a bit. I heard that they're already working on DLC for South of Midnight. So I'm like, if
Oh
they're
my
already that far ahead,
Yeah.
That'd be
the
so
game must
dope.
be pretty damn close to ready.
Yeah.
I
That
would love
game.
that. That
I'm
game,
so
yeah,
like.
so
I think
creative.
I hope
think
it's good.
It's my
I hope
favorite
it's
name
good.
of a game.
So
South of
the only
Midnight is
thing
like the
I think it'd be-
dopest name for me.
Mm.
I think it'd be better if they actually held it back. And the problem I'm running into is there's too many games then packed in
On
a
the
very
back
small
half.
window.
I know.
And
Yeah.
South of
You gotta
Midnight,
remember Call of Duty's in there, right?
Yep.
That's gonna be
much
our
as I'm
first
not
Call
about
of Duty.
all
going
the
to Game Pass.
wokey things, South of Midnight would be a perfect February game. It's Black
Yes.
History Month. It would be a
Mm.
perfect February game, right? And like at least have content for the first half of next year,
Yeah,
right?
it could be they push
just
it
seems
out.
like it'd be a good one to put out.
Yeah, it would be almost like a
Mm.
waste to just stuff it all in this year when we have
Yeah.
such a jam pack. Like if we're waiting
There's so much going
anyway,
on. Yeah.
like if we're waiting anyway, come on, we have a crazy amount of games coming in the back half
Yep.
of the year.
There's absolutely
what-
nothing wrong with holding on to a game. Nintendo does it
And we still got
all
Stalker
the
2
time.
back there
They
too,
really
bro.
do.
All the
Yeah,
time.
they do.
They
But
don't give
you
a
know, you
crap.
will hope that that's where Xbox is getting to, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Like with all the studios, you will hope that now they're getting into less about, man, we have to finish this game to get it out, to all right, that
Deadlines,
game's
yeah.
finished. Okay, keep
Yep.
working on it, just in polishing. We're just gonna keep it simmering until we pick a spot for it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm.
that's where they should be getting with so many studios. But that's why I don't think it makes sense to show us Fable and then drop that in 2026.
Well,
or some
pretty
crazy shit.
sure Matt Booty said they are going to show like Perfect Dark and Fable State
Yes,
of Decay and
Perfect
all that
Dark's
stuff.
supposed to be
It's
coming out, yes.
June showcase.
Yes,
June
June show.
showcase.
So those
Now
should be
here comes the fun
2025
part.
games.
Would you rather those like all come out in 2025, or would you rather them hold some of those for the launch? Because I'd say Perfect Dark. Maybe you just make that a launch game.
You know why? Because there's too much baggage with that game already that
You
I
think?
just like it needs to come out. I think so. I think it went through a lot. I think it needs to come out, and then they
Granted,
could
it
work
was like
on-
showcased in 2021, right? At the Game Awards.
I don't know. It's a
Was it
weird
2020 or
situation
2021?
that
yeah, but they
I
formed it in
reckon-
2018, right?
you can have
So
such
since
an
2018
in-depth
they're doing it.
discussion about this aspect alone, because what dogged Microsoft pretty much for the first 2.5 years of this generation? Wasn't it the fact that the Series X was held back by cross-gen? Like, so much, like Halo especially, was held back by that stupid Xbox One. And I just... I would
2020
like,
they
that's why I'm
split
not sure about these 2026 rumors, because if the 2026 rumor is true, you're gonna have another console that's being held back by the previous generation. Like, do Microsoft want that again? Like, I understand that cross-gen is just a thing. I get that. But I don't... Like, would Microsoft want everything being cross-gen again? So they
but
can
I
have...
think this is the thing.
I think
I
it will
think
be.
the
That
problem is once you get to a certain level, it's no longer a problem. Like if native Series X games, like if native like built strictly for Series X games, if that's your floor now, obviously you have the
Well,
Series
Series
S,
S.
right? Yeah, you have the Series S, but they're building. They're not building for the Series S and porting up, right? They're building for the Series X and then cutting what they have to cut to get down to a Series S, right? So if that's your theoretical floor, I mean, even the Series S, understand Xbox One versus the Series S, even that is a big difference, right? Like we're talking a big difference. So if that's your floor, I mean, it's not that bad of a situation. And honestly, for me, I think Series X would be the floor, and then they're gonna port down to the Series S. So if that's your base, I mean, that's not that bad, man. That's not that bad. Especially with, I think the thing is that we might get back to the time where if they go so far with the new tech, the way that they are talking about the biggest technological leap with all the different AI and all that shit that's going to be involved, like you might be back in a scenario where the older generation is a different game almost, right? Like same game, but just like having a port house who had to take the main game and port it over and figure out what cuts to make and do shit like that to make it fit. So I could see that happening, because once you break away very far from the other generation, that's almost required if you're going to do it. That's what we saw back in the day, right? Where they used to do that. Well, what was it, Tomb Raider or some shit? There was like literally 2 different versions of the game, one for the 360, one for the Xbox One when it released.
Titanfall had the same thing.
Yeah, Titanfall, same thing. You know, so they're not. That's not a. They're not new to that idea, right? So if you're doing it that way, then you're not held back anymore, right? And you just let.
It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
how they do it.
I'm just looking forward to that launch lineup, and that's like wondering what will be the launch lineup, right? So, but we'll see, right? So we have 2025 to get through, and we'll see what games come out. But they do have a lot.
But like, would you be? See, for me, would you be happy to get for the new console, the one that we didn't even know about, to get the games that we've been hearing about for so long? Like, I feel like for the new console, I want new shit. So like the new Doom, don't bring it out. Just keep it simmering, right? Have that pop on the new console, right?
Well,
Halo,
I mean, Elder Scrolls 6 is
Halo.
one that we already know about, but I know that's
Yeah,
going to probably
Elder
be
Scrolls
launched,
6,
right?
Yeah,
That'll
it
a
can be.
next gen game.
It can be. It can be. So it's like,
you're gonna love this comment, CMoney.
said it. Elder Scrolls 6 as a launch exclusive would go crazy.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I 100% agree, and that's the thing, right? And we know it's coming, and it's a huge series.
Right? Like, I feel like that's the way you do it. Get away from what we already know to be coming, because you already announced that for here. So if you hold it like just to keep it for the other one, that'll be kind of like Bro,
They
you have
just-
that many studios and you're just fucking
Crazy.
They're in a
Yeah.
tricky spot though. Like Microsoft's in a really tricky spot of their own making, mind you. But like, look at Xbox One, right? Xbox One was seen as a failure, was seen as a disaster, even though it sold almost 60 million consoles. That's actually quite good. Which is, I think, gets lost in a lot of this discussion. Like, everyone acts like that console was a disaster, but 60 million consoles with a launch like what it had, that's actually quite good. That's actually a decent comeback to end up selling 60 million consoles. And they supported Xbox One quite a bit. Like right through to, how long was it before we started getting our first Series X only games? They were supporting it quite a bit. For them to just now, for them to just turn around and go, we'll hold on to Perfect Dark, we'll hold on to Elder Scrolls, we'll hold on to this, hold on.
Well,
They're
no, I don't think
telling
Elder Scrolls will
everyone.
be ready. I don't think it'll be
Well,
ready.
no, I
I
know,
think
but,
it'll be until
I'm
2026,
just generally all these games, whether it's Fable, whether it's Perfect Dark, whether it's whatever, Everwild. I feel like if they decide now to just start holding on to games for the next Xbox, you're not sending a great message. You're like,
exactly.
We screwed up this generation, so we're just going to ditch it and go with the next one. Because what happens if
I'm
the
not
next
saying to
Xbox
hold
gets...
all of them. I'm just saying, just because of the number of releases they have, they're going to have to hold. Like, do you think they should release like 8 AAA games in a year? I think that's too much.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
No. There's 12 months in a year.
I don't think you can have too many games.
Not too many games.
I say 12 is
AAA
the
games.
max of big AAA games.
I think
Because
like
you're
what
also-
Hargeet's saying is overlooked. Like when you throw too many, things are going to get lost in the bunch. And so
Exactly.
they're going to kind of lose the identity of the game within the mix of all the
But
games.
not every
You
game
know
is for
what I mean?
everybody.
That's right.
Not every game is for everybody. So, if you have the games ready to go, if you limit how many you're going to put out just arbitrarily, there could be people who don't get a game they like this year because you didn't release the one
variety is
that you
still
had
there,
sitting
right?
Well, I mean,
Well, we don't know.
Yeah,
That's the thing. We don't know if the variety is still there.
And
Like-
even themes can limit it, right? So like Hellblade is going to be a third person action adventure or whatever it is, but the theme of that game is going to be very limiting. There's going to be a lot of people who won't play it.
It's a very different third person over the shoulder compared to Fable.
So
they're two very different
in
games.
2025, you would like to see Clockwork Revolution, Fable,
Clockwork,
State of Decay 3,
Yep.
Everwild,
Perfect Dark.
Perfect Dark,
Yep.
Pod. So we're up 6 games now,
Sure.
Beautiful.
right? And I'm
Why
sure
not?
there's more. But I just
because
don't
not?
see
Because
that would be a
there'll
good
be
idea. They're
more,
not doing it
though.
this year, right? So I don't know.
Yeah,
that seems like a
there'll
lot.
be more. Like how we had basically last year was Bethesda's year, right? They gave us Redfall, they gave us Starfield, right? And then you had the other games mixed in between. Dude, they have so many studios now that come. Like you're forgetting what is Deathloop team working on, right? They're gonna have a new game, right?
Blade,
All of
right?
Bethesda studios we haven't. Yes, Blade. Sorry, we forgot. Well, we didn't mention Blade in this conversation, right? So Blade is probably going to be.
Well, I'm assuming Blade is next gen.
Next gen.
Yeah, Blade's probably a next gen game.
Yeah, that's why when people talk about those visuals that were there, I don't think you need to. I don't think you should look at the visuals they showed you for Blade and try to correlate that to what's actually going to happen. They're going to be making that for next gen hardware, bro. They're not going to be limited by this thing. So I would say don't hold too much water there.
Okay, and then OD, do you say that that's a 2025?
2025, yeah, because that's the game that he was working on since Stadia. That was the Stadia game that he was working on, supposedly.
But the other assumption you're making, or maybe you're not directly making it, Hargeet, but you're also assuming all the games are going to hit. Some may just not turn out to be that good.
But it's still a release cadence, right? So
no, I understand, but I think
I can't let myself get around in my head. I feel like Phil won't allow the shit to come out unless it's going to be good.
You mean like Redfall situation or good as
that's
in
a big
good
assumption
game
to
type of
make.
thing?
Well,
that's a big assumption to make.
I say Redfall was the catalyst of change for what he's doing, and the fact.
But I thought
that
Halo
game
was
is now-
supposed to be that. I thought
Well,
Halo was
no,
supposed to be
because
that.
Halo was actually good. it was just the only thing Halo
The
failed
live part
on
of it
was
was bad.
live
Yeah,
service.
the
That's it.
live service.
Mm.
The live part of
Yeah,
it.
so the Halo, I mean, I love, obviously you see on my
And not having co-op at freaking launch
Halo
just
everything.
was really, really
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
that wasn't that big of a deal, but I understand
It
some
was a
people
big
feel
deal
that.
to me, but
I feel that. I feel that. Oh, Contraband, somebody just put. Dude, where
Contraband
the
as
fuck is
well.
Contraband?
yeah. So yeah, and I don't know if that's. I assume that's next year. I haven't heard much this year, but maybe it comes out this year. But then you do have games like Minecraft Dungeons, right? And
Mm.
I don't know that they'll ever rate well, but they're not intended to rate well. They're just kind of, an offshoot game that is intended for kids or
See, I
something,
wouldn't
right?
consider that part of like the flagship titles, right? When I talk
Yeah,
about like
that's what I
Redfall
mean,
was
right?
supposed to be Redfall was supposed to be like had that game hit, right? It would have been a flagship title, right? So
Yeah.
the fact that it didn't hit was a different thing. So no, I don't think anybody looked at Minecraft Legends like, yo, that shit better hit. I look at that as filler, right? Like the in betweens, not a filler game, like it's worthless. I'm saying like in between your big triple A's, like the big games that
You
you're
can throw
really
that in
waiting
still.
for. Yeah, you get the smaller things that keep your, wet your whistle, right? Keep
Well,
you
that's to
engaged.
kind of like make it more rounded, right? You talked before, and I did agree with that, having different types of games, right? So as long as they're not the same type of game releasing at around the same time, then that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I'd
Because
just be
there are different
careful with
types of
how much they're
players out there.
at the same time, right? And look, there's always smaller games. So to me, Avowed and Hellblade are smaller games. I don't see them as AAA level, but maybe you could say Avowed might be in the middle of that. Hellblade is a short game. It's a small studio. It's more of a double A, game. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Totally fine. But your big games, I just don't think they're going to have like 8 of them in a year. I just think that's going to be too much. I don't know. I feel.
I don't know if
those
you
out.
think length of time dictates like that level
So
of game.
technically, AAA is the amount of developers. That's what I keep hearing, and it's like 40 developers made Hellblade. So that's a
Gotcha.
very small amount, right? Now they punch above their weight, obviously, right? They do a
big
pretty
time.
damn good job. So does it feel like it's AAA? Yeah, but it is in fact AA, right? So that's just the way it is. And Avowed, I don't know how many developers are on it, but it also kind of felt AA-ish to me, right? So maybe you consider it AAA, right? I would say Indie looks AAA. I think that's going to be AAA.
Yeah.
COD obviously is AAA. That's got
That's
to be
just, I can't even imagine what that's gonna look like. Holy hell!
So
Is that gonna be the first next gen only COD?
I think it will be, but we
It'll
have
be
no idea.
cross-gen, won't it?
I have no idea.
They'll stick to cross-gen for a while.
Yeah, as long as they can make it work, right? They'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I mean for sure I don't think having a bunch of them bunched together makes sense to me when you consider like when you look at this year and then see where they put all the games, right? Very back half focused, right? That's where all the big ones we're waiting for outside of Hellblade. So that I'm not for, right? I feel like they should have spread that shit out better. But I think going forward, I think 2025, they should have it more of a smoother cadence because again of games like South of Midnight, like you just said, it could be a nice February game. Like I think we'll get into a smoother cadence there.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know the majority of games that they're making right now. We have not seen. Blizzard has.
Yeah, I mean, I would look to
game
have 6
development
games
right
come
now.
out, maybe 7 every year, right? Of theirs, first party games, and then you're just like every couple of months, right? You have a new thing, and then maybe you have some fillers where you have something like this, Age of Mythology Retold. It's just a remaster. Cool. We'll throw that in a month. We don't have a new game, right? Because they do have the potential to bring so many of these back, right? Like they could do a Fallout, an Oblivion. They could do the original Elder Scrolls games, which were like totally different, right? They could make those into something different. Fallout 1 and 2, they could make those into something different, right? There's so many opportunities they have with older titles, so they could just fill out the rest of the year with some of the remasters from very old games, right? So plus they have a huge catalog of that ABK stuff to bring in. So
Facts.
I don't know. That's kind of where I would say. they're gonna have to have something for a launch lineup. And what I'd like them to have is like our first 6 months. There's 10 freaking ridiculous games, right? Headlined by things like Halo, Gears, Elder Scrolls, Blade,
You mean the next
right?
console?
The next gen console, and I want
I think the next gen console you gotta launch with Halo, Gears, and Forza. just to be like,
which I agree.
taking it back to
I
OG.
told you right. So I think they're going to relaunch Forza Motorsport and say this is going to now run at like ridiculous levels on this new console, right? So it's going to upgrade that platform. Here's like version 2.0 or whatever you want. So that's going to be Forza, and Gears should be ready by then, right? So you got Gears, Halo should hopefully have something by then. It'll be 5 years, right? So hopefully they've
Halo
got
will be
something.
a launch title. I think Phil will want to redeem Halo
The Chief?
missing the launch, and because he made
Yeah.
it such a big deal, it's been
That'd be so
since the
awesome,
first
right?
generation. Nothing Halo has not launched with
Hand in
the
hand,
console.
yeah.
So
Right. And so if you
pretty
have like
That'd
that
be
as
cool.
your launch lineup, just imagine the amount of freaking craziness, right? And that's why I want to have a Perfect Dark as well. Like you just round it out and you just say, you need to be here, right? If you put all those games out, they're all exclusive, they're only coming here and they're coming on a brand new console. I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting, right? So that's why I want to have games that they push to that level. I think all the other ones we're going to have them release beforehand, but we'll see. Because there's also just the year of 2026 up to the launch, right? You can't have it be
Facts.
empty.
You still need games coming out before, so you do need a full deck.
So you need to have like 2-3
Plus
games
launch
ready to
title.
go, right? And then you have your launch lineup, and then just go nuts.
And then you're gonna have all those games that launched that year and 2025 and 2024 updated for the new console.
Exactly, right? All your back
And
catalog gets updated.
That kills it.
It'd be
And we
so
need to see,
incredible.
we need next gen back compat.
Yes.
We need them to bring that back and start adding the AI features and going in there and upscaling and fixing all the old shit so that it just happens seamless. It'd be beautiful. Because ABK has so many games to bring.
Do I can't wait to see some of those games back out here.
Yeah, exciting times, man. Exciting times. Well, guys, I think we're gonna call it here.
nearly 5 hours.
What happened? Special Nick was like, "Yo, listen, I
This
know it could
happens
go
on
long."
this happens on every podcast I'm on.
What
It
happened?
happens
This
on-
is the longest one that we've
I
ever
know.
done.
Every time, I'm telling you now, every time I appear on a podcast, they tell me it's the longest one they've ever done.
God damn it! I mean, we've had 8-hour
It's
ones,
the
but not
tzatziki
night
sauce.
shift.
That's what it is.
The what?
The tzatziki sauce.
Oh, the tzatziki sauce.
Sauce, baby.
Oh my god!
It was
brought the
the you know what
sauce.
did it? All the excitement over the official announcement of Mustardo. The
Yes.
exclusive.
Listen, that's
Oh my God.
groundbreaking. This is breaking news right here. You heard it here first.
Jesus.
You got to say it with the
Oh.
accent too.
Mustardo.
You have to say Mustardo.
Mustardo. There we go.
Why are we all saying this shit? It's not real, guys. All right, let's cut the shit. No more.
The most
Right, no
realistic
more.
source physics you've ever seen. AI powered source physics.
Mustardo.
Oh my god. Long live Mustardo. Mustardo coming. Oh my god, Ryu Art Gaming. You know he's gonna do something with this.
I know.
God damn it. Why you
Oh my
giving
gosh.
them this stuff? All right. Why?
Oh,
The
no.
homie rocket scientist. Thank you, bro, for being here. Thank you for that Canadian super chat.
Thanks,
Thanks, Pablo, for taking your time for your busy schedule.
Oh, mate, we haven't started
Oh.
filming season 3 yet. Haven't started
Oh
all
my
yet.
god. Oh my god.
Yo.
Real quick. Did you guys watch the latest
Yes.
episode of Halo? We're gonna watch it tonight.
It's not
We're
bad.
gonna go check it out. The last 2 episodes.
Yeah, we watched the first 2, then we wanted to wait till there was 2
Oh, okay.
more. So we don't do one of those like, oh no, what's next? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh no, what's next? Boom, the next one.
Listen,
Mhm.
Pablo, you had some John Wick moves in there.
Yes,
it was
you're
wild.
killing it.
That's all I'm gonna
Out in these
say.
streets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I had
when
to
you
get
watch
in, I had
these
to get in
are on-
shape for that.
Yeah.
These are on like cable TV, right? Or
And then
like,
immediately
sorry,
out of
it's a-
Paramount Plus.
is this Paramount Plus. So there's no like ads or anything, right?
I don't think so. No.
No. So then what they should do is right before it and say, this is based on a video game. You can play it here.
Yeah, they
Yes.
should.
Yes.
They should. I think they talk about it. They always say it in the after show. So if you watch the after show, I think they would say like, "Hey."
Oh, so you have to watch the after show.
You have to
What
watch
I'll
the
do
after
is
show.
for season 3, I'll have a talk to the showrunners about getting CMoney in as a
Listen, Nick is
character to
embracing
create a new character for Halo season 3, and you're gonna be Mustardo. You're gonna be
Listen, I'll tell
Mustardo
you right
in
now.
season
You
3.
see,
Else
buddy, you
motherfuckers
got
call me and say, "Yo, you're gonna come be Mustardo." I'll be like,
You're
"Where's
gonna
my
have
suit?"
you're gonna
Where's
have
the
mustard colored Spartan armor.
give a shit.
Listen, there's
Oh
two
my
ways
God.
that mustard would be a
Mustard color
non-issue.
Spartan.
One, if it's somewhere on my wife's body, it cannot stop me. Okay. Two, if it's somewhere on Halo. Okay.
Yeah.
Only two
All
places.
for the
Okay?
mustard.
The
I'll go
mustard
be Mustardo
Spartan.
Chief.
Start those
I'll be the
sheets.
yellow Spartan. I'll be the yellow Spartan.
And
for
the
sure.
needler is just like it's just
Ooh,
like water pistols
mustard.
that shoot out mustard.
Oh my God. Yes.
That would be horrible, but that's an effective weapon. My homie Spoon Man, I knew there was, so I knew there was a connection right there. Hard pass on mustard. Shit is gross. Facts. Thank you for speaking the truth. Okay,
That's
in a
gospel
room full of
right there.
liars, you speak the
For
truth.
them.
Thank you.
So
Sir.
eat some more mustard.
Oh my God, he's eating goddamn mustard. What is happening?
Mustard.
Rocket scientist to the two. Thank you, brother. Says just saying mustard Spartan gonna get spotted easy.
Not if they're going through the sewers. You'll blend right in.
Yeah, see? Exactly. It
Blend
looks
right in.
like shit. It's disgusting, Nick. Why would you just sit back and be like, I take that. It's not great, bro.
I don't think that's how he has mustard.
That's where he
Can
has it.
please
That's what
tell
I
me
heard.
That's not what you do with
Wow,
mustard,
this
bro.
shit, it just tastes so good. This shit. Damn.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Oh man.
Oh. Guys, this was
Oh, so good.
this was fun. This was who knew that 5 hours would go by so quickly.
Mm.
That was good. That was good.
Mustardo news.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Mustardo knew it all. I bet CMoney owns a mustard colored shirt. He seems that type of guy. No, I don't.
No,
Okay.
he does. I don't think you do.
No, I don't. I refuse. I refuse.
I refuse.
Okay.
All
Never,
right.
never in life. With that, guys, for real. Shit. Come on. we gotta end this shit. So first of all, shout out to the chat. Thank you all for rocking with us for so long.
Yes.
You guys were awesome. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
rocking with
guys.
us, man. Appreciate you. And shout out to the homies who came and rocked with us, making his first time appearance on the show. Yo, that is fire.
Woo, let's go.
Damn it, that's dope. That is cool. I like that. The homie special, Nick. Thank you, my brother, for being here. You'll be back next
Thanks
week
for having me.
Yes.
for her, him,
Yeah.
the guest. And you definitely got to come back some other time because this was awesome sauce.
Yes, it was. It was amazing.
And of course,
Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Thank you. And of course, we had the legendary Hargeet
Let's
Shading up
go.
in this
The white
bitch.
swan.
Oh man. Up until the moment
Yeah.
that you downed the mustard, I felt
The
so
mustard.
happy.
It was so connected. And
was
then
so
you ate the
connected.
mustard.
We're just gonna have to have some mustard.
God,
Why?
No.
See?
Oh, I need that. Nick, did you see what Nick had?
What did he do?
I need that.
What did he do?
I
Oh
love mustard.
Look, oh my God, I need
That's
that.
cool. Oh
Yes.
my God. Y'all fucked up.
Oh my
All right,
God,
I don't know
Hargeet,
what
why,
slander's
bro?
happening.
Why?
Where's Ray Ray?
Why we-
We need Ray Ray in here ASAP. I cannot be alone with this mustard slander. Okay. God damn it. God
We
damn
need
it.
Ray Ray and his uppies.
Oh man. Hey guys, why don't you make fun of how short he is? All right. Super short. Can't reach high things. All right.
Booster seat.
Let him know we're talking about him so he can show up and you guys can start talking about him. All right, no. But guys, no, seriously, thank you guys so much.
Thank
What an
you.
awesome
Yep.
show.
Thank
so
you.
much fun. Appreciate you. Again, you will be back next week. We're excited for her, him, and a guest. Do our deep dive.
Yes.
Get to
Friday.
see
Yep.
who the real Nick
Hopefully
is.
not for 5 hours again.
Well, that will be on you.
I'll be up to you, Nick.
That will be on you if that happens, because our
Listen.
show definitely doesn't go that long.
Yeah, hopefully this time it's not 5 hours. But also, we just to throw in a bit of a selfish plug there, we've got episode 200 tomorrow.
Let's go.
Yeah. This
nice.
time tomorrow we'll have
Yes.
episode. I mean, I say this time tomorrow. We would probably be finished by now, but
yeah.
yes, tomorrow is episode 200 of the Xbox Zero podcast. So
What time does it
anyone
start?
who's interested, pop by and say hey.
What
At
time
what
does it
time?
start?
5 p.m. Eastern, US
5
time.
p.m. Eastern. Woo! 200th episode.
Mm.
That's
Nice.
fire.
Yep.
That's
Nice.
fire.
It's perfect timing because tomorrow we actually have a her, him, and a guest that we're doing special Saturday edition. J Rock is going to be coming, and that's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern. So we will be done before the show, and then you guys can
And
go check
then
out the show.
straight to Nick. Let's go,
Absolutely,
baby.
absolutely. But yes, do you have anything else you guys got going on?
It's freaking
That is
singing.
the iPhone.
It's the
But
iPhone.
then you got
Oh my
look
God.
at God damn it.
It's your money.
What?
Is that your new logo?
That's not my new logo. That's not my new
Oh.
logo.
Stardo.
That's
Stop
cool.
though.
That's
Yo, I
not
need the freaking look at that confetti.
Oh, that's dope, man. Damn it. How come I can't do that shit here?
Oh no, Xbox is going third party. Where is it?
There we
you
go.
It's like rain and shit.
It is the freaking rain.
Oh
That's
my god.
wild.
Is that a special app that you use on the phone?
No, it's just built into iOS.
What?
Nice.
So you just have it connected to like your Mac?
Yeah, my phone is connected to my Mac, and that's my camera. And anytime I do that gesture stuff, it comes up.
Yeah,
That's
I think it's
dope,
in the
man.
Mac too.
That's dope. That's dope. That's really
That's
dope.
pretty fire. So
All right.
Manny wants to know if that's CMoney's baby picture in
God damn it.
the background. I'm hoping they're talking about Master Chief back there.
That is my baby
Not
pic.
Mustard.
That's where I was born. All right. I was born a Spartan, bitches. All right. Not no goddamn mustard bottle. Okay. Not no goddamn mustard bottle. All right.
Shout out to my girl Becca. What's up, baby?
Becca, what's good, homie? All right, Nick, do you got anything else, or is it only the show tomorrow?
That's it. Show tomorrow. Come check us out as we make up stuff on XboxEra.com to incite riots within the Xbox
Nice.
community.
Nice. That's what we love. That's what we love. Hargeet, the homie. What do you have
Yo.
going on, man? Let us know.
So I should be. I'm not muted, right? Okay, yeah, I should be on Go Live tomorrow, so you can check that up. 4:00
Let's go.
U.S. Eastern Time. So hopefully we'll have some fun there. And then GameStop Live as usual on Sunday at 6 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time with Fonz on Fonz Gaming channel on YouTube. And what do I have next week? I think I actually am on Lemon's podcast, which will be on Saturday, I think. Yeah,
Lemons, like the-
108 Dragons. 108 Dragons TV. So
Lemon
his-
Dragons. Gotcha.
Yep. And that's on Saturday at 6:00 U.S. Eastern Time on his channel, 108 Dragon TV, 108 Dragons TV, I think it is. So check that out.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
and otherwise, I'm on Boom's podcast almost every day. But
Yeah, I know.
so about gaming, I'm officially on the Wednesday evening, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, primetime gaming
Prime time.
podcast, but I'll probably pop in every now and then. I'm sure there'll be some more ridiculous news next week as well.
Yeah.
There's always something going on, right?
Always
Facts.
something.
Agreed. So we will so we'll be back tomorrow, like I said, for her and the guest. Sunday morning, we got Morning Quest, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Doodle and myself will be here having fun with the homies in the chat as we do. So that's gonna be a good show. Now this is gonna be a weird week, and the week after that is gonna be a weird week. So for the next 2 weeks, okay, we have our show Sunday. On Tuesday, it will be this show again.
Night shift.
We'll be back on Tuesday. Not her, him, and a guess. Her, him, and a guess is moved to Friday. Okay, that's when Nick will be here. Okay, that's gonna be Friday. So Tuesday, 6 o'clock, we'll have night shift. Wednesday of this week is the big end of the month block party podcast.
Yes.
Make sure you're there. It's gonna be epic. Obviously, special Nick. I think that's like in the middle of your dream time. If you sleepy at
Yeah.
4 o'clock Eastern. Is that what
Dreaming
happens?
about mustard.
Or is that
Oh no, 4 o'clock Eastern's okay. I'm awake at 4 o'clock Eastern. Yeah.
like you
4
stop
o'clock
by the
Eastern.
end of the
Like
month?
on Boy
Oh, wow.
Podcast awake.
I think 4 o'clock Eastern is like 8 a.m. for me. So it's not too
Nice.
bad.
Well, if you would like to stop by our end of the month block party blowout, feel free. We have a bunch of cool people coming.
I'll
So
see how I go.
just saying. Safety Hargy, I think you work in the middle of the day. Yes. So
Yeah. And what day would that be then?
Wednesday.
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 4 p.m.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Wednesday, 4
That would
p.m.
be my Thursday, so I'd be working.
At 4 p.m. Eastern? Oh, you were
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you said 8 a.m. Thursday. Yes, so you'll be
It's
working.
8
That's
a.m.
right.
my
That's
time,
what
yep.
we have with the other stuff.
This coming week?
This coming week.
This coming
Wednesday.
week. I might be available.
Let's
Ooh.
go. Yes.
We'll see. I
You
should
like
probably
that?
be
Just-
available.
Just let me know when you. Just let me know close enough so I can make the thumbnail. Okay, that's all I ask. That's all I ask. But yeah, so that's gonna be huge. And then, like I said, Friday we'll have special Nick on for her, him, and the guest. It's gonna be fantastical. So make sure we got a big week for you guys. Everybody got stuff going on. It's gonna be fun, guys. We're gonna end the show the
Yep.
way we end every single show. Doodle,
Yes.
we're done.
I know.
Until next time,
You're intruding.
you're intruding.
Thank you.